Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains 1 cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you go How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in America, in our Hozu, in our uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man. Television, you do man. Help the hello where Melamadi. Who me would ya wo? Nanka Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you won't talk to come over soon. You better have you what I look at television. What boy, your Babula, what the social media, what the Babula, what the Lugu City.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV Business Outlook, broadcasting live from Enugu. Markets are pulling back as investors lock in profits, but with interest rates holding high at 126.50%, strategic opportunities are opening up across equities and fixed income. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your word finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian Stock Exchange, which closed in a negative territory on Thursday as profit taking across banking, insurance, and consumer goods counters dragged the index lower. The all-share index ASI declined by 1,594.17 points to close at 245,386 points. Market capitalization fell by 1.01 trillion naira to settle at 158.34 trillion naira. The market breadth was broadly negative, recording 17 gainers against 45 decliners. Total traded volume surged by 177% to 2.10 billion units, while market turnover spiked 584% to 230.74 billion naira across 48,174 deals. Volume leaders, First Bank Holding Corporation dominated trading activity, accounting for over 1.54 billion shares traded, and market liquidity was primarily absorbed by First Holding Corporation, Aradel, Seplant Energy, and Zenith Bank, which collectively drove the bulk of the day's 230.74 billion naira aggregate turnover. And quickly, here are the three top gainers for yesterday. Legend International yesterday closed at 4 naira 40 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 8.64%. That Communication yesterday closed on a very bullish note of 1 naira 76 kobo to make a positive adjustment of 7.32 bullish adjustment. Sterling yesterday made a bullish adjustment of a positive 6.67% to close the trading book at 8 naira. And quickly, here are the top three laggards or the top losers for yesterday. Yes, Triple G yesterday closed on a negative bearish note of a negative 10% adjustment to close trading at 2 naira 88 kobo. Lasco Assurance yesterday did close on equally on a negative note at 2 naira 20 kobo, making a bearish dip of 9.92%. C&I Leasing, yes, C&I Leasing PLC yesterday did close at 3 naira 67 kobo on a dip of a negative 9.84%. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. Expect a cautious opening in today's section as institutional investors recalibrate positions ahead of the weekend. With the monetary policy rate held firm at 26.50%, sentiment remains selective. Investors are expected to continue cherry-picking on the value tier 1 banking stocks while monitoring earning release for fresh catalysts. And quickly moving to the forex market, where the Naira demonstrated steady performance in the official market, maintaining its trading band as central bank liquidity provisions continue to anchor price discovery. At the official market, the local currency closed at approximately 1,360 naira 78 kobo against the US dollar in the official window, reflecting marginal day-on-day appreciation from 1,362.73 kobo against the US dollar. And quickly moving on to the street market or the black market, what we call the parallel market, depending on what you're comfortable with. The unofficial window maintained a narrow spread with trades executing within the 1,390 naira to 1,400 naira range. The parallel market premium remains tightly compressed at around 15 naira to 30 naira above the interbank rate. Daily forex turnover remained robust, supported by active intervention from Central Bank of Nigeria and steady inflows from diaspora remittances and crude oil proceeds. Nigerian Foreign Exchange Reserve provides a strong cushion for the local currency, holding firm above 51.7 billion US dollars. The key market drivers here is one, the managed float dynamics, where the CBN continues its dual-sided intervention strategy, absorbing excess supply during rallies while injecting dollar liquidity during demand spikes to maintain the 1,350 naira to 1,390 naira band. Another factor that drove the market as of yesterday is the diminished speculation, where reduced volatility and tight interbank parallel market convergence have curbed speculative hoarding, with corporate end users purchasing forex primarily on a spot demand basis. Then we look at the macro buffer, where elevated oil output and strong external reserve levels continue to bolster investor confidence in the sovereign short-term liquidity position. And to our market projection for today. Here speaking to the market outlook, expect the naira to trade within a tight range of between 1,355 naira to 1,385 naira against the US dollars in today's section. One of the key factors that would shape the market today is policy support, with the monetary policy rate held at 26.50%. High local yield levels will continue to attract foreign portfolio inflows into short-dated sovereign debt, that's the NT bills, providing underlying demand for the naira. Another key issue we want you to watch is the watch points. Market participants will monitor corporate demand momentum ahead of the weekend, alongside global crude price fluctuations, which remain the primary driver of medium-term forex buffer growth. And with that, we'll move on to the energy market, where Brent crude closed lower on Thursday after volatile trading, driven by geopolitical developments in the Middle East and tightening fiscal supplies. At the closing of the market, Brent crude futures settled at $86.88 per barrel, down 1.37%. That's losing about $1.21 on the day. Prices swung between an intraday highs of $89.50 a barrel and a low of $86.27 per barrel. The key drivers here is profit-taking pulled prices lower late in the session, despite initial gains triggered by US strikes on Iranian positions. Support remained underpinned by the US Energy Information Administration, EIA report showing a steep commercial inventory drawdown of 7.2 million barrels to 404.5 million barrels, the lowest stock level since 2018. And quickly moving on to take a look at the crude performance this morning, which was characterized by rebound in Asian trading. Brent crude has rebounded during today's early morning trading, putting the benchmark on a track for its strongest monthly gain since early 2026. Brent crude futures, talking about September contracts, are up a positive 0.7% to trade at $89.64 per barrel. The monthly trajectory here is that the global benchmark is set to lock in an impressive 20% to 21% monthly surge for July. The catalyst here is the renewed geopolitical risk premiums following retaliatory drone attacks near Suez Canal, the Suez Canal shipping routes, and escalating threats in the Strait of Hormuz are driving buy-side momentum. And quickly to our market outlook today. Expect heightened volatility across energy desks today as traders balance supply security risk with weekend positioning. The factor to watch here is equally the technical levels, where key short-term support sits near $87 a barrel with immediate resistance tested at $92 per barrel. The core drivers is that market focus remains pinned on Middle East maritime transit security and potential trade disruption through the Suez Canal and Strait of Hormuz. With US inventories at multi-year low, any further supply friction will keep upward pressure on prices through the close. And quickly taking a look at the Nigerian commodities market, where trading activities on the domestic commodities exchange closed on a mixed note yesterday, driven by selective industrial processor and seasonal harvest supply pressures. Then taking a look at paddy rice, it gained a positive 2.03% to close at 360 naira 63 kobo per kilogram on sustained mill side buying. Maize advanced a positive 5.74% to 305 naira 50 kobo per kilogram, reflecting tight fiscal flow in supply at warehouse centers. Shogun spiked by a positive 15% to 317 naira 85 kobo per kilogram, following increased demand from beverage and grain processors. Soya beans shared a negative 3.68% to settle at 620 naira 79 kobo per kilogram on increased profit taken by merchants. And then taking a look at retail staple food across regional. Here you see transportation overheads and regional supply routes continue to drive price variance for key household staples across major urban hubs. And taking a look at Lagos, yes, the commercial hub. Imported rice, the 50 kg bag of it went for between 60,000 to 65,000 naira. And taking a look at Gari, the yellow one of it, or the Jebu Gari, you know, one pint of it sells for between 1,100 to 1,500 naira. Medium yam tubers in Lagos went for between 2,800 naira to 3,500 naira. The key driver here is the high port clearing cost and interstate haulage expenses maintain elevated retail flows across coastal markets. And quickly taking a look at Abuja, yes, which is the North Central Transit Hub. Taking a look at local and imported rice, 50 kg bag of it in Abuja went for between 52,000 to 58,000 naira. And Gari, the white one, a pint of it sold between 1,000 to 1,200 naira. And the brown or white beans, the 100 kg bag of it in Abuja went for between 85,000 to 95,000 naira. The key driver here is the proximity to northern farming belts keep grain prices moderately lower compared to southern consumer centers. And moving on to Enugu, which is the southeast distribution hub. Local rice, 50 kg bag of it in Enugu is sold between 50,000 to 55,000 naira. The yellow gari that we know, a paint bucket of it in Enugu went for between 1,200 naira to 1,400 naira. And speaking to the medium yam tuber, in Enugu is sold between 2,500 naira to 3,200 naira. The key market driver here is the strong local cassava processing capacity, which holds Gari steady, while interstate haulage from Benue supports, your local yam arrivals. Quickly, the market projection here is that we expect food prices to trade within current elevated bands throughout today's trading section. One of the factors that will determine the pace or the shape of the market is supply chain factors. Yes, early crop harvest arrival. Speaking to maize, yam, we provide slight downside pressure on wholesale prices in northern distribution hubs. Another factor is the cost pressures. High transport logistics and fuel input costs will keep retail price spread wide between producing regions and urban consumption centers like Lagos and Enugu. And with that, we'll take a look at the international market, where starting from the Wall Street, which had a strong tech-led rebound. U.S. equities staged a powerful recovery on Thursday, clawing back losses from earlier section as stellar earnings from mega cap tech giants led by Microsoft and Amazon reignited investor confidence in artificial intelligence capital spending. S&P 500 advanced a positive 121.48 points to close at 7,437.63 points. Nasdaq Composite outperformed, surging a positive 679.24 points to settle at 24,122.18 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average rose to a positive 613.92 points. That's a positive 1.20% to finish at 52,208.06 points. And quickly moving on to European markets, which saw a mixed session following heavy earnings. European pulses navigated a choppy Thursday session. Investors balanced a wave of corporate earnings report against monetary policy headwinds following a hawkish rate hold by the Federal Reserve. And taking a look at UK FTSE 100, which gained a positive 0.50% to close near record highs at 10,946.53 points, buoyed by commodity and energy heavyweights. And in Germany, that's 40, edged lower, down is a negative 0.40% to close at 25,448.76 points, as industrial and tech listing dragged the markets down. France, CAC 40, gained a positive 0.40% to settle at 8,408.27 points. Pan-European stores, 600, retained a slight downward bias around 645.02 points. And quickly to the Asian market, which saw extreme volatility and Friday rebound. Asian markets experienced extreme turbulence across Thursday's session before staging a historic turnaround early this morning. South Korea KOSPI, after swinging widely on Thursday and erasing an initial 5% surge, the index skyrocketed by a positive 14% early this morning in a record-breaking rally led by semiconductor giant Samsung Electronics. In Japan, Nikkei 225 closed Thursday up a positive 0.71% before leaping 5% this morning, boosted by Wall Street's tech rally and potential forex intervention supporting the yen. And China, Shanghai Composite slipped a negative 0.60% to close at 3,215.10 points amid cautious domestic consumer sentiment. And quickly to the market outlook. Global sentiment enters Friday, being this morning on a Friday firmly bullish footing, supported by the massive overnight tech rebound on Wall Street and historic gains across Asian trading desks. The primary catalyst here is that traders will monitor whether Wall Street momentum carries through to European markets opening while watching central bank policy decisions, including the Bank of Japan and ongoing geopolitical developments in the Middle East. And quickly before we go, here is our market advice, especially for the Nigerian investor. On equities, we're urging you to buy the dip. Don't go into panic sales. Yesterday's 0.65% market dip is healthy profit taking, not a trend reversal. The action here is resist selling sound counters. Use the pullback to accumulate fundamentally strong tier 1 banks and blue chip energy names at a discount. And on fixed income, we are urging you to secure high yields with MPR locked at 26.50%, risk-free returns, and remain exceptionally attractive. The action plan here is to lock surplus liquidity into short-term treasury bills and money market funds for guaranteed income. And on forex and liquidity, we are urging you to stay calm. The naira is stable at 1,360 naira against the dollar with a tight parallel market spread. The action plan here is to avoid speculative dollar buying, maintain working local cash to grab bargain stocks. So the bottom line is to keep a defensive foot in high yield fixed income and keep your powder dry to scoop up discounted equities on the dip. And before we go, here is a quick reminder. Why we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching the Aneke TV market updates to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, Digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Good morning and welcome to Aneke TV Sports Today. I am your one and only Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle. You know, today is Friday, and thank God it's Friday, thank God it's weekend, thank God it's another day for us to refresh, you know, for us to go take some rest, for us to also see how the week has been. Of course, it's been a wonderful week in the world of sports, seeing that the Commonwealth Games, which has been taking place, Nigeria's place has been successful. Of course, they have really tried their best, and so far trying their best, still on the 5th position. While we're still looking at the world of Formula One, they're about to get into their summer break, and this and more, of course, the FIFA issue, where you have the Infantino coming out to say that he wants to sell some stakes of the World Cup to a private enterprise, which has been ruled out by many confederations of sports. I mean, talking about sporting, coordinators on the continent, those who oversee sporting games or football, we could say, in the continent, and most of them have come out to say no, that's not good. And individuals too, talking about other private institutions, have come out to say that would not work, because football, when it was introduced, the fun is that there's some freedom. That freedom comes with the public, and it would be some meddling on the performance of players, and it could be a problem tomorrow and in the future. I have told you already that today promises to be interesting, and today promises to be inciting. I am not alone here. I am with I want to bring you in that way.
Introduction.
Yeah,
it's really nice. Of course, I remember you are one and only worldwide saying good morning. It's a lovely Friday morning. It's always cozy here in Enugu State, and we are going to have a beautiful weekend. Mr. Goodhope, I don't know your plans for the weekend.
Well, my plans for the weekend is also very simple. You see, I'm already on my adire, so about to.
Are you going for any traditional?
I'm going to meet. The president's wife has really told us that if they will get to win the next election, so that we'll have adire. So I'm kind of,
there's enough adire for anybody.
Yeah, for anybody, So we're kind of trying to practice if it does. But
so you're practicing wearing the adire.
But really, talking about that is just that there's something about wearing something cultural to a professional setting like this, where we talk about sports and talk about football. A lot of people wear suits, which is good. We wear suits. We appear on that. Yeah. Sometimes we wear shirts. But today is Friday. I mean, it's a day to cool off. It's not a day for you to be all suited and you are like you were
like when you're coming out on a Monday morning to start the day. Of course, today is Friday. It's a day that you are going. In fact, this is the beginning of the weekend, so you're supposed to enjoy the weekend.
Enjoy and have some freedom. Let me ask you, have you ever dressed on a Monday morning and you wore your shirt with your tie and you started laughing at yourself because you know that this thing you're wearing, it's not like you are inside. You're not that serious.
Well, you have to appear serious.
Yeah, you have to
wear the suit and the tie. At least it's a Monday morning.
Yeah, it's a Monday morning. Most times when I wear my shirt, it's just a secret I'm revealing to the people. Most times when I wear my shirt or put on my suit, or just look very serious. I used to laugh inside because I'm like,
the person.
I know.
It's not that serious compared to what.
Compared to what is inside, because I'll be doing as if, okay, what are we doing? Okay, so sports today, yes, okay, let's go.
And it's a Monday morning.
You have to be serious. So
that's what comes with Monday. It's a serious. It's one of the days that it's a beginning. Though Sunday is supposed to be the beginning of the week, but Monday is the beginning of the work day. So you tend to appear so serious that even when you are a comedian or you are a joker, you just wear that suit. It reveals that seriousness and readiness for you to go.
I think before we get into sports, I really think, I was thinking about it just yesterday. It makes a lot of sense for some things to be introduced in the sporting event. I mean, people laughing is also sports.
So we should
like think about it, laughing competition.
Who laughs more? It's a relief stress.
Laughing. People can laugh, and it's a competition.
But let them not see it on the other side, that you are laughing to. You are going to that other. You are tipping to that other angle. Well, when you laugh too much, the people now tend to begin to assume what's wrong.
Basically, when it's sports, it's going to be who laughs faster
and more,
or fastest and more. It's going to be measured by the amount of.
Imagine someone laughing for 1 hour. They would 10 minutes on another thing.
No, we'll do it. There's a way. I already have the idea. I already have the idea on my mind. it's going to be like, 9 p.m. to 9:10. Who's going to laugh straight for 10 minutes?
People will be laughing. You might not even know why they are laughing. They might not even be doing the sport with you.
No, that's fine. Because
to another
that's fine because, a lot of times we are living by our own perimeters. We are moved by what we see around us. And sometimes, the Holy Book has said that laughter makes the soul merry. So, I mean,
so
you
should laugh away your stress.
Yeah, laugh away your stress.
Your
but
pain,
no comedy, right? No comedy, nothing funny.
So
it's a laughing.
Nothing's going to trigger the laugh.
Okay, let me ask you. In football, you don't see people getting inspired to play or do something. They just go to the pitch and start playing. So, I mean, we're going to see this and we're going to see more on this. And, it's what we do here on Friday where we bring you that update and gist in the world of sports. And today, like I said, promises to be interesting. I think we have to launch out today talking about the FIFA, the FIFA president's appeal. I mean, his proposal to get the stakes from the World Cup to sell some percentage of the stakes in the FIFA World Cup, which has really caused a lot of stir around the organizers and those who are in charge of football, who have come out to say that they are not going to be part of this particular notion. And it's not going to make a lot of sense to do this. And you could see CONCACAF, they rejected it, and they said CONCACAF says it rejects FIFA proposal to sell World Cup stakes. And when you dive right into this issue, you will see a lot of other things to uncover. Now, before I bring you in, let me just review to you. Amaju Pinnick was one of the NFF officials sometime. This is the vote, of course. You see the vote from football.
Two continents already.
Yeah, CAF already. CAF will always be there. And I'm wondering what's really happening. CAF will always be there. And you look at CONMEBOL. Look at these are the continents who are very particular about this World Cup. You could see them together, and I will tell you that what we are having right now is not what we are seeing selling the stakes of the World Cup wisdom. I know you have something to say about this. And you see, I'm very active this morning because when I was awake, wide awake in the night, trying to find out why do you want to sell the stakes? Is it for FIFA to make more money, or are you trying to privatize the World Cup? I mean, the freedom there, the public approval and the participation is very important. But wisdom, I know you know better.
This first of all, this was like a one-man show. Infantino, first of all, did not do proper consultations, before moving into this agenda. When you did not consult the cabinet, like you want to take a decision without other people, you are not the owner of FIFA. You are elected, just like other people have come, being FIFA president have gone. We have so many names that have done this particular position that you are holding right now. Sepp Blatter was there. Now you are in position. You are just wanting to take a decision on your own, as if you are just the only one in charge. You have forgotten that you are elected. You are the president, quite all right, but there are some decisions you don't make on your own. Now, coming to sell some parts of the stakes, which is mostly the commercial aspect of FIFA, that's trying to privatize it, giving where company will now own the viewership, the sponsorship, all those ticketing, the branding, all those things concerning the commercials. That's what is actually going on right now. That's what Infantino wants to sell to private company. Imagine people owning the television rights when you have to broadcast, talking about the World Cup, talking about the FIFA Club World Cup. These are the two aspects he wants to sell the commercial rights to, and we don't even know the private company he wants to sell to, whether it's something that is having to relate with your own company or so. But you came out with a decision. You did not involve every other person. You are trying to impose it on them that you want to take this decision. And of course, UEFA have already come out to say they are not interested, they are not part of it. Then CONCACAF came out yesterday and also said they are not part of it. If you sum up the total, that's the total votes between CONCACAF and UEFA, you're already having 55 for UEFA, you're having 35 for CONCACAF. That's already close to 90, right? If not 90, then we are now having CAF, that's of course the African Federation. You're having the Asia, that's the AFC. You're having the Oceanic. You are still having the South America and the North America still remaining. But you have already gathered 90 people not with you. Then you still have, if CAF or Asia should join this, that's already a null and void for Infantino. He cannot proceed with that decision because you have 54 people left to vote for CAF. Then you have 46 for Asia. So if any of these continents should join UEFA and CONCACAF, I can tell you that decision is already void. But eventually, if they do not join, these people have already said they are going to boycott the tournament entirely, whether these other people are interested, whether there is a great number. When you say the eyes have it, whether they're having more numbers against the nays, it does not concern them. That's, imagine a World Cup where you are not featuring France, you are not featuring Spain, you are not featuring Germany, you are not featuring Italy, you are not featuring England. So who is now going to play the World Cup? That's the UEFA already aside, because that's where all these countries belong to. Who is now going to play the World Cup? Are you going to host a World Cup without these nations who are very, very pivotal for the World Cup? Then imagine CAF that joining, that's the African continent, which produced about 10 countries the last World Cup. Who is left to play the World Cup? Then you still have the FIFA Club World Cup. Which people are now going to partake? So at the end of the day, you see that most likely, this decision will not, favor Infantino. I can tell you, people are already coming out with the rumor that it's they think that it's President Trump that won't even want to buy this, in disguising as a private company. There are already rumors like that because of what happened in the World Cup, where he had to call Infantino and reverse that red card. So many issues, and like I said, it's a one-man decision. If he had consulted, maybe come out, had a roundtable, discussion with the other members, you will have, already gotten the reactions of other people, and you might have seen a way to convince them or give them the positive side of what you want to do. Of course, I'm sure maybe it's not going to pose so much of a negativity, but if you bring out the positive side to them, tell them the advantage, tell them what is going to bring in. If private company come in and eventually get to generate more for FIFA, you bring in your explanation to the board, and they will see reasons with you. But this time around, there was nothing like that. He just did a one-man show, and you now want to come and impose it on them. For me, it's not a good thing for me.
Let me just come in here. Yeah. Many times from this angle, we as Africans, it's very important to tell you that we are not in the place where we should be. In the football ranking, and in the performance, and in the administration. Yeah. Okay, this is a confirmed news. It's not a. It's a news. This what I'm about to say now is really what happened. Imagine Pinnick, former NFF president. Yeah. He came out to say that someone like Giovanni Infantino is someone that has football at heart. He had to praise him, and also he said something that I had to pick. And when that thing had to raise a lot of questions, and that question has been before time began, that football is no longer for the love of sports; it's also for the income and revenues. That's the question. Now, see what happened was he said that. Before he won, talking about Infantino, before he won FIFA president, when he was campaigning, that he was told that Nigeria was earning $200,000. So that this $200,000, that he will increase the revenue to $1.2 million. And when he won, he increased it to $1.2 million. Okay. Where are you seeing the $1.2 million?
Are they using the 1.2?
The development of it would have been amazing. Like I was blown off. $1.2 million. Let's not say it's a month, because let me not say it's a month. Let's say for every sporting activity. Okay. Sorry, every match, or trying to sponsor games, sponsor activities. Yeah. Let's talk about it from the aspect where this is a quarterly or yearly. Let's use the yearly so that you don't faint. Okay. Let's use a yearly budget. Having that kind of amount, I'm sure that till now is still what we are receiving from FIFA. Yeah, I'm not sure that FIFA will reduce, because the budget keeps going high as the day unfolds. So now, bringing it down to FIFA and this whole saga that we are facing now, about selling the 20% stakes, starting in an enterprise, something like that, you would see that it does not really add up. And UEFA has said no, this thing is not going to work.
Yeah, of course.
That football, the heritage of football is the freedom. Money cannot come in and spoil the game. Now, when you sell to investors, what would the investors do?
Yeah.
They will have a control of the game. And you know, when you have started selling to investors, you will start to sell much more. Before you know it, the stakes of the World Cup, 80% will be to investors. Now, what you are doing is you are still introducing, let me use the word, inflation in football, because the price of players will increase for no reason. And then you are having that activities are no longer being held because of the love. How much can you pay? There was something we saw many years ago. I'm not taking away the fact that money is part of football. Of course, if there was no money, the sports would have not developed till now. But selling the FIFA stakes, something about the World Cup, something that unites the whole world, something that, you know, brings that love and
to a private
yes,
company that we are not even we don't even know who the private company is.
No, the thing is that they want to form the company. They want to form
another company.
Yes, they want to form another enterprise. Apart from FIFA, it's just going to be by the side and sell the stakes. From there, they will sell the stakes. No, their reasons are good. They want to make more money.
Then how are we sure the money they are even going to make is going to reflect
you know the funny thing, they want to make more money so that they can handle, you know, expand the competition.
So they can, the question now is that private company, is it necessary? Now FIFA, the last World Cup, it was expanded. It was not the usual number of
I think I have an image here, and I've really shown it. I wish we could see the image. How FIFA would look, World Cup would look like if there was none of those countries that were listed. You will see,
there will be no World Cup.
No, there will not be any World Cup. But I wanted us to see how FIFA World Cup would have looked like. How
imagine those countries that are listed not in the World Cup. Then some Africans have not voted yet. So imagine the big giants not in the World Cup. What are we going to enjoy?
We're going to see football. I mean, why?
What are we going to watch?
That's the problem. That's the problem. The information level and the understanding that we have in Africa in sports, especially in football, is not tallying. Because, I mean, football started in Britain, basically Europe, and the development so far has, given us that edge, has given, many people all over the world are watching football. In fact, yesterday while I was just going down, I was almost at my gate. I saw one lady I used to know that used to be part of my community. She's still part of my community, but for a while she has not been around. But I saw her and I was like, wow, so you are a Messi fan? She said yes. Now she was wearing Argentina Kiniki. I said, you are a Messi fan? She said yes, she's a Messi fan. I asked her, you watch football? She said yes. She's active. You know what? Active in football. You see, football started somewhere we did not know. Now it's back to us. Why would CAF vote? Is to tell you, listen, if I say this, it will be a problem.
CAF might even vote in favor of what Infantino.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they voted in favor of what Infantino was saying. Now is not football CAF voted for. They voted for the money. It's personal interest.
And that's what's killing.
We can't take away what's happening in Africa. We can't take it away and masquerade it as something else. We're seeing how Africa has been over the years. How people who are in charge. Okay, let me ask you. That's why I raised the Amaju Pinnick issue. He did well. He tried his best. But let me tell you, $1.2 million yearly, not from 2014, because he started in 2014 and ended in 2022. Let's just say he started in the middle. What do you think about how is it going to be? Because I'm so worried about this whole stake thing. Now, when I'm watching football, guess what will happen? There will be a lot of ads.
And for that 2014, remember we have not gone to the World Cup. That is to say the money that was even given was not even utilized.
Okay, you want us to go there, but let's go there.
No, let's not.
No, let's go there.
Because money.
Let's
remember the players.
Let's go there.
The players were also complaining that they were not receiving their salaries on time, and the amount they were receiving, it was as if they were short paid. That was when they now eventually changed the rules that they had to be paying the players directly to their accounts. You know, before they pay to NFF, the NFF will not disburse. Okay. Now they are not paying directly, you know, after players came out to protest.
Okay, very wonderful news that we saw yesterday. I mean, I saw it yesterday and I was excited. Yeah. And I want to link it up. I don't know if it will be linked up, if I would do a good job, or maybe after this show there will be issues everywhere. But let me link it up.
Yeah.
Our Super Falcons lost their first game.
Yes.
After they lost their first game, in that period they lost their first game, that was when they were awarded the promises of...
Yes, okay, I saw that news. The promises of when they won the last...
was fulfilled.
That was when it was not fulfilled.
Now, so now, I'm not saying they were waiting for them to lose their game. Don't you think that these guys had to lose this game?
Maybe that was part of...
Don't you think that they had to lose this game so that they can win it?
How can you promise somebody something
it's been
years ago, then they now entered another tournament, the WAFCON, lost the first part, then it's now you are fulfilling the promises of yesterday that you are supposed to have given. You know, this, I don't know, the federation is, you know, we have talked about
the thing is that when we keep talking about these things, we'll be you know, it would just be like, you know, a snake that you are trying to give poison. Snake has poison already. You're trying to give snake poison, so it can die by itself.
Fulfilling the promise that you made long time ago. After they have lost, are you not trying to motivate them, or are you not trying to tell them, okay, we are with you?
Yeah, this time around. And if we investigate, we'll still see that some of these players who played maybe in 1998 events, Nigeria's featured or represented Nigeria at any of the World Cup games, you will see somewhere promises have not been fulfilled, and that money was disbursed. Now the question is, what happened to Nigeria qualifying for the World Cup? Don't you think, listen, if you start reading this thing, you start discovering and uncovering many things. Because why would Africa be part of, you know, those who will, you know, support this kind of stake? It's somehow. But for me, I think that it does not really add up. But at the end of the day, when we still look at what other people are saying, because where football started, they said no. That's just it.
The origin of football said no. Then that's why we've already summarized it. It's just personal benefit.
Yeah, it's just for your personal benefit.
Because you cannot say it's for the development of, you know, the African nation. So, well, at the end of the day, we will see what happens, because I know from what we are having, if UEFA does not join and CONCACAF already not with Infantino, this decision might not go, it might not progress. So let's just see what's going to happen in the coming weeks. Well, let's take a quick short break. When we come back, we'll move into the world of boxing, then, you know, the world of Commonwealth game, what's happening in the Commonwealth game. Then we'll come back to football proper, where we are having some transfer and some rumors still coming your way. Of course, we know Bayern Munich played a friendly match yesterday, which they trashed their opponent 15-0, but of course it's a friendly match. We'll go for a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. We are still here on Aneke Sports on Aneke TV, and we have been talking about what has happened with Infantino, the decision he made, which we are not seeing the lights at the end of the tunnel with that decision. Probably that decision will be overturned, and, you know, the agenda that he has, basically, I'm not sure it will go through, but we are going to see what happens in this coming week. And of course, there are other activities in the world of sports, so we are diving right straight to boxing, where we are having to see top rank wins between Hani versus Keishaw, sports bid for $8.55 million. You know, this world of boxing, we have talked about it so much time, and the income they generate. Imagine these two, you know, top rank wins, which gained $8.5 million US, my brother. It's not Nigerian naira.
No, it's not Nigerian
US dollars, 8.5 million, 8.55. That's 8.55. It's quite a big number. The only other bid came from Takeover Promotions, who bidded $2,350 US. In fact, the figures I don't want to punch it in my calculator so that I will not have too much headache this morning. And of course, we are having a fight coming up. We are having Fundora versus Handribej. You know, this fight is coming up October 17th. We are going to see Sebastian Fundora face his opponent Handribej, and of course it's for the junior midweight title. This is for the junior midweight title. Then we are moving straight. Of course, you're having that on your screen. You are seeing Fundora versus Handribej. Is coming up October 17th. We are going to see that fight. Then moving straight to Formula One. Mr. Goodop, I know this way you like the world of Formula One, where they are celebrating, you know, the summer break.
I mean, I'm celebrating with them because I'm going to get a summer break because I'm part of you know, the Formula One family. I'm part of all of them. I'm part of what they do, and I really celebrate what they represent. You know, last race was won by the world champion, and it's his first race. You know, winning that's his first title in 2026. So I think it's interesting to have him back on the podium, and we're going to see other activities and how it is really going to be. Of course, it may not be when they return from the break around you know, late September. We're going to see what is going to be like, and of course, if you have been working, you actually need some time to, you know, refresh and have some chilling moments that you think about the games and the events that you still have to feature. And it's very interesting. It's really interesting. And I want us to talk about the Commonwealth Games as it is right now. The Commonwealth Games, where we have Nigeria still, you know, grasping for their breaths on the position where they are, and seeing Australia still raking in gold.
They're just packing the silver, almost all the medals.
They are about 100. They have
110
now. So it's something that I've seen, and I don't really know the kind of gears they came with. And this is Toby Amusan, the bronze, you know, medalist of our national side, who had to, you know, feature in the Commonwealth Games. You know, remember when she was rehearsing and when she was, you know, preparing and getting herself together so that she can, in Aberdeen, so that she can, you know, get into this race and you know, in the women's yes. So it's really important still seeing that the medal table remains the same, even though we are seeing the nations still coming together. Now, Nigeria's the making up of this. The truth is that the making up of this Nigeria's gold is more of the Paralympic.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like those who are not able to, those who are disabled, physically disabled are, you know, you see, you can't write off anybody. You can't really write them off. Toby Amusan had to make it 3 bronze medals for Nigeria, and we're still seeing Australia 51. And Australia is just very they are very
far ahead.
They are far ahead, and you are seeing England coming down. Imagine 51 gold, then 15 gold for England. Like, imagine the gap.
The gap is just almost times 4.
Oh, times 4. It's really long for England to. England can't do anything. And look at that, and 110, then 65, and it's still the games are still going on, and we're still seeing the island in the UK. That's the Fiji Island having 1 gold, and then that's all they have had. You see Cyprus still going to just have 3 at the end of the game. And you have Uganda, the African side, having 2 silver medals. And you have them having 1 bronze. Singapore has 2 silver. And Ghana has only 1 silver so far.
Ghana are trying this. They still have a medal.
Yeah, they still have a medal. They are trying. There are people that don't have medal, and you see them down.
Rwanda has 1 bronze, just one.
Everybody, yeah, there are people that just 1 bronze, and you are seeing Papua New Guinea, Rwanda, Isle of Man, and Trinidad and Tobago. You see Nauru, Sri Lanka, Ghana, Singapore, Uganda. You see, these nations are coming up. Now, I really want us to, let me tell you something. When I'm saying some things, it looks like I don't want to, maybe I want to be on a matter. Do you see the kind of gears that our cyclists had to wear for the game? Very amazing.
Beautiful.
Very beautiful. That is it. But that is what we wear.
This is more like a
just take a look. It shows you that these people are serious.
But this, I know when you are talking about that attire.
Now, like
that was just an attire.
Attire for what?
Did you see our Nigerian jersey? Was it not still fine when the one they used to play?
No. That's what I'm saying now. Someone that did this one. This one is the major.
This is the major. That one was just the attire.
Like they made buba for women. I don't understand.
It's not buba. It's not buba. It's gown. Which is buba.
Oh, gown. Okay, one gown.
They won't find the gown down to the competition.
Gown.
But you are seeing the jersey now. The jersey is not fine. That one is just gown they used to enter the competition. It's not what they're going to wear.
Is that gown, because if they had something like
that gown is fine.
But look. It's fine now.
It's fine.
Okay, it's fine.
It's looking beautiful.
But talking about, they could have made something like this on track. Track. Wear track. Good track. Are you not seeing how
to wear suit?
Not suit. Track. Good track. Make like Nigeria is a colorful place.
It was colorful.
Green, white, green, black.
That amazing. Green, white, green.
Well,
we do want black. I don't know. I like that.
I like it. It's not I don't like it. I like it. And while we're still talking about that, let's talk about the game yesterday, Morocco versus Algeria in the WAFCON. Talking about the WAFCON yesterday, the Morocco versus Algeria, and Morocco so far have been trying their best, and they have been playing a wonderful game, a wonderful football. I tell you for a fact that it has not been easy for anybody in this WAFCON, but we are seeing these people resolving and trying to take on.
Morocco now has 6 points. So
they have 6 points,
and they have qualified with these 6 points because the other 2 or the other 3 people, which is Algeria, Senegal, and Kenya. We have Algeria on 3 points, Senegal on 3 points, and Morocco won this match against Algeria. That pushed them to 6 points. So they are in fact, they are the only people on 6 points right now in the competition. So I think the men and the women from the Moroccan side, they are really doing a lot. They are really playing good football, and the men, you saw what they did in the World Cup. The Moroccan side, they did in fact, they were one of the best Africa, if not the best in the World Cup. Now you are seeing the women. Don't forget that the last WAFCON, it was Nigeria versus Morocco, that played that final where Nigeria had to come from 2 goals down to win 3-2. Now they have qualified, and Nigeria, of course, we are playing tomorrow against Zambia. Zambia will trash the Egyptian side 6 goals, was it 6 or 5 to nothing. And this is a match that is very important to us because it's our second match. We lost the first match. If we don't win, like we always say, we should not be in that position to start doing mathematics. I don't want to be seeing that fact that we have to start doing mathematics every time when we are playing football. Mathematics is supposed to be kept aside. If you are doing 3 + 3, we know you are doing mathematics. So we now it's compulsory that we get a win tomorrow against Zambia. I don't know how easy that is going to be, but I can tell you that is a very difficult match. Zambia won their first match in a clear goal margin, and having to face Nigeria, who lost, coming down from a defeat. Now, don't forget that it's not only the football we are talking about. Remember that these people, we are only, giving their promise that they were promised last World Cup. Now, that motivation, I can tell you that it's not really there. These are things that you do for people before they come into the competition. Let them be, mentally okay, mentally oriented, that they are okay mentally. They are not thinking about what they were promised that they were not giving. These things should not it should not be happening while you are in the competition already. Imagine that they have already delivered all their promises to these young ladies before coming into the World Cup. These people will be energetic. They will want to play for their nation. Now the nation they are playing for is like forsaking them. not delivering on their promises, that you are coming to deliver, one of the promises when they have lost their first match. For me, it's demoralizing.
It's demoralizing.
It's not really good for. It's not good for the health of the competition.
Do you want us to flog the matter, or should we move on?
No. So
if you want us to flog the matter, we
need to flog the matter. Let them know.
If you want us to flog it, we flog it. But
there are other matters arising.
But just for safety and for other, just to bring in just few things.
Yeah.
But we still flog the matter.
We have to keep
now. Ousmane Dembele, let's just go to the foreign scene.
Yeah.
Ousmane Dembele is said to, just a year ago, it's been history having that young man coming back to, life, I would say. He came back to life. And 3 years ago, actually, he signed for PSG. He joined PSG. And it's been history, I would say, since then. You would see him 153 goals. 153, 35 games, 61 goals, 42 assists. The best FIFA men's player, Ballon d'Or, League One player of the year, twice, Champions League twice, League One 3 times, French Cup twice, UEFA Super Cup, FIFA Intercontinental Cup, then French Super Cup 3 times. He has really made history, and it's so beautiful to have someone like Ousmane Dembele. Now, let's take a look at still the FA, not talking about the English FA, who has come out to say that any discrimination, anyone that tries to talk down or any issue around, around racism and the rest of them, they're not going to take it lightly. That person is going to go for some matches ban, and
10 matches.
And it's going to be something that is not going to make sense. That if someone joins, if someone comes to talk about a team or talk about, their fellow players, and in previous seasons, suspensions range from 6 to 12 matches for aggravated breaches of FA rule E3.2, which relates to misconduct around references to ethnic origin, color, race, nationality, religion, sex, gender reassignment, sexual orientation, or disability. So this is what FA they have come out to say, and I mean, kudos to FA. Kudos
this is a very good decision, because
very good decision.
Now players are getting too indisciplined. Yeah, so many. You saw the last World Cup. In fact, I don't want to call out any, but I will have to call out Argentina. If I'm not going to call out any of that.
Why will you say you will not go out?
In fact, I can tell you that the major reason why this decision is even coming up
is because of, and let me tell you, if we go there, Argentina, from rumors, is not really the FIFA body has not come out to say these things, but from rumors, there are some cases that that's been lined up for them.
They have a lot of defending to do this time around.
There are some cases which they have been sued.
Yeah.
Which there are some cases which have been fired. They are, it's on the process. That's a rumor. I'm not saying it's from it's true. Yeah, it's confirmed. It's just a rumor, an allegation. Now, even you that is not a lawyer, you saw the final World Cup.
Of course, even before the final.
You wanted to sue them from where you were.
If it was possible for me to sue Argentina from where I am here, I will sue them, because that country, I can tell you what they played. Despite they got to the final,
they are good.
Was not their kind of play was very bad. It's not good for football. You don't come to the football to break somebody's leg. You are not playing football. If you want to do UFC, go to the UFC and do kickboxing. If you want to be involved in boxing, just go there. If it's rugby you want to do, go to that angle. There are many sports that you can fit into, but not football. You have to let someone play football and enjoy his career, not ending someone's career untimely. Look at that challenge in that final where Enzo Fernandez had to tackle. Does that tackle make sense? Is that supposed to be part of football, where you have to tackle someone that the person is even doing acrobatics? Is not part of football for me. Tackle someone that the person is in
acrobatics.
I don't know what brings acrobatics to football. Like the Argentine team, they were so rough. Even apart from that challenge, there were so many challenges that they just had to allow the match to continue.
Why we say this is because it's not like we don't like this is football. There are people can lose. I mean, people can lose a final. It's part of football.
Part of football now.
You must not win. If you're not so ready, you see that Spain deserved all the win.
At the end of the day,
they played a beautiful football. They dominated. They shot more. In fact, it was a clinical game for Spain. Spain, it was like someone coming to fight you in the mud with white shirt, and their white shirt is still white.
Very, very. In fact, there was no stain.
There was no stain. There was not even one peton. Let's use the word.
Argentina were not sportsman like at
so
all.
They didn't give that, that having someone like Lionel Messi in your team. I know you guys are fighting for him. Everyone across the world, everyone Messi fans want him to win, wanted him to win. They wanted him to be successful, and they are still wanting him to be successful, which is okay. But to come out and be aggressive, you see what's going on now. So English FA bringing this in would show us that players who eventually discriminate or say things or talk about
any
misconduct in terms of words, misconduct, you are going to take 10 match ban, and it's very good. Take 10 match ban and go and rest so that your head will be set.
Maybe 1-2 persons are taking that 10 match ban. Everybody, they will teach to that line of being disciplined, because it's not just about knowing how to play football. You have to be disciplined, in education. Now you say in learning and in character. In football, you have to learn. Apart from being good, you play football very well. Your character is also part of football. How you play the football, your tackling, it has to be coordinated. You are not in a wrestling match where you are fighting. So at the end of you even saw after the match, after the final, where you are supposed to congratulate the winner, you turned your back where the Spanish side were celebrating. You forgot you are the World Cup winner last World Cup, talking about 2022. The French side did not turn their back at you. They gave you that guard of honor. But now it's your turn to, celebrate somebody else. You are, after the match, you are fighting. Then you guys turned your back against the Spanish side, who even also clapped for you when you are receiving your own medal. For me, that was not a show of sportsmanship in any way, in any manner. So it's good that the FA is coming out with this, kind of decision, because so many Argentine players also play in the Premier League. So it's not only seeing them maybe in the Spanish league. You have so many. Romero plays in the Premier League. You have peterobi. You have Enzo Martinez. You have there are so many. McAllister plays in. So it's good that they come out with this decision, because you don't just see these things in the World Cup. It's also happening in the Premier League. It's also happening in the La Liga. So when decisions like this are made, when you play a match, you get 10 match ban. Your senses will tell you next time when you want to make that harsh challenge, or when you want to say something, when you want to cover your mouth, when you want to do that racial abuse, it will come to you. That memory will come to you that, oh, if I do this, it's another 10 match ban, and you are killing your team. At the end of the day, maybe the coach will even decide to start benching you, because you are not impacting in the team. Rather, you are even costing them, more loss. When you're having to play match without your important or your vital player, it's already a loss for the team. Imagine Enzo Fernandez not featuring in Chelsea for 10 matches. That's already a loss for them. So, or McAllister not featuring for Liverpool, or the Sergio Romero not featuring for Tottenham. These are influential players, but not being there for 10 matches. Then maybe when you come back after that 10 match, you also get another misconduct, another 10 matches, so 20 matches. So for me, it's a good decision when it's going to help them to be disciplined. Help them to remember that it's football they are playing. You are not here to end somebody's career. You are here to play football and go. Other people will still come. There was football before you. There will be football after you. So just enjoy the game, and let others also enjoy the game. Even though you are on the losing side, you should enjoy the game. It's part of the football. You lose or you win sometimes. So for me, it's a good decision. Still moving forward in the world of football that we are talking about, we are having Fulham, who are in the transfer market. I can tell you that since when Arbeloa came to Fulham, it's like it's Arbeloa and Real Madrid that are in Fulham right now, because they are signing most players from, the players that Real Madrid are not quite, using. Arbeloa is just gunning for them. And this is Gonzalo Garcia to Fulham. This is almost a done deal, I can tell you. Gonzalo Garcia is almost a done deal to Fulham. And Arbeloa has, of course, Real Madrid placed a 30%, sell option. That's if Fulham are going to sell this player, maybe after his contract is, runs over, is going to bring back 30% to Real Madrid. I think Real Madrid are doing business these days, because anybody they are selling these days, they are putting that sell clause about 30%. So in the future, if Fulham sells this player, they are going to still remit another 30% to Real Madrid. And Arbeloa is going for 2 players for Real Madrid. So you see that Real Madrid already has 60%, in the both players that Fulham are buying from there. So for me, this is the business side of football. Still talking about football, where we are having to see, okay, Bayern Munich played a friendly match yesterday that they had to trash. I don't know why, whether which information, which What are you passing to, the Bundesliga? Is it that the teams that are coming to play should just don't bother to play? How can you beat somebody 15 goals to nothing? I know it's a friendly match, but that margin, though they are from the 8th division side, but it's 11 men at the end of the day. You should not be beating somebody that much. It's not basketball. Or what are you going to, why are you beating? And these are not even the first team players that we have featured in that friendly match. We not see the likes of the what's it called, Olise. You not see Diaz, you not see Hurricane. If you check the goal scorers in Nama, you will see names that that you are not even sure they were in Bayern Munich. You will be seeing CDB, you will be seeing some kind of name. I saw Ibrahimovic, I was thinking it was Zlatan Ibrahimovic, but I know of course that one has retired, and I saw it was another Ibrahimovic. So there are so many people in Bayern Munich that we don't even know about, but of course they trust the opponent.
Well, actually, compared all the goals they have scored so far against this particular side is 210.
210.
Yes, 210 goals.
I think they have an issue with this side.
There was a time, there was one particular year they trashed them 22-0.
Why? If I was this side, I would not play Bayern Munich.
It's just the way they. If it was me and I start scoring against Bayern Munich, I'll be afraid. This is a way to celebrate, that they are playing with top players.
Anyway, they are happy
for them it's a happy game.
Yes.
The 8th side, what do you expect them to do? They are so happy that they are even, in fact, that they are even playing at all with Bayern Munich. You could see 15. Oh God,
15 goals to
nothing, and it's not like they were playing. They had imagine they brought in Hurricane.
The normal players, the first team lineup was not even the ones playing. It was the second team, or if not the third team that were playing, and you're trashing. Palinha is scoring, and so many of them. We're still talking about football. We are having Eddie Howard that's talking about the Newcastle coach stroke manager. He has left the role of of being the Newcastle. Now this is because of the what's happening with Newcastle. I can tell you that there are crises right now in Newcastle where you're having, and they sold Anthony Gordon the other day, they sold Sandro Tonali the other day,
and Bruno
Gomes is still about to be leaving. Joelinton has even come out to say he wants to leave the club because you are selling your first team, your starters. Which players is the coach going to use? Then when Newcastle is not performing, you will not bring the blame on the coach. So for me, I think it's a good decision for me to leave, because at the end of the day, you are leaving. He's not even buying. Newcastle are not yet in the market that you are saying, okay, as they are selling, they are replacing. They sold Tonali, you see replacement. They sold Gordon. There's no replacement. They're not buying, and you want him to remain. Then, of course, Newcastle is getting to be a big name in the Premier League right now. If you want to play Newcastle, you have to be well prepared. So, and they're featured in the last Champions League. Yeah. So imagine these people that went to the Champions League. You are selling players as if you are in the lower division. So for me, Newcastle are not doing a great job. And of course, the coach had to resign, and they're already looking out for another new coach. So this, at the end of the day, is all we have for you on today's segment of Aneke Sport. I hope you had a great time and you have been updated. Don't forget to leave your comments on our social handles, talking about Facebook, talking about YouTube, talking about Twitter. We are going to see you same time tomorrow, same station on Aneke TV. I remain your humble host, Worldwide, saying have a lovely Friday and have a lovely weekend. Bye-bye.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Have a wonderful day. Bye.
Across Nigeria, From bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Iwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security. By leveraging local knowledge and community networks, rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
A good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines this morning, Army launches probe into linked classified security memo. Oyo sets up judicial panel to investigate school kidnappings. On the foreign scene, Ukraine appeals to US for more air defense missiles. On business, Customs seizes expired disposal vapes worth over 800 million naira in Lagos. Now the news in details. The Ogun State chapter of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, has raised alarm over an acute shortage of medical practitioners across the state, revealing that only 1,200 doctors are currently serving an estimated population of 9 million residents. Speaking at a press conference in Abeokuta, the state NMA chairman, Dr. Lukman Ogunjimi, stated that the current ratio stands at 1 doctor to 7,500 residents. He noted that Ogun State requires at least 5,000 doctors to provide optimal healthcare services across its primary, secondary, and tertiary health facilities. The association lamented that the remaining healthcare workers who chose to stay back in the country face mounting challenges, including unwarranted public physical assaults and unlawful harassment by security agencies over purely clinical matters that fall under professional regulatory oversight. While commending the state's governor, Prince Dapo Abiodun, for approving the implementation of the professional allowance table and specialist allowances, the medical leadership called on the government and the public to prioritize the protection and welfare of medical personnel who remain committed to domestic public health. The wife of the president, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has raised the alarm over the rising wave of online scams driving transnational human trafficking across the country and the West African sub-region. Speaking in Abuja in a message to mark the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons, Senator Tinubu warned that modern slavery has rapidly evolved beyond traditional forms into digital exploitation. She stated that cyber criminals use fraudulent overseas job offers and investment schemes to trap unsuspecting young citizens, including educated graduates, into forced criminality abroad. The First Lady urged individuals, community leaders, and law enforcement institutions to remain highly vigilant against those evolving digital tactics, calling for unified action to dismantle human trafficking networks and protect vulnerable citizens from international fraud syndicates. Also, digital job offers are increasingly becoming traps for human trafficking as syndicates shift from physical coercion to online exploitation. In Enugu, the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, has led a major public sensitization campaign to mark the 2026 World Day Against Trafficking in Persons under the global theme, Trapped Behind the Scam. Aneke TV was there and now brings you the report.
Today is set aside by the United Nations to commemorate the World Day Against Human Trafficking. This year's theme is Trapped Behind the Scam.
The National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, has warned the public against fraudulent online job offers used by trafficking syndicates to recruit victims. NAPTIP officials issued the alert in Enugu during a sensitization road walk marking the 2026 World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. The event aligned with the United Nations theme, Trapped Behind the Scam, which highlights the growing use of digital platforms for human trafficking. The awareness march, led by the Enugu Zonal Commander of NAPTIP, commenced at Roban stores along Agbani Road and terminated at the Gariki bus terminal. The exercise brought together officials of government ministries, law enforcement agencies, faith-based organizations, and civil society groups who engaged traders, commuters and young people on emerging trafficking trends and the need to remain vigilant against deceptive recruitment offers. Representing the Enugu State Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development, Clementina Obu urged parents to be cautious of individuals promising to sponsor or train children outside their homes without proper verification.
Ejezinebedi ma obi gba boy nọrọ na be nne na nna gị ga akwụkwọ maka na gịnị akwụkwọ dị mkpa. Governor Peter Mbah emego ka akwụkwọ Enugu bido na primary 1 ruo na JS3 buru free na Enugu State. Ị ga-aga akwụkwọ kịta na akwụghị ụgwọ akwụkwọ.
Speaking of the legal implications of human trafficking, the Secretary of the Enugu State Task Force on Human Trafficking, Caroline Ngozi Ava, said despite traffickers adopting new digital methods, the law remains firm and offenders will continue to face prosecution.
Onye hụrụ ihe na-adịghị mma ya kwuo ya nya report ya ofu onye enweghị nwa bụ nwa ọha ife ebe a na-emegbu nwatakịrị kwuo okwu agbakwa na nkịtị. When you see something, say something, and when you say something, do something.
Community stakeholders stressed that effective intelligence for members of the public remains critical to dismantling trafficking networks and preventing vulnerable persons from falling victim.
Anyinwa na afọ na ndị niile eji bụ ndị anyị na-darụ iwu human trafficking na na-akpụpụ ha court n'aha ndị NAPTIP, both civil and criminal prosecution. A na-akpụpụ ha court ha ga-eje nga n'enu ya a ga-anata compensation maka onye ha ghọgburu wee sị ya na a ga-enye ọrụ wee were ya mee ihe ọzọ.
Religious leaders also called for stronger collaboration among faith-based organizations, families and communities to educate young people on the dangers of fraudulent employment and migration offers.
As a religious body, we are out to stand against evil. We are anything that has to do with the dignity of human being, we are against it. And that is why we also join hands together with all those, especially the government agency and other religious body and other agencies to say no to human trafficking because it is evil. And anything evil in the sight of God, as Christians also it is evil in our sight.
Civil society organizations further encouraged residents to properly report suspicious movements and recruitment activities to security agencies, noting that early intervention often prevents exploitation.
I want to say that we are very grateful for your collaboration and we want more. Of a truth, we are succeeding and we shouldn't give up. ICMPD joins NAPTIP and other stakeholders to say stop human trafficking.
The zonal commander of NAPTIP in Enugu, Jonathan Awa Obai, reaffirmed the agency's commitment to rescuing victims, prosecuting traffickers, and strengthening collaboration with relevant stakeholders to eradicate human trafficking across the southeast.
We come here to say no to human trafficking, and we are asking people to continue to join our partners, the CSO, the NGOs, the federal government agencies and local government agencies, that they should join us to say no to human, because it is a security issue. All hands must be on deck.
The event ended with participating organizations reaffirming their commitment to sustain public awareness, stronger interagency collaboration, and enhanced victim protection as part of broader efforts to combat human trafficking and other forms of exploitation in Enugu State. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News. President Bola Tinubu has urged state governors to prioritize capital allocations for road networks and critical rural infrastructure, rather than spending public resources on non-viable white elephant projects. Receiving a delegation of Oyo State traditional rulers at the presidential villa in Abuja, President Tinubu emphasized that expanding rural roads is essential to unlocking local agricultural economies and enabling security agencies to respond rapidly to banditry and insurgency threats. He stated that ongoing fiscal reforms have significantly boosted monthly federal allocations to state governments, empowering governors to deliver impactful municipal infrastructure directly to its people. In a related development, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Wike, is seeking direct federal intervention to complete Abuja's long-abandoned landmark project, the Millennium Tower. Minister Wike said that the cost to complete the multi-purpose complex has escalated to nearly 400 billion naira, a figure that exceeds the statutory capital budget of the FCT. Gubernatorial candidates from 14 political parties participating in the August 15th Osun State governorship election have signed a peace accord in Osogbo, pledging their commitment to a peaceful, violence-free electoral process. Governor Ademola Adeleke and leading opposition flag bearers signed the peace agreement under the supervision of the National Peace Committee and officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. While Governor Adeleke expressed concerns regarding alleged harassment of his supporters, heads of security agencies assured all political actors of complete neutrality and robust security coverage across the state throughout the election. Addressing stakeholders, the INEC chairman, Professor Joash Amupito, issued a stern warning against vote buying, ballot box snatching, and any attempts to compromise electoral officers, emphasizing that violators will face full prosecution under the Electoral Act. The secretary to the Osun State government, Teslim Igbailaye, has been released from police custody following his arrest during an early morning raid on his private residence in Osogbo. Campaign spokesperson Belumi Olajegbesi and the Osun State Police Command confirmed his release, expressing gratitude to senior police authorities for intervening to uphold justice, fundamental rights, and the rule of law. Police officials stated that the tactical raid was executed following actionable intelligence regarding suspected criminal elements, resulting in the arrest of Igbalaye alongside 5 other individuals at the location. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Amupito, has declared that military deployment during elections must remain an exceptional operational measure rather than routine practice. Speaking through his representative at a security sensitization seminar in Abuja, Professor Amupito emphasized that while the Nigeria Police Force remains the primary agency for election security, armed forces intervention should strictly occur under extraordinary circumstances to support civil authorities. Defense authorities at the seminar reaffirmed their commitment to strict military neutrality, professional conduct, and non-interference as security preparations intensify ahead of the upcoming off-cycle elections. The Nigerian Army has instituted a high-level military board of inquiry following the unauthorized leakage of a classified security memo issued by the Department of State Services. The leaked intelligence document alerted field commanders to impending coordinated attacks by Boko Haram insurgents targeting vulnerable communities across Adamawa and Borno states. Senior officers at the 232 Battalion in Yola confirmed that internal security personnel are investigating the registry chain to identify the officer responsible for photographing and leaking the stamped document. The Oyo State government has inaugurated an independent judicial commission of inquiry to investigate the abduction of students and teachers in Orire local government area. The Commissioner for Information, Dotu Oyelade, confirmed that the judicial panel will review the facts, logistics, and security lapses surrounding the May 15th kidnapping episode, which lasted 56 days before the victims were safely rescued. The establishment of the panel fulfills a public pledge made by Governor Sheyi Makinde following the victims' release to unearth the root causes of the attack and recommend actionable measures to secure educational institutions nationwide. Rulers of the Southeast geopolitical zone have reiterated their collective resolve to eliminate rising security threats and restore economic stability across the region. The state chief executives reached the agreement in Umuahia, Ada State, during the maiden Southeast Security Summit organized by the Federal Ministry of Defense in collaboration with the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, Southeast Zone. The summit themed collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability, focused on combating kidnapping, attacks on security personnel, armed criminality, and farmer-herder clashes across the region. In his welcome address, the host governor, Dr. Alex Oti, declared that his administration is working closely with security agencies to make Abia State completely inhospitable to criminals, urging citizens to take active ownership of their security in their local communities. You're watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. The Nigerian Army has launched an investigation into the leak of a classified security memo warning of planned insurgent attacks in parts of the Northeast. The Oyo State government has inaugurated a judicial commission of inquiry to investigate the abduction of students and teachers in a rural local government area. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Ukraine has appealed to the United States for additional air defense missile systems to counter escalating Russian ballistic attacks. On the business scene, the Nigeria Customs Service has intercepted a 40-foot container of expired disposable vapes valued at more than 800 million naira at the Kirikiri Lighter Terminal in Lagos. Stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. The South Pacific island nation of Nauru has officially restored its indigenous title, changing its international designation to the Republic of Nauru. Government officials confirmed that the name change is designed to strengthen national sovereignty, preserve indigenous linguistic heritage, and eliminate a foreign title introduced by European explorers who mispronounced the native word. President David Adiang announced that the previously scheduled national referendum was cancelled because the traditional name, Nauru, is already embedded within the country's institution and local cultural identity. Diplomatic missions and international organizations have been formally notified of the transition, which establishes the official identity of the microstate as Nauru and its 12,000 citizens as De Nauru. Ukraine has issued an urgent diplomatic appeal to the United States government for advanced air defense missile systems to protect its energy grid and major population centers from daily Russian ballistic strikes ahead of winter. Speaking in Washington, Ukrainian envoy Olha Stefanishina warned that relentless lightly bombardments involving dozens of ballistic and cruise missiles are inflicting catastrophic destruction, making immediate interceptor deliveries essential as Kiev engages in diplomatic ceasefire negotiations. Although Ukrainian defense officials are negotiating with American defense contractors to establish local production facilities for Patriot missile interceptors, authorities acknowledge that domestic manufacturing will require several years to become operational. An armed drone attack targeting Egypt's Mediterranean port of Damietta has set fire to 2 commercial gas tankers, raising immediate security concerns over vital maritime shipping routes near the Suez Canal. Maritime security reports indicate that the strike initially hit a U.S.-owned liquefied gas storage vessel before spreading to an adjacent container ship, marking a significant geographic expansion of regional maritime conflicts into the eastern Mediterranean. Although Iranian authorities deny responsibility and warned against false flag provocations, the attack has inflicted further instability on global energy supply routes, already suffering from severe shipping disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz. Now to business news. The Ekiti State government has issued a final warning to landowners with undeveloped plots within government-allocated residential estates to commence physical construction on or before August 30th. The special advisor to the governor on lands, Professor James Olaleye, warned that failure to comply with the directive will result in the immediate revocation of land allocations and forfeiture of statutory titles back to the state government without compensation. State officials highlighted that vacant, overgrown residential plots in key estates across Ado-Ekiti, Ikere, Ikole, Ijaro, and Omo have turned into major public safety hazards that provide cover for criminal syndicates. The Kirikiri Lighter Terminal Command of the Nigeria Customs Service in Lagos has intercepted a 40-foot container carrying expired disposable electronic cigarettes valued at over 800 million naira. Briefing newsmen in Lagos, the acting customs area controller, Comptroller Bolaji Adigun, reported that physical examinations revealed over 180,000 units of disposable vapes with expired dates ranging between 2022 and 2026, posing severe health hazards to consumers. Alongside the anti-smuggling seizure, Comptroller Adigu announced a 35% increase in revenue collection, with the command generating 19.4 billion naira in June 2026, compared to 14.3 billion naira recorded in the corresponding period of the previous year. Now to sports news. The Nigerian Cricket Federation has announced a 14-player junior yellow-green squad for the upcoming International Cricket Council U19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2 in Rwanda. Selected following intensive screening camps in Abuja and Lagos, the national youth team will compete against host nation Rwanda, Uganda, Ghana, Mozambique and Sierra Leone from August 9 to 15th. Team captain Ramon Ali will lead the squad into the regional tournament, with head coach Daniel Jim setting a firm tactical mandate to secure promotion to the next phase of international competition. Nigeria will play its opening fixture against Uganda on August 9th, targeting a top 3 finish in Division 2 to advance into Division 1 and keep its Under-19 World Cup qualification campaign on track. And now to entertainment news. Afrobeats icon Davido has set a major industry record by becoming the first prominent African artist to sell an upcoming studio album directly to fans prior to its availability on commercial streaming platforms. The global music star is offering his highly anticipated project titled Oriade exclusively through its official web store ahead of its worldwide release on digital streaming services. This direct-to-consumer distribution strategy bypasses traditional record label release schedules, providing dedicated fans with early access to the music. Supporters looking to secure the 13-track album can pre-order digital copies of Oriade on his official web platform before the project lands across global streaming channels. And now to end the news, here are the main stories again. The Nigerian Army has commenced a comprehensive investigation into the leak of a classified security memorandum containing intelligence on planned insurgent attacks in parts of Adamawa and Borno states. The Oyo State government has inaugurated a judicial commission of inquiry to investigate the abduction of students and teachers in a rural local government area. The panel is expected to establish the circumstances surrounding the incident, identify security lapses, and recommend measures to strengthen the protection of schools and other vulnerable public institutions across the state. On the foreign scene, Ukraine has renewed its appeal to the United States government for additional advanced air defense missile systems to shield its cities and critical infrastructure from intensified Russian ballistic and cruise missile attacks. And on the business scene, the Nigerian Customs Service, through its Kirikiri Lighter Terminal Command in Lagos, has intercepted a 40-foot container loaded with expired disposable electronic cigarettes valued at more than 800 million naira. And that concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
In theory, elections are the strongest expression of democracy. But in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, the reality is more complex. Despite regular elections since the return to civilian rule in 1999, voter turnout has shown fluctuations and in some cases a steady decline. In the 2023 general elections, turnout dropped to around 27% of registered voters, one of the lowest since 1999, highlighting concerns about deepening voter apathy. Analysts link this trend to distrust in institutions, insecurity, and a widespread belief among citizens that elections do not translate into meaningful change in daily life. The consequences are far-reaching. When large sections of the electorate disengage, elections can be decided by smaller, more organized voting blocs. This raises concerns about representation and legitimacy. For example, in several state elections, including governorship contests in Lagos, Kano, and Rivers in recent cycles. Outcomes have been determined by narrow margins relative to total registered voters, hence underscoring how limited participation can shape leadership outcomes. Experts say this weakens accountability and distances citizens from decision-making processes that directly affect their lives, including infrastructure, security, and economic policy. Several factors have been identified as driving low civic participation in Nigeria. One major issue is confidence in the electoral process. Despite reforms by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, including the introduction of beavers and electronic transmission of results, disputes over election credibility continue to surface, especially after closely contested races. Insecurity is another critical factor. In parts of the Northeast and Northwest, communities affected by insurgency and banditry have seen reduced voter turnout due to fear of attacks during election periods. Similar concerns have been recorded in some Southeast states, where sit-at-home orders have disrupted voting activities. Economic hardship also plays a role. In urban centers such as Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja, many citizens say immediate survival concerns, rising food costs, transport fares, and unemployment reduce interest in political participation. There is also the influence of identity politics, where voting elections are shaped by ethnicity, religion, and political loyalty rather than policy performance. In past elections, including 2015, 2019, and 2023, analysts have pointed to voting patterns that closely followed regional and identity lines. In some cases, campaign rhetoric has further reinforced these divisions, making issue-based politics more difficult to sustain. Observers say this limits the ability of the electorate to make fully informed choices based on governance records, economic plans, or service delivery outcomes. A global comparison shows Nigeria is not alone in facing declining voter engagement. Many democracies have experienced similar trends. However, countries such as Sweden and Germany continue to record turnout levels above 70%, largely due to strong institutional trust, consistent civic education, and reliable electoral systems. Closer to Africa, Ghana is often cited as a comparative example, where voter turnout has remained relatively strong due to sustained public confidence in the Electoral Commission and a more consistent acceptance of electoral outcomes. But analysts also stress that responsibility does not rest with institutions alone. Citizens themselves play a role in shaping democratic outcomes. In Nigeria, practices such as vote buying have been reported in several elections, including during party primaries and general elections, particularly in some local government areas where voters are allegedly induced with cash or food items. There is also the issue of post-election disengagement, where citizens withdraw from civic monitoring after voting, reducing pressure on elected officials to deliver campaign promises. The path forward, experts argue, requires reforms on several fronts. Strengthening electoral credibility, improving security during elections, and expanding civic education are seen as key steps toward rebuilding trust. There are also calls for sustained voter sensitization at community level, particularly targeting young voters, who make up a significant proportion of Nigeria's population and are increasingly active on digital platforms but less engaged at polling units. Ultimately, democracy depends not only on the right to vote, but on the confidence and willingness to use that right consistently and responsibly. In Nigeria, the challenge remains how to rebuild that confidence so that elections reflect not just political competition, but the genuine will and participation of the people.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify.
Morning 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Kenachama. It's a beautiful Friday morning. Welcome to Sunrise.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning to you, our global audience. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or even in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's a wonderful morning. Thank God it's Friday. I'm seeing everybody rocking the best outfits for the sunrise. I mean, is there any plan? Ochoma has really given us a hint earlier, but this Friday, I don't know if the plans are going to come together today, or there's a jollof rice somewhere we're waiting for.
Maybe this is me telling the universe that it's probably time to eat rice.
Yeah, it's probably time to eat rice. And Mr. Uche is really, he's just in the too much.
He's looking like a chieftain.
A chieftain, someone that just go by the side and bring his staff of authority and give to him.
Well, he has often said it that he's working towards, getting a chieftain to title. So I think this is just,
I'm not working towards it.
It's
something that is natural.
Yeah, that will come
at the appointed time. It will come.
At
some point, we'll go to continue to preserve the tradition of our fathers.
I mean, it's not wrong to call you chief.
No, I'm not a chief. I'm not a chief. I come from the lineage of heroes. Men who fought battles in the past. So
hero.
A kingmaker doesn't turn a chief, or you don't see a king and then
call him
a
chief.
No.
Okay, but the apparel today, are we going out or?
Is there a?
Is
there a day we don't go out? We'll go out to hunt for the news. All right. Yes.
But thank God it's Friday.
We always thank God it's Friday.
Yeah.
Yes.
The week has really been easy.
You're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I've been really, because I have.
The truth is coming out.
I've really been looking forward to this Friday. Of course, all around Nigeria. It's the last Friday and the last day of the month. We're going into August and we're having August break coming. I don't know if this August break is going to shake.
Let me ask that question. When people talk about August break, because I heard that
it's mostly for lawyers.
Lawyers.
Yeah, because the whole of August, almost all the lawyers, because they call it the vacation. So the vacation starts today, way into third week of September.
I was thinking,
and then there are students on holiday.
Okay.
Parents are resting.
On holiday.
Sports is preparing for a new season. So August is usually
nothing to do with the rainy season.
There's a break. during August. They call it August
That's
break.
what I'm asking. Is it that the rain will break forth or the rain will cease a while?
It ceases for a while, and then comes in towards the end of August and then into September.
But are we really into rainy season at all?
We are.
Or is it the climatic change that is affecting? Because I used to know that when you are in this part of the world, that rainy season you need to see rain back to back, people with umbrella, raincoats and the likes of it. But I'm not seeing that kind of back-to-back rainfall.
Okay, I was going to make a joke that the situation of the country is enough rain.
Condition of the place.
It's enough for rain.
I don't know the situation you're talking about. But
and then also we've had too many weather adjustments.
The point I'm trying to make is that I can't separate the rainy season, from being in southern part of Nigeria to compare to northern parts of Nigeria and states like Kaduna. So it seems to me that they are just basically the same thing.
Well, either way, we are seeing rain. If you're not seeing the rain, I'm seeing the cold.
Than compared to Enugu State.
If I'm not seeing the rain, I'm seeing the rain.
I'm seeing the rain. Like we're still going to have 7 days of rain, and it's something.
I mean, there was I think it was 3 weeks ago that we had 10 days of constant rain, and we had that, and we saw houses blown away. We saw people crying in the news that the federal government should come and rescue them. So
maybe my expectations of rainy season are so high. I don't know.
All right, let's go over to our quotes of the day, the inspiration segment on this edition of Aneke TV's Sunrise, where we have a quote from Winston Churchill, which says, "The price of greatness is responsibility." It says, "The price of greatness is responsibility." And this is motivating me just at the neck of July, as July rounds up. If you have something you've not done well in July and in June and in the other past months, talking about the price of greatness, you need to pay more price. I mean, you need to go into your I would say cubicle. You need to go into your drawing board and make something out of this, because the price of greatness is responsibility. So more greatness, more responsibility. I have not seen a man who is doing well and he's said to go and rest. I have actually not seen a man who is doing his best and he will be told to go and get something that is not what he should get. Well, the price of greatness is responsibility, and we're having to motivate you this morning as the month comes to an end. More responsibility means you are getting better and you're growing and you are coming up to the level you should be.
Also adding to Churchill's quote, a similar quote says, "The reward of hard work is more work." So if you see yourself doing more things, if you see yourself taking more things and you're excelling at those things, that's a reward of the ones that you've done before and that you've excelled, and it's a greater push to do more, to do better. Once you've conquered one, it's important that you do not rest on those laurels. You should aspire to, these are steps, these are levels. If you've conquered one and you've secured that one in the bag, the greater responsibility is more responsibility. The prize for integrity is constantly building on things that are solid and that will stand the test of time. So the prize of greatness is responsibility, and the reward of more responsibility is greater responsibility.
Yeah, very well said. Nothing more to add to this, but Churchill is letting us know that greatness is not just a gift, that to attain greatness, you have to have a sense of duty. What have you done for the people? Remember today we keep talking about our heroes' past. When the echoes of the past comes to limelight, you talk about heroes, men who have walked through the paths of greatness. We keep talking about Zeke of Africa. We keep talking about Paolo as Nigerians. We keep talking about Shehu Shagari. We remember men, Abraham Adesanya, for one thing, that they bestrode this nation and walked the path of greatness because of what they did. In Southeast Nigeria, you can't but mention the likes of M.Y. Opara, you can't but mention the likes of Dr. Canadian. You understand? These are men because they've done something worthwhile. So the price of greatness is responsibility, and here is a call to duty. And I wish all of us, especially those at the helm of affairs, should note that what would leave their names in the annals of history is not just for the fact that they occupy leadership position, but they will be remembered for what they did, especially what they did for mankind.
We go on a short break. We'll be right back with the weather reports. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back, still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today, from The Nation, Daily Trust, Daily Sun, Vanguard and The Guardian newspapers.
And joining us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with deeper insight and in-depth analysis. Welcome, Res Aaron. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Despite the fact that people keep talking about the happenings in Nigeria, Ochoma would want you to believe that the tides are sweeping, from all corners. But yet, he still managed to appear, like the young man, the likes that all these young maidens will leave good hope for and keep looking at men like you.
If you talk about me and maidens looking out, then it means you're making a mistake. Already, I am going down the other side of the century. So, people should be thinking about younger persons to live their lives with, not an old man.
Ochoma, what do you have to say? Because this generation, they seem to prefer them older.
Mr. X does not approve now, so let us...
No, but we're talking about the happenings, the trend. The younger generation are going for men.
Wiser old men.
Wiser
old men.
So is that the trend?
All the characteristics.
Wiser old men.
Well, unfortunately, even if I meet all the characteristics for such things, it won't happen.
Anyways, let's keep hoping that it doesn't happen, because when you say it's because of age, we know that age is a number these days. But it's a pleasure to have you here, Mr. Aris.
Thank you.
All right, on the Punch headline, we have Oyo abduction. Why we tracked arrested kidnappers' families. Tinubu. Now on the Vanguard, we have federal government, Labour clash over use of fuel subsidy removal savings. Now on the Guardian, we have high cost of hepatitis care stressed facilities exposed 20 million to liver damage. Now on the Daily Trust, we have victims' families await compensation 2 years after. On The Nation, we have how federal government deploying fuel subsidy savings by Oyedele. Daily Sun says INEC rejects military deployments for election. Let's take a look at the Daily Sun headline, which says INEC rejects military deployments for elections. INEC has reiterated that military deployment during elections should only be an exceptional measure. INEC chairman Professor Josh Mupitan said the Nigerian police force remains the constitutionally designated lead agency for election security under ICCES. The position clarifies the Commission's stance on who should take charge of security in upcoming polls.
All right, Mr. Rice, let's dive in.
Yeah, well, based on the provision of the Constitution, the agency or the security agency department that's primarily vested with the responsibility of electoral security or election security is the police. Any other security agency that comes into electoral issues may be just seconded, based on the need for such secondment, where security situation may have overwhelmed the police on ground. But do we have enough policemen in Nigeria to take care of our general elections? It's not the off-cycle election where you deploy 40,000 policemen in one state. Now we're going to have election almost all the states of the Federation, almost all. And the number of our police force is, of course, not much enough. You know, we have always analyzed that we have a police that is not enough to even police Nigerians. Nigerians of about 200 and some fraction million. So how do you now say it is only the police force? Well, the military may come in as a kind of intervention and help to ensure enough security, because Nigeria already is grappling with insecurity. And in a situation where they are grappling with insecurity, then you find out that the police may be worried. Of course, you still have the Civil Defense Corps. They do that kind of job that the police does, except that they don't take people to court to prosecute them, because they do not have constitutional empowerment to do so. So I think Josh is saying what is real, but the problem remains if Nigerian police has a number to take care of our security.
For me, I would say it's whatever needs to be done needs to be done. And if the INEC official says that the deployment of armed forces would be probably on extreme or at extreme cases where probably the police force may not be able to contain the situation, then the services of the armed forces might be employed. And it goes to show that, okay, everyone's hand is on deck to ensure that the elections, you know, are done successfully. And against all the military, you know, interventions and police interventions, it behoves on the citizens themselves and the political players to ensure that things are done rightly. We're talking about the vote buy, we're talking about ballot snatching. These are things that individuals themselves ought to do to ensure that, you know, election stays in the confines of elections and there are no exigencies as it applies. So
I would say, first of all, Nigeria is underpoliced. That's the first fact. We'll start with Nigeria is underpoliced. We have about 2,000 police stations all over Nigeria, which the Inspector General of Police has come out to say that there are plans in the reform to, have more police stations and the rest. Also, coming down to the election, if we only stay with the constituted authority, I mean, the people, the force, the armed forces not being able to, take care of or be around election places, electoral, polling units, it's actually going to be important for the people who are voting, I mean, for the voters and for the electoral process to be without the fear of any threats. But secondly, I would like to also restate the fact that it is also part of security. If from the Constitution and from the what has been said and what is written, that police are the right people to be in the polling units, that is fine. But let us not forget that while we have these tactical units at the polling units, that's not the only place things will be happening. Or if something wants to happen, that's not the only place. There are other places in Nigeria where crime can start. And we are first of all talking about being underpoliced. So it's one of the things we need to look into.
All right. Very well articulated. And then when we look at this situation, Mr. Ress, I listened to why we were headlining this issue, and you raised a very key issue, the fact that we are underpoliced. But if one goes into the conversation proper, you would see that the Nigerian Constitution in itself has made it in such a way that the military shouldn't be seen involving in internal security of any sort. But like Josh Amupitan did rightly observed, we are in exceptional situation, because in his job, he said the role of the armed forces, is exceptional rather than routine when you talk about providing election security. And my view is that the Nigerian situation is already an exceptional one, where you need to make all contingency arrangements involving all hands on deck, like Ochoma did rightly submit. This situation we're in is such that you need to provide security, not just for the voters at the polling unit, but to ensure that there is this secure atmosphere given the current security challenge that Nigeria is witnessing. However, when we come into election proper, and you did mention quite well that the police can provide cover in staggered election, just like we're expecting the Osun election, we'll see the police, mobilizing all its men, even to the capacity of 40,000 policemen, to secure the election in Osun State. That may work. But when we'll have a national election, how are we going to deploy the resources that is already overstretched into that? And that brings to mind the part of civil defense that you've mentioned. But beside that, a cue could be taken from the Anambra election, where we knew that there were security forces, even including the police, around the city, giving people the assurance that they can go in and vote without seeing, that presence, even the police presence, closer to the polling units. That in itself could work and should be advocated in Nigeria. That yes, even the military, because we are in an exceptional situation, the military, according to Nigerian law, has no business in internal security, but it's an exceptional situation. So they can provide cover along the streets to ensure that hoodlums will not take advantage. And if you may agree with me that we are seeing ugly situation of violence rearing its head again. It's as if we have backtracked to 1999, the advent of our incursioning or our re-entering into democratic process, where we saw election became a do or die affair. And you begin to see electoral rhetorics taking the cloak of violence when you dissect them properly. When somebody says that whoever must take power from him has to wrestle into a finish line, and when people tell you that it's a do or die affair, and if we can take a cue from what is happening in Osun State, therefore there is need to provide adequate security, irrespective of the nomenclature of the force. We saw what happened in 2023 in Lagos, where even a voter was, we saw heads broken, we saw people beaten because they were perceived to be of some ethnic stock, or because they were perceived to want to vote for a certain candidate. These are the issues where you need security. So there should be adequate security. We've seen situations where ballots are snatched. So we are already using the military in internal security. And my argument is that the terrain should be adequately policed, protected, and military presence without intimidating voters, but to ensure that they are safe, because election in itself is a civil affair. And Ochoma raised a pertinent issue which is not being addressed, which is of greater security concern: vote buying. Because if I cannot muster the financial muscle to buy votes, I can muster the number of thugs to overwhelm those who are buying the vote, leading to greater crisis. So these are the issues, and I believe INEC, and in the words of Joshua Mipitan, should understand that it is an exceptional situation that Nigeria is in, and the voter in Nigeria needs to feel safe to embark on this civic responsibility.
Okay, moving on to the next story. This is from the Vanguard newspaper, and it reads: Federal government Labour clash over use of fuel subsidy removal savings. Federal government and Labour clash over use of fuel subsidy removal savings. The federal government and organized labor clashed over how savings from fuel subsidy removal have been used. The federal government said the funds went to finance ways and means, service foreign debts, increase federal workers' salary and fund student loans. Labour dismissed the explanation as economical with the truth and challenged the finance minister to provide evidences.
Mr. S, we are back to the... And this is your turf. This is your terrain. Subsidy removal. We were expecting a better lease of life. But amidst other misgivings, Labour is now, as if Labour is waking up and holding the federal government to account.
Yeah, I've always believed the organized labor in Nigeria has been sleeping, they've been in slumber. So that's why you use the word they're waking up, they're just waking up. So, yes, Nigerians have cried foul over the removal of subsidy, and there is nothing significant that's been seen in terms of the kind of life that Nigerians live, in terms of poverty. So they have Labour now queried, interrogated what the subsidy removal, what the money has been used for. And the federal government is giving their own version of the story, that they are using it. You see, I've always talked about debt servicing. Why are we borrowing? Debt, when you talk about debt servicing, you talk about a whole lot of money, more than 70% or about 70% of revenue that is accrued to the federal government. Now you find out that if you are servicing debts, you are borrowing is at 24% now. That is the interest on borrowing. So it attracts so much money to be serviced. At 24% is very high. It used to be a single digit. Now it's a double digit, not just a double digit within 10, but a double digit over tens. And when you service those subjects, where are you going to now? Where do you get the money to now unleash infrastructure to the Nigerian people? How do you get the money to fund your projects? How do you get money to take care of the responsibilities of government, recurrent or otherwise? How do you get the money? So you find out that you are actually going to, get stiffed at a point. And that is why we borrow and borrow and borrow. I even go beyond our borrowing limit. So, and when you go beyond the borrowing limit, you are also, plunging back these monies to debts, which means it's like a bird standing on top of a hill and then moves down to the valley. That bird is still standing on the ground, whether on the hill or in the valley. You are still standing on the ground, which means you have not moved an inch forward outside standing on the ground. So the government has ended up say we are giving student loans, we are doing debt servicing, and so on and so forth. These things are almost unrealistic. These things seems to be rhetoric. These things seems to be just a defense naturally that you speak in grammar, because it's not a defense that is realistic, because what we need to do, even those things you're claiming that you're using them to do, should be seen to, in one way or the other, reflect in the living standard of Nigerians. When will the economy bounce back? You have said you have taken up policies that are going to, take care of the economy. About 3 years, you have reeled out policies and policies and policies, and at the end of the day, it has not resulted in one thing that, tends to give the Nigerian people a respite economically. So we have a serious problem with that. And that's why Labour said, no, we do not agree with your explanations. So we need concrete evidences. We need indices to show that there's a reflection of what you are saying in the economy of Nigeria.
It is something that the coordinating minister of the economy has come out to say. I have a few questions, and those questions I would say it's from a place of concern. Must there be such conversation before Nigerians see what the subsidy removal, what the fund was used? Must there be some conversations around this before Nigerians could be able to see what the fund was used? Now, talking about NEL fund and the other servicing of debts that the money was claimed to be used, I mean the money that was taken away from first subsidy that we have been paying. Of course, it is what happens in such our economy where you are still, running budgets and still trying to, get on with the budget, the previous year budget into the next year budget, concurrent budget. But right now, we are having to see a conversation that does not really go down to the people that they said is going down to, because from the funds, NEL fund and the other side of the debt, it's not coming together. Seeing the huge amount that is being taken yearly from the subsidy removal, government in their best form we could see that they are taking the other day it was calculated about 8.8 billion naira was what we saw that was realized from what we could see and what they could claim that was taken away from other places just to close up the let me just say the criminal side where the money is going to, all those places the money is going to. And it's raising a lot of questions. Must there be this kind of conversation before Nigerians would, or must Labour react before they react? That's the question.
Okay, I just had to get the actual figure. Now, for a year from subsidy removal, you're getting almost 10 billion naira annually. And I understand that the NEL fund or the allowances issued to students is not up to 500,000 naira a session. And now, the federal government coming out to say that the monies recovered, this is almost 4 years of this administration, and let's say it's over 10 million naira for each year, along other things that where monies have been supposedly been deducted from and their locations in the appropriation bill for each year, and then you come out to say that this money has entered into servicing debt, but the same government has come out to tell us that they've borrowed. So it's just you catch yourself as someone who may not understand the economics, trying to understand who is feeding who is patching up the lies, who is not giving the complete truth. Because if you come out to tell us that you've exceeded your borrowing limit, and then you also come out to tell us that the money that you've recovered from fuel subsidy you've put into servicing of loans, you like Good Hope is saying, you now want to ask yourself, where is this money going to? What exactly have they used the money to do? So if the government, like the Labour has instructed, can provide evidence of this their debt servicing, this their NEL fund submission to students, then we can know where all these monies have entered.
All right. The Igbos have this saying, or is it Africans, that he who doesn't know where the rain starts to beat him is most likely not going to know where it's taught. The first point of question should be, how much was Nigeria spending on subsidy? We realized that the conversation around around subsidy removal was because Nigeria was spending an enormous amount, a substantial, huge amount into subsidy. And everyone agreed that it was time for subsidy to go. But beyond that, the expectation was that when we remove subsidy, like Mr. Reyes rightly submitted, we will see the requisite impact on the economy. And we are being told 10 billion naira being saved annually from subsidy removal. Somebody should give me the figure of what subsidy was annually. And when we go into this conversation proper, you're talking about subsidy removal. What were we subsidizing? What is the consumption of petroleum in Nigeria that we were subsidizing? That will be where the intro into this conversation. But the truth remains, Labour, for me, Mr. Ress will disagree with me, that is waking up to ask questions that he should have asked over time. And for me, what I see in this situation, Mr. Goodhope was talking and then he mentioned the issue around budget. But what I see here is that we have weak institutions. None of our institutions are functional. Because where you have functional institutions, statistics will be available. And you'll be able to know that look at the consumption rate of Nigerians when it comes to petroleum. Do we even know the actual quantity of crude produced in our nation, shipped outside through sales, and those that were being processed even in Malta then brought back to us? So when you get into this issue, we may be uncoupling a web of deceit and lies across board, speaking to weak institution, and this weak institution has now generated a crisis of institutional trust, which is why we question everything. But I wish that the minister in question would supply Labour with these facts. You are talking spending this money on what? Salaries of Nigerian laborers, that their salaries is said not to be enough to even take them to bus stops, not to talk about getting home. And then NEL fund. Anyway, when I want to venture into these issues, I remember that there was a Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. Until today, we don't know how much that was expended on that project. We'll talk about school feeding and all that. Let's talk about other things. When Nigerians are ready to say the truth, we use the proverbial basket and cover our face and tell ourselves the truth.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we bring you more updates. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Now, let's take a look at the headline on the Punch newspaper. Oyo abduction, why we tricked arrested kidnappers' families. Tinubu, why we, tracked arrested, kidnappers' families. Tinubu defending his refusal to negotiate or pay ransom for the 39 pupils and 7 teachers abducted during a 56-day crisis in Oyo State. President Tinubu explained that security forces tracked and arrested the kidnappers' families to dismantle their support networks. This aggressive strategy successfully resolved the hostage situation and prompted sweeping security reforms, including expanding army divisions and approving 1,000 forest guards for the state.
During a visit of Rashid Ladoja, the former governor of Oyo State, now the Olubado of Ibadan, with other traditional rulers, visited His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu DCFR, at the Asorok, he actually told them what the federal government did to secure the release of children and teachers abducted in Oyo State at that time. Although there's been a lot of talks, wagging of mouth for not securing the release of these children and their teachers for a period of 56 days, almost 2 months. The federal government said they did not pay a dime on their release as ransom, that they secured their release freely and systematically using intel and all that, and mapping, geographical mapping of the place. But beyond that, they tracked the relatives of those who are found to be kidnappers and terrorists, and then began to get them involved, arrest them and all that, and then the kidnappers gave in. And that was why they now blackmailed the kidnappers to give in to the release of those children and their teachers. And of course, Ladoja and his members or other persons that visited, they appreciated what, of course, that was primary, their mission to actually visit Asorok, and of course appreciate the president for what he has done in securing the release of those children and their teachers. But now one wonders, why the president had to wait until children were kidnapped before he began to take measures in terms of forest guard recruitment, take measures in terms of expanding the divisions of the National Army, because the security issue has been there all along. But most recently he had to step in with 4 more divisions out of the 8 divisions in the Nigerian Army, which he said is going to help to ensure that there's enough security, and with the divisions and the more 28,000 soldiers to be recruited, he believes that Nigeria will be safe again in terms of both internal and external security problems. So Ladoja has appreciated President, and President asked them to keep on giving them the necessary information as traditional rulers. They have the capacity to also help the security agencies with security intel, so that when certain things begin to go wrong, there will be response, an immediate response. So with the soldiers, with the forest guard, the president believes that Nigeria will be better for it.
Well, let's just say it's actually a success and an improvement towards the right direction. We used to say it in Igbo that it's emergency, you know the king, you know a great man. Mr. President, I would say a very big, that's amazing from what he has said, that there was no negotiation, there was no ransom paid, it was the family members that were tracked. It shows you how this intelligence worked. Also, we can see from this side that, the kids and the teachers, they have been released. And we could add it to the, portfolio of this government that in their time, there was no negotiation. There was no negotiation with terrorists, and I could say it's something that we should actually applaud Mr. President and his team for.
All right. Anyway, it depends on the divide where one is. But before we begin to send the applause, there's been ransoms has been paid. Though nobody came out to say ransom was paid. We were told through non-kinetic means.
Yes.
So we can't categorically say that nothing was paid. However, the point remains that it is the primary responsibility of government to ensure the security of life and property in Nigeria. And before we begin to celebrate how they were released or not, which the details are not in the public space, we should know that we should first of all adhere to that constitutional responsibility of government, so that we do not, become the terrorists ourselves. The state cannot degenerate to become, the terrorist itself, the very crime it wants to fight. And why am I saying this? We had to resort to arresting these families. They are friends. If the word friends and families are what is used and not enablers, then the Nigerian state could at one point be accused of becoming equally, of committing the same very crime that it's trying to fight. So we should do everything to see that we do not degenerate to this extent. But beyond the celebration and the congratulations and the wishes to Mr. President, one would expect that it is the federal government that would cheer the position and the path that the Oyo State government has taken in instituting a panel of a judicial panel of inquiry into what happened in Oyo State. And until that's the findings are made public, I may not celebrate yet, because people in Maiduguri are not celebrating at this moment. People in Katsina, I do not think they are all celebrating. People in Zafrade, people in Niger State, will they be celebrating as well? So until the nation, wears that festive celebratory mood, then one can begin to say that this administration, has tamed insecurity in Nigeria. So on that note, yes, we're happy that the kidnapped people of Oyo States are back, but as at this moment, Nigeria is still not yet safe.
All right, that's all we're taking on the news this morning. You can grab your physical copies or your e-copies of the newspapers and catch up on the full details, of the stories we've read out to you this morning. And then we'll just continue on some stories that are currently making the rounds in the news, in the past 24, 48 hours in Nigeria. And on the first story, this is in Abia State, where the Abia government slams 200 million 150 million signage fees on presidential governorship candidates. The Abia State Signage and Advertising Agency has introduced steep mandatory campaign permit fees for the 2027 elections, charging 200 million for presidential candidates, 150 million for governorship candidates, 100 million for senatorial, 50 for House of Rep, and 20 million for state houses of assembly. This controversy policy, which also applies scaled fees to lower legislative position, has sparked strong criticism from opposition parties who argues that it restricts open political participation.
You see, when you talk about strong criticism from opposition parties, not just opposition parties,
everybody.
It is everybody. What is that for? You are now trying to say that those who are knowledgeable but are not money bags, those who have integrity and do not have the money, cannot come into our political system and begin to take up leadership to lead Nigerians to the desired Eldorado. That is the implication. You are now trying to stifle out poor people from politicking in Nigeria. You don't do any such thing like that. Nobody, in fact, some states, not just Abia, many other states have slammed the same kind of money on, politicking, the campaigns and politicking billboards and all of that, signages and all of that. No. You don't do any such thing like that. It is unconstitutional. It is of course impeding on the fundamental rights of Nigerians. I think such things, such laws, such state laws or state policies should be, interrogated in court. People should go to court to ask courts to, take away that such things. You don't do any such thing like that. Where on earth is it done? Which means you are trying to say that Nigerians should not participate in politics. That only those who have money will begin to, practice politics by those that owns a whole lot of money. It is not done. It is wrong. It is wrong from all its entirety, perspectives, from every perspective. And I don't know upon what premise or reasons that these governors arrive at such policies. Are you talking about revenue? No, it is not done. You are now asking Nigerians to stay away from policies so that only those that can afford to pay big sums of money will control the economy and control the people, you know, politically and otherwise.
No, we are looking at, I mean, it's the other state that you mentioned is Enugu State. We're looking at, because I'm not sure most persons are familiar with
both Anambra.
Okay, now we're talking about when you hear signage fees for political party, it covers all advertisements. We're talking about visual promotions, rallies, banners, branded vehicles, t-shirts, cabs, handbills, hunting, street campaigns, anything that has to do with, you know, adverts that we see during elections. You have to pay a fee. And just like Mr. Rez asked, what about someone who, I mean, this is a site registration fees that they pay in political parties, right? To pick up a form, you need to pay, you need to apply, you need to buy a form with a price. Now, if I have finished getting my, you know, ticket from a party, and I have they've conducted primary elections, and I have emerged as a candidate or the candidatal aspirant for a position, and then the party is set to pay 150 million naira for a candidate. What if the party is young, probably is new, and is not able to afford that money? What happens to that candidate? The aspirations of such a candidate is you know, for a lack of a better word, dead on arrival. Because if let's say I've paid 10 million or 20 million to acquire the party candidature form, and then I win, and then I have to still contribute, because since I'm the governorship aspirant of a state, the onus falls on me more to pay such amount. So I'm battling paying 150 million. I'm also trying to raise money to do other things during the campaign. It just depends. And like Mr. Rex said, this money is just unfair. This is the first time I'm hearing that a signage fee is paid to limit people from campaigning properly during elections.
If you don't have money, should you go into politics? Do you go into politics?
Even at that, I mean,
if you don't have money, do you go into politics?
I mean, this just goes to say that politics is
not have money. If you don't have money, you shouldn't have
politics
ambition.
shouldn't really be about money.
It means that if you don't have money, you shouldn't have ambition. I mean,
come on,
you don't want to serve your people. You should have money to serve your people.
This at least.
But the question I'm asking, Mr. asking is this. Is this just in Southeast Nigeria? Because we've had similar situation in Enugu State, Anambra State, and here we're talking about their state. I've not heard of similar thing now in Kano State. So is it peculiar to Southeast Nigeria?
I've not heard it about it in many others. We had elections. In Ondo State. We had staggered elections in Kanu and all the. I didn't hear any such payment before you actually go on campaigns and all of that. The parties must pay, which means we no longer have a space that is liberalized for political formations and practice in Nigeria.
You know, why I'm laughing about this situation. You know, the Igbos used to say that I don't know how to say it in English. I don't know who can interpret that. But be that as it may, you know why? Who are the opposition in Abia State?
APC.
They are the ruling party in some other state. Which is why I just gave those Igbo adage. You know, a number of times we keep talking about Nigeria not being a one-party state or not clamping down on opposition. But what I want those who are the head of affairs to remember is that one day they could be at the receiving end though. If we're putting, because when you make argument, they will tell you that this is for environmental sanitation of the place, that people litter the environment and a whole lot of excuses. But they are forgetting the process upon which they get to where they are today. And like you rightly asked, election in Nigeria, occupying position in Nigeria should only be for those who have money. So it means that if you don't have money, you can't have ambition and you can't serve your people. That's what we're being told. However, there's a way out, and I can give that cheaply. The party can pay for their presidential candidates and lump the governorship aspirants and the other candidates in the same poster or in the same signage. You've beaten this thing.
I don't think that will fly. I don't think that will fly.
No, it will fly. But what I'm asking is, these people that are making the laws, I see their vehicles. Go to Abia State, for example. You must see some vehicles that are in wearing. You see the poster of either the governor on the vehicles moving about. So are they part of the question?
Maybe
or because where will the money? It leads to other questions. How are we able to separate the resources of the state from the handlers of that resources? Because when we talk about campaign funds and all that, in Nigeria, how do we check that this campaign fund is not state fund? Because I know in other climes, you declare every donation, every towards your campaign.
Yes.
You don't put your hand in the state coffers to run your campaign. So when we give these numbers, we should be careful to, not create a hostile environment. The whole process should be civil. Yes, I understand that there should be environmental consideration, but what is 200 what?
200 million.
200 million.
So what you're telling me is that by the time I want to run for a certain office, I will go to my village and sell their whole lands. Sell the village land there to able to pursue my ambition.
Tinubu will have to pay 200 billion
to Abia State.
That is, no, maybe by the time all the states will begin to adopt
the same
pattern,
also
he will have to pay 200 million, 36 states and Abuja. You know what it means? And
no, maybe they will get waiver. Some states where APC is the party at the helm, they may get waiver there. So it now becomes a liability on the other opposition party.
Is Abia State not supporting Tinubu?
One should be questioning the intent behind the policy.
That is exactly what I'm saying. That policy has to be swept under the carpet by the courts. It should be declared dead on arrival by the courts. That policy does not support the generality, the feelings of the generality of Nigerians.
For me, this is stifling opposition.
Yes.
That's just the absolute.
That's what it is.
I'm sorry about it.
That's what it is.
Also, the story making rounds in the news, we have a story from the Osun election which says, despite peace accord ahead of polls, ahead of the August 15, 2026 Osun governorship election, candidates from 14 political parties signed a peace accord amid escalating political tensions. While Governor Ademola Adeleke and the Accord Party accused authorities of arbitrary arrests and harassment claims defended by the police and APC as lawful investigations, he assured voters that external intimidation will not override their collective resolve.
Yeah, in Osun State, both the ruling party and the opposition, signed an accord that they will have to actually carry themselves with all forms of civility during the elections and during the process. But as it is presently, some problems are rearing their head up to such extent that the APC, the ruling APC in Nigeria, is being accused of using the law enforcement agencies to intimidate, to harangue and intimidate their own people, the people who are seen to be supporters of the Accord Party, the Adeleke-led Accord Party in that state. You see, and that is why Adeleke is crying foul. That is why he's saying that it is not good for them to be stifled, especially when the masses that he believes are behind them. You see, the secretary to the government of that state was just recently released. He was arrested, and then with a whole lot of other, criminal allegations against him, and so on. So that is what is happening in the Osun State. So I think the government of the day should work hard not to attract the ire of the Nigerian people against them if they actually want to make it for the second time. They should be civil, they should handle Nigerians with utmost care so that Nigerians will not rise against them.
We read that the contestants, the participants for the election have come out to sign a peace accord that they are going to abide by rules of elections and and all of that. And yesterday we read the news that 5 SSGs were arrested. So Governor Adeleke coming out to say that he won't succumb to intimidation, he won't be intimidated. It just further goes to show that he's probably scared, or I don't know, he's just trying to show some macho, because this is elections and this is one that is quite determining for his career and his aspirations as a governor. So I just hope that come 15, all the measures that he's been putting in place to, probably ensure his re-election, falls into his favor.
My question is, what is it about this Osun state? Because when you look and listen to the rhetoric coming out from there, it's as if the ruling party at the helm, wants to win at all costs. You see the rhetoric, the level of violence and every, field loss coming out from that state. And for me, the governor telling that they won't be intimidated means that there's an attempt at intimidation. And what they will see is an attempt to resist it. And what happens? Violence. And already here we saw youths wielding machete even before the election.
Yeah.
So that's why I ask, what is it about this Osun elections? Must we win every state? Can't our leaders, our politicians, be civil in this matter? Must people be dragged in and meant to face some negative consequences as a result of your ambition? The election was conducted in Anambra State. Did we see this level of violence? But in some states, we must take them at all costs. At all costs. It becomes do or die. We will wrestle to a finish line, or to the finish. These are the issues that we need to check. Because I wonder who would accept the outcome of Osun State. Whoever emerges the loser will go to the court. Whoever emerges the winner will be in court. So at the end of the day, I think INEC has his job cut out for them. But given the feelers from this staggered election that we have, where that was conducted just states and other states, if what we saw in those places are anything to go by, then INEC should rethink this process. And it is the responsibility of the leadership at the helm to ensure that we have a civil election. It's quite unfortunate that we're seeing this sort of rhetoric coming out from Osun State. But if one may ask, what is the sense of this peace accord that we keep signing prior to elections? Because nobody respects those peace accords. And the government is telling you that they won't be intimidated. They will be willing to match you power for power because they feel they control the state. But at the end of the day, it should be the masses of Osun State that should decide the direction they want the leadership of the state to go.
All right, very quickly, let's look at the last story. Tinubu tells governors to stop building flyovers. President Bola Tinubu has advised state governors to halt the construction of unnecessary flyovers in low traffic areas and instead prioritize essential road construction. He noted that states are now receiving 4 to 5 times more than money from the federation account, and as such should channel these enhanced revenues into critical networks that build public welfare and redirect the resources to ventures and amenities that will assist in tackling the prevailing insecurity in the country.
I wonder. Well, I'm happy that is coming from Tinubu. These governors are reckoning money. They're plunging these monies into ostentatious capital projects. When I said ostentatious, people are dying in hunger, you're building flyovers. What are you going to do with the flyovers? The ordinary roads the rural roads from where the agro products will come to the areas where they're supposed to be sold and made to be profitable for the subsistence agriculturists in the villages. It's not done. And you're talking about flyovers. Who is flying on the flyovers? It is like even going to invest in huge sums of money in planes and so on when people are dying. You don't go to buy plane. How many people from Enugu State, for instance, or Akwa Ibom, for instance, that are into this airline business? How many people are flying through there? It does not affect the lives of the citizens. These things are ostentatious, as far as I'm concerned. We expect that governors should be using monies they get from the federation account to put into things that will elevate the living standard of the people, so that they will feel good, they will feel the impact of governance at the localities. That is exactly where I expect money that comes from the federation account should be plugged into, both governors and local government chairmen, because a whole lot of money is coming into their coffers. But we have not seen the effect on the masses. They have always spoken to effects on the masses. Whatever thing you want to do as somebody who is in government, as somebody who is controlling the resources of the people, should be channeled towards making life meaningful for the people, making life.
How do you commission the impact on the life of the people? Can you sew ashebi, cook jollof rice, cut red tape on the impact on the people? When we build these elephant projects, you see us, we'll go and with fanfare commission them. Spend another money to commission them.
You even called it elephant project. White elephant, that is the one that is nourished, white.
That is glamorous.
That is glamorous. If it's an elephant project, it could be in other colors.
We want our governors to continue to commission projects here and there.
No, we are not saying commissioning projects is bad. We are saying that projects that should be commissioned should be projects that will impact on the lives of the people in a positive way.
So you want them to, instead of building flyovers in cities, they will go to my village and control.
Of course, it's not just what I
farmlands in my village.
Yeah, it's not about what I want. It's about what even Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, said they should stop building flyovers where it is unnecessary. Because building flyovers where it is unnecessary is a waste of funds, because these funds are meant to take care of the welfare of the people, primarily security welfare. What is the primary responsibility of government? Security of lives, welfare of the people. And when you get these monies, it is not channeled towards security and welfare, then you have not done anything. It means
movement smooth, so you can see the traffic jam.
No, it is ostentatious.
The sweet thing about this thing is that it's coming from Mr. President himself.
Yes.
He knows how much he's giving them.
And also, I like that he has said that no money has been given to them, and more money is being given to them. So it's just
we should be applauding the president for making this statement, because it's going to make some of them who are reasonable to speak up.
The Eagles say that
which is
we will have coastal highway going on.
Anyway,
we don't know how much that was plunged in it. When the governors want to do their own flyovers, you are doing coastal highway.
If you consider
he's doing super highway, so they should do super high flyovers as well.
Well, whichever way, but the fact that he said it's about saying is one thing, doing is another. So do what I say, not as I do.
No, the point remains that is in bringing this thing home. At the end of the day, the Igbos used to say that Mirin is Tennessee Gwaruba. And unfortunately, one of the things I learned in some places I am is that when they speak in this other language, they leave you with the interpretation yourself. But unfortunately, when we talk about these issues, it's just like we're talking about subsidy removal and all that. You know, I remember a time when governments, if they are giving resources to the subnational, they map some things these projects go into. But it's quite unfortunate what our situation is, that these projects don't make the requisite impact on the lives of the people. And like Mr. President has equally advised in the past, that they should wet the grass and make it greener. And I pray that these leaders at the subnational would listen to Mr. President, so that some of these things can get close to some of us at the lower end of the ladder, so that even the farmers in my village can have pot bellies and then celebrate some of these things.
All right, that's the much time we're taking this morning. Thank you for sitting with us through the sunrise, the breakfast show here on Aneke TV. Till we come your way same time on Monday. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a lovely weekend.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching.
Mr. Res Arrow, it's always a pleasure having you here.
Thank you, Mr. Uche. And for you, viewer, continue to watch us on Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we say thank you for watching. And keep watching till we come your way same time on Monday. Bye-bye.
Technology surrounds us every day, from our phones to smart homes, but has it really made life easier or just more complicated? Today, we hit the streets to find out what everyday people think.
It has done more good than harm. Because why? The harm aspect of it can be curtailed. It can be curtailed. It can be checkmated. If you put the necessary, just like some parents complain about their children, what they do using phone. If you don't give them phone, and if you restrict them from using phone, you can checkmate them. Even if you put DSTV in their rooms and you do parental whatever, and the parental control, you can restrict it. So those bad side effects of it can be, restricted. But we have to move. That technology is a movement, and you can't stop it. Development continues to come. People continue to come up every day with a new way of doing things, a new way of reducing the long time it takes for things to take place, and a new way of making it, more very convenient and at ease.
Technology has made life easier because a lot of things. What can you even mention? Can you mention car? Can you mention cell phone? Numerous. Technology has done a lot for us because of the negativity that is being attached. For instance, using phone to lie. Hey, hello, please, where are you? I'm in Lagos. While the person is at Holy Ghost here. Please, I have to start coming. Yes, I'm at Abani Road. While the person is at home. So again, they use it to do a lot of evil. They use it to lure you and kill people. They use it to snatch a lot of things, steal from you. That is the negative aspect of technology.
Well, I can say it is 50-50. In the sense that, coming to the positive side of it, technology has really made life easy. In the sense that people can easily, comfortably access information. That's why the net is called a global village. So it's very easy to access information now. Many people don't go to a library to read. Any book you need online, you can easily access it. Any information at all. Whether social, political, religious, otherwise, you can access them on the internet. But on the other hand, negatively, there are so many negative information in life that is causing problem, affecting the youth of this generation, who don't know their left and right. Whatever you give them online, they just swallow it hook, line, and sinker, and become a social menace to the society. A government should put in place mechanism to checkmate destructive information, so that youth will not be negatively influenced through it, and society at large.
Obviously, any normal human being in this 21st century know that it has actually made life easy. He gets, or else the person is not, even though you're not used to these gadgets, you would have seen a lot of things that you'd be like, oh, triggered, or like, wow. For example, I'm a teacher, and it has helped me, my school has a smart TV, a smart board rather. Apart from that, phone, these days people are doing AI, making money. Even someone that didn't pass through the 4 walls of school, they are trying to make money with all these little things they learn. And I mean, it's extra source of income, so it's definitely going to solve problem.
From my opinion, I feel technology has made life easy rather than making it complicated, because we are in a modern era where technology has aided a lot of things and had made life more easy. For example, in the areas of communication, prior to this modern technology, we communicate to people through letter writing, and it takes probably 3 or 4 days before your message can get delivered to somebody, no matter how urgent it is. But these days, due to technology, you can be here now and communicate to somebody in America without delay. You don't even need flight to go to America. You don't need a visa to communicate with somebody in America. You can send email. You can message the person on WhatsApp. You can message the person on Facebook. So as far as I'm concerned, internet, technology has made the modern day life more easier. When it comes to the areas of education also, students have access to materials online as a result of technology. You mustn't buy a textbook these days before you get to maybe know something. You can be in Nigeria and have knowledge of a book that was written by somebody in America without going to America. So these are the things that technology has done.
When we talk about technology, the products of what most of the things we see today are technology. For instance, the vehicles passing on the road, they are all products of technology. So if I tell you that the technology did not make life easier, that means I'm lying to myself. Because even where I'm standing right now is the product of technology that brought me here. Otherwise, I would have spent the whole day trekking from my house to this place. So technology has made life quite easier. It may have its own side effects, or what I may call disadvantages, demerits, but that doesn't mean that it has not done good to humanity. Technology has actually made life easier. Everything that has advantage or advantages also has some level of disadvantages. Even the safest drugs we take have their side effects. Therefore, technology is not an exception. So, and if you look at it, the vehicles we drive, if you didn't do the necessary maintenance on them, they may become killer machines. For instance, if the brake system is bad, then a crash will becomes imminent. Therefore, even in the use of technology, we must bring in checks and balances. We must set boundaries. We must also know how to apply technology so that it will not take over our natural capacity. If we did not take precautions, then it may destroy the whole system. But that doesn't mean that technology is bad. What matters is how we apply it. So my own advice on it is that while we key into the new technological system that is already in existence in our society today, we must also set boundaries and ensure that it did not replace our natural capacity and other tendencies we should have as human beings that make us human beings.
As we have seen, opinions on technology are mixed. While some say it simplifies life, others feel it adds new challenges. One thing is clear, no matter how advanced tech gets, it's changing the way we live, work, and connect. I am Sharon Uchi, Aneke TV.
Welcome and many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeat of issues, policies, politics, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we'll take a look at women, power and protection, Nigeria's changing narrative. We stand at a critical crossroads where culture, power and policy collide. For decades, the narrative of the Nigerian women has been written in the quiet resilience of the living room, managing homes, building communities, and sustaining the fabric of our society. But today, a new chapter demands to be broadcast. The conversation is shifting from the living room to the Senate floor as we confront a glaring truth. A nation cannot fly only on one wing. Yet, as we talk about women, power, and protection, the numbers tell a sobering story. While our East African neighbors paved the way, with Rwanda leading the world at over 60% for female legislative representation, and Kenya constitutionally reserving for 7 seats for women leaders, Nigeria still lingers at a critical standstill, with women holding less than 5% of our national legislative power. How do we break this deadlock? How do we transition from male survivor to structural political power? Today on The Insight, we are joined by a trailblazer who has lived this fight. She is a legal powerhouse, the founder of ndlea Foundation, and a former governorship aspirant who has walked the challenging path of political aspiration in Nigeria. Please welcome to the program, Barrister Nene.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Yeah,
in fact, I feel so elected, finally. Yeah, though you've been around in Aneke TV, but this is your first of the insights.
Yes,
if I have a bell, I would.
Bring it for me. Thank you so much.
I feel so elected to have this conversation with you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Yeah. So, Barrister, before we get into the conversation proper, let's get a perspective on whom the Nigerian woman is.
Okay, thank you so much. Just a way of, let's say correction now. I wasn't just an aspirant, because when you say someone aspired, it means he or she indicated interest and maybe didn't get the party's nomination and all of that. So I was actually a candidate.
Oh.
Yes, I contested in 2019 to become the governor of Enugu State under the then Fresh Democratic Party.
Wow, that correction is noted.
Yes, thank you so much. And who is a Nigerian woman, you asked? And this message, this question just takes me back to even from the home, even from the old time where we had our mothers who never went to school, but they had so much influence. They played huge roles in shaping their children, shaping homes, shaping families, and even the larger society. So a Nigerian woman is that woman that is so passionate about economic development, and that is why even in the glaring midst of insecurity, she still wakes up in the morning to go to the bush to farm. A Nigerian woman is that woman who, regardless of where culture has put her, when you were making your introduction, you made reference of the traditional role of a woman where, at least in Nigerian context, where a woman is expected by society and culture to be a homemaker, you know, belonging to the kitchen and the other room, like one of the then presidents said, you know. So, but a Nigerian woman is beyond that. She's that woman that even combines those roles with her potentials to lead.
Combines those roles.
Those roles, yes.
And the potential to
Yes,
lead.
because women generally, not just a Nigerian woman now, women generally are multitasking. You still find them in the home doing their job. You still find them in the other room doing their job and in the kitchen. But they are also in the on the table. They are in the forefront, making decisions, you know, bringing ideas. These women are so resilient that even when situations, systems are trying to push them away, I said, go and belong to one particular, position. Just remain at the kitchen, at the other room. Don't come out. These women keep pushing. That's why you can have a lot of women that you can count on, the likes of the late Dora Akunyili. You know, she was a mother. Today you hear that her children doing exploits. She had time to nurture her children as a mother, and she went to school, and not just finishing from university and sitting down. She, kept on empowering herself through further education until she came out to the limelight, where she was highly celebrated before her demise. We still have a lot of them, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, for instance, and a whole lot of others. We can count them. These were mothers, wives, sisters and children to families, but they were able to come out. So a Nigerian woman is that woman who is so dogged and who is willing to offer her services, offer even her life. Because I remember then when the late Dora Akunyili was the DG of NAFDAC, she was willing to lay down her life to ensure that that issue of fake drugs were eradicated. Every Nigerian child started looking at products that they buy to know the expiry date, because this woman made it possible. So that is a Nigerian woman. A Nigerian woman is that woman that is not afraid to try new things. She's not afraid to venture into things, and that's why somebody like me could venture into politics.
You just made one statement. The Nigerian woman is not afraid to venture into new things.
New things, and that is why even me, as far back as 2019, ventured into politics.
I was still wanting to come to that and ask you where you drew the courage and inspiration for.
But that is the typical of a woman for you. When she sees that things are not going the way that it's supposed to be, you see them trying to say, how do I fix this? I mean, in my 40s now, I can say that since I was born, in fact, since, let's say, from my 5th year in this life, I started praying for Nigeria in distress. I started seeing how things were not just going on well. And I asked myself,
until today, they are still praying for
Nigeria in distress. You are still recording 5%, less than 5% inclusion. And I mean, so these things are just, I mean, too many to count. I'm telling you. And so some people like us left. For me, for instance, I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm even a pastor's wife, so I have women under me that I take care of. I'm a legal practitioner, I still practice, I've sat as a customary court judge. I was combining all of this.
You've sat as a customary court
judge? Yes, I have.
Combining your role as a wife, a mother, leader in the church?
Yes. So, and that is why I told you that a Nigerian woman, if given the enabling environment, will definitely blossom and also, by extension, impact the society. But Nigerians don't know that they are shooting themselves on the leg when they just relegate women to that role of staying in the kitchen and the other room. We are not saying that place is bad. It's not bad. We need the kitchen and the other room. But we also need to maximize our potentials. We have a lot to deliver.
All right. That leads me to the next question now. The women no longer want to just be at the other room, in quotes.
Yes.
They want to thrive. Then, where lies the problem? Is it because, as we question and women demand access to power, where lies the problem? Is it culture? Is it institutional? Where is the problem coming from?
Okay, thank you so much. You see, everything is a problem. Both the culture.
Everything is the problem.
I'm telling you, the culture, the system. Because I remember growing up, our parents weren't training us to become leaders. They weren't training us to become, when I came out to contest, my mom was like, she wasn't here with me then. What did you say you're coming out to? These politicians, they will kill you. Because she already knows that the system is so unfriendly to even men who are their equals, not to talk of women. So both the system, the institution, because I say the institution because if people who are offenders, those who also make life miserable for women and others, are punished adequately by the institution that should punish them, it will act as a deterrent. And people will see that, oh, we have an institution. Then I talk about culture. A lot of people have hidden themselves under the culture to deal with women in this Nigeria. You don't want to hear certain things we hear when we go to communities. I run an NGO, and this NGO, we go into communities and interact with these men. And a man will stand up and tell you, we cannot stop circumcising women. Like you are advocating against female circumcision, for instance. I say, Oga, why do you think women should continue to be circumcised? I say, to curtail their sexual pleasure. That if women are not circumcised, you see them being promiscuous.
Are we still in that at this moment?
I'm telling you. But for men, you don't do that. Men can enjoy themselves. Some women are still being subjected to come and swear, come and drink, come and do this one, come and swear that you did not kill your husband. But no man dies, and no woman dies, and the man is accused. Even when some people are saying, this man used this woman to do juju, nobody will tell the woman, come and swear. That is by the way. So the culture, the system, the societal construction of the role of a woman has made this woman so down that even to push, some men will meet a man that has 6 children, 5 girls, and then the last one is a boy. I say, thank God, at least you won't give birth again. Say, Guinea, how can all this wealth I have acquired, is it only one boy that would? I say, what happened to your girls? There's denial of inheritance of property to the female children. Even when the Supreme Court has laid down the principle that women can now inherit, daughters can inherit their father's property.
But that's not in practice.
But it's not in practice. So the system, the institution, because if it's not in practice, why is it not in practice? Why can't somebody go to court like Ukeje? Yes, we have a celebrated case of Ukeje and Ukeje, where the woman took her brothers to court and she got victory. But some people will tell you, if I go to court, she doesn't even have money to engage a lawyer. And she's not sure what she will see. So these are the issues. The society has so much constructed some roles. A woman, your own is to sit down, cook food, do this. And if you could even come out from a leader in this country, how much more the common man in the village?
All right.
I saw a lot when I was sitting as a customary court judge. I saw culture dealing with women, and it's strong. So that's why everything is, and our mindset has been so damaged that even when you are trying to make some men understand that when we talk about equality, for instance, I'm not saying you will become like me. I'm not saying I'll turn to be like you. But we are saying let everybody have equal access to opportunities. If there's a job role to be performed in this organization, don't look at me as a woman. Look at my intellect. Look at my capacity. Can this woman deliver? Don't say because if I give her this managerial position, she'll go and get married, give birth. This thing shouldn't be a limitation if all things are equal.
All right. You know, when you started, you said parents don't train women to assume leadership responsibilities. Is that the case, actually?
It's part of it. So that child is now growing up for a man. You know, in Igbo land, for instance, they say, do you marry you? So stay like this so that you marry. Don't go outside. Don't do like this. So women were now trained. The girl child was now trained to just become so reserved. She's getting ready for marriage. She wasn't prepared for leadership. And that's why when some of us came out, they were surprised. Even some women were afraid to support you because they don't know where you are going with it.
All right, Barrister, you know, you've highlighted culture, you've talked about the families, parental upbringing.
Yes.
But let me ask, does patriarchy have any role to play in all this?
Culture is entrenched in patriarchy. Patriarchy, whichever way. We are living in a patriarchal society where even by the bare sight of, look at that man I told you now, that he only has 5 girls and 1 boy, but he feels incomplete until he has so many more men that can inherit his property. When a child is born and they say, what did she give birth to? Say it's a girl. Say, yeah. But once you hear it's a boy, you hey, see jubilation. That is people for you. And that is to the extent that patriarchy has played. Even in our traditional setting, women are still not allowed to even near some places, though, because through advocacy now, some of these traditional rulers are beginning to embrace women leadership. And so they are bringing them to their cabinets. And they could see, we've interviewed some of them, and they are saying, oh, thank God, we never knew. So we are living in a patriarchal society. We can't even overemphasize what patriarchy is doing to us as in Nigeria. Even at home, where a woman should be assisted by a man in cooking and doing house chores, the man will not do it. Because if you as a friend is coming to see the man washing plates in the kitchen, say, Oga, now so this woman don't reduce you. But before you got married, you were washing your plates, you were cooking your food.
Listening to you speak, is making me abandon questions I planned for. And I'm asking, why didn't I get to X-ray you as my topic rather than, discussing women in general? But let me ask, you were a candidate, a governorship candidate.
Yes.
You had the support of your husband.
Very well. I mean, this is my 21st year in marriage, and this man has been amazing. Because even as I was rushing out to meet other things before coming here, I could not even take my breakfast. He was like, honey, okay, don't worry. I will help you do this. He was 100% supportive.
Is that because of his profession and calling as a person?
As a pastor or something? No,
yes.
This is and because of the understanding, that's why I say mindset. A lot of men are still so myopic in their thing, with all due respect. Some of them, I've met a man, a very close, friend of mine, that said the wife will not do this. He will not. She got a lecturing job. The man said, no. We can, and it was in another state. And the lady was willing to be going from here to the state. Yes, 2 hours or 1 hour. The man refused. So some men have made it something that they don't even encourage their wives, they don't support their wives, they don't assist at home. They feel that helping your wife at home, because when you help your wife at home, she'll be able to also have time to reason, to read those cases. Like when I was very, very active in legal practice, you need to read your case file now for you to be able to perform well in court tomorrow. So if you don't have that sound mind, and also my husband also supported that we get help. Do you know some men who say, Achoromu house help in this house? You don't want house help, and the woman is the only one doing the house chores, and you are doing yoga. That is wrong. So when I had that interest in content, my husband was my number one. He offered, he even brought his car. He was willing, and he was able to also forbear when I was traveling, going up and down for meetings and all of that, which I'm still doing even till today.
And he's still supporting you.
Very supportive.
You know, I'm going to ask, how do we get that same mindset in other men? But before you talk about that, we'll take a moment and go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue the conversations. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight, and with us is Barrister Nena Anozie, former governorship contestant in Enugu State and the founder of Nena Anozie Foundation. It's been a pleasure speaking with you so far.
Same here.
All right. Thank you. Yes, before we went on the break, I was asking, how do we get this mind shift in other men? Because it's quite interesting to hear that you got an unalloyed support from your husband, you know, while you were a governorship contestant.
Yes.
That's really, you know, stories that we don't get to hear all the time.
Yes. So, you know, our men need to, I think it's high time they just understood that women are first of all human beings before we begin to look at them as belonging to any gender. So when you see your fellow human being, who is now a woman, and your wife, and that as a human being, she has rights to aspire to any level. I know some parents, the way they even train their children these days, they say you won't get married until you have gotten your masters, you have gotten to this level. Why some of them are doing that is so that you don't enter into one man's house and the man decides to pocket you. So we need to now begin to let these men know that there's no contest, there's no comparison, there's no, what's the word now? People are not competing. Because I feel that that's why sometimes men are threatened by women who are too maybe forward in question, they are so ambitious, so they feel intimidated that if this woman becomes this, who knows, maybe she will not be my boss or something. So that mindset has to shift. You have to begin to see this woman as a co-heir. Like for Christians, Bible says we are co-heir. And that's why even on the last day, there will be nothing like any sex. We are all equal before God. If you read your Bible, you see that God made them male and female and gave two of them the same mandate to go and dominate. It's unfortunate that even in some churches, this patriarchy is entrenched. You see women at the back, men are at the front. Meanwhile, when God, from creation, he said, it's not good for a man to be alone. Why would you want to be alone? So we need to begin to, even if it's Bible you believe in, if it's whatever religion.
But the other part of the Bible still says that she is a helpmeet, and most men still see them as help.
Help suitable for you. So that means you are doing something. Adam was doing something, and before Eve came, not when Eve came, he now left everything for Eve, because that's where the thing.
Should Eve be at the forefront while Adam is from the rear? That's the question.
So what happened? If you look at creation, even though we are digressing a bit, but if you look at creation, for those who read Bible, if you read Genesis chapter 1, which is the beginning, where the whole thing started, not when things spoiled. From Genesis chapter 1, if you look at verse 27 and 28, the Bible says, and he said to them, first of all, he made them male and female, and said to them, have dominion. What is dominion? That is leadership. That is power, influence, both of them. You understand? Forget that things now shifted and we are now saying this one is below, this one is. But in the eyes of God, because God did not go anywhere to create. If God had wanted Adam to be at the front or woman to be at the front or back, he would have maybe created them anyhow. But from the side, there's one women's anthem we sing, side by side in true equality. So it's side by side. God created from the side so that we be the same side and work together. If you're in front, you can mislead me. If you're back at the back, you can drag me back. But if we are working side by side, we can work together. And that is if you ask me.
That's a good mindset.
Yes, that's a mindset. So say that you are not in competition with this woman. My husband has his own field. He's not even into full-time pastoring. He has his field where he works. And he knows that this woman has gone to school and also should aspire to become something. Don't be that person dragging him back. And of course, I always say it in Igbo. What does that mean? Whatever you give a woman, it comes home. And it has a multiplier effect. This woman you are giving one sperm like this produces twins. So the woman knows how to multiply whatever you give. So when you give a woman love and an enabling environment to grow, you will reap it. You are the one that will enjoy it. So this is how we will change the mindset of men, telling them the benefits they will get when a woman is allowed to fulfill her potentials, and that she will not compete with you, but also complement you in wherever you are lacking and become that helpmate suitable for you, so that you achieve your purpose and you all grow. There are sometimes that there will be no money in the pocket of the man, and the man will say, could you please lend me something? Could you please support this? And you see the woman doing that. But if you had made the woman a sit-at-home person who is not doing anything, when you don't have anybody to run to. So we need to begin to talk to these men, let them also take an example, borrow a leaf from other, more civilized climes where there's nothing like gender. A man can come and cook. It doesn't take anything. It doesn't reduce your personality. It doesn't take anything from you that you cooked food you eat. Some men are wonderful chefs. Don't you see them go to some restaurants? Men are the ones cooking there and their food sweet. So house chores are not gender role. We need to teach our men this. House chores, domestic chores, they are not gender role. We are all the same. The only difference between a man and a woman is just that genetic makeup. Leadership should not be gender-based. It should be who can do it. Whoever can should. Because they have also traveled, some of them have traveled to other countries where women are leaders. And those countries are wonderful. They even deny you visa to come where a woman is leading. Someone like Angela Merkel, for instance, for how long, how many years she was the Chancellor of Germany. She did excellently well. Come to Africa, even Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and so many others, Tanzania, a lot of places. I've been to some of these places, like you mentioned Rwanda. We went to Rwanda and we saw how wonderful these people are.
Now that you've taken me to this part, let me talk about the reserved seat for women.
Yes.
Let me get your perspective on that. And with the mindset that, we're talking about Rwanda and Kenya, these countries are ahead of Nigeria in this.
And this shouldn't be. My brother, this shouldn't be. We are the giants of Africa. Should we be answering it from mouth, Kwano? We are the giant of Africa. So what are we doing? How are we leading? These women have been to Kenya, have been to Rwanda, have been to Uganda. These are countries that should be, without undermining any country, at least if we say we are the giants, we should be ahead of them, both in political leadership and everything. But it's not so. And that's because they sat down. Rwanda survived genocide.
Yes.
But they sat down and planned their system. If you, from the airport, you start seeing young people working at the airport, doing their work. So there was all-inclusive governance. Each time I remember that place, I want to go back again. The youth are involved. The women are involved. We went to their parliament. Women were everywhere because there was that quota system. There were some seats reserved for only women, in addition to the ones they will contest with men. And that was how their female representation came up. So why can't we? That is what brought us to reserve seats. We are not even saying these reserve seats will be permanent, but to say, let us come up a little bit, because we are really making a mess of ourselves. When we travel, when we go to CSW, we go to these places. You can't boldly say you're a Nigerian because they know where they place women. No woman has ever become governor of Enugu, in Nigeria, in any state in Nigeria. Somebody will say Anambra. No, Vejetiaba was never the governor. It was circumstances. She didn't contest to be governor and won. So that is what we are saying. That you appointed somebody. All this politics of tokenism should not, be what will be celebrated.
Barrister, you just mentioned it. Politics of tokenism.
Yes.
And I'm asking, this reserved seat for women, is it not tokenism?
No, why is not so tokenism is because they will contest and win. These people will contest the seat. It doesn't stop them from contesting other seats with men. Do you get? If you just say, okay, and what we are even doing is just like a damage control, because damage has been done to Nigerian female political representation. So how do we control this damage? That's why we brought out this temporal arrangement to see if women can come up to a certain percentage. You understand? Because look at the 35% affirmative action is not implemented. And now we are talking about 50-50. I'm currently working with Wako on that project, 50-50 action women. Where are we? You come to some places and they are looking at you like you came from. That's why you are talking about female representation. The next thing they tag you is, this woman walaya too much. She's rebellious. She's this. They are looking at you that way. Do you get? So I don't know how we can get our people to begin to embrace civilization, because that is civilization, where everybody is included. The youth are included. The women are included. That is the word now, inclusivity. For as long as, even God from creation said, it is not good for a man to be alone. Why should a man be the governor, be the deputy, be the president, be the vice, in a world where even half of the population, because women make half of the population, we are still down, crawling. What they are still giving us is tokenism, small appointment, go and be the commissioner for gender, finance. And they will put in finance because they know that you are a good manager. But they don't believe you can manage the entire economy.
All right, but still on the reserve seat, if this bill actually says true at the end of the day, do you think that this could actually lead to better laws for Nigerians?
Yeah, what it will now do is that it will bring more women on board. All right? And of course, before a constituency or a state elects a woman to represent them, they must have known that that woman has what all it takes. We are not regretting any of the women we ever supported or even elected in some states. So it will help to improve, because women have this. It's just whether it is from God. We have this way, the same way we manage our homes. If we break it to the leadership table, I tell you, there are a lot of things. If you ask any family man who is sincere enough, he will tell you, I don't know anything in my home. It's my wife that runs this home. She knows how to manage that 10,000 naira to carry us for 1 month. But even in this tinubu time.
On a lighter note, I'm trying to cover a lot of spaces. Sorry, I'm cutting you short.
No, it's fine.
But on a lighter note, if that bill says true and we finally have this reserve seat for women, what do you think will be the first bill women will be pushing through for?
First bill? What first bill would they? I know that generally
equality.
It may not be. Of course, even the Constitution, our 1999 Constitution has given us that equality. It's just that we don't look at these laws and we don't implement them. Implementation of law. I'm always saying it everywhere I go, that our challenge in Nigeria is not even policies and laws. It is implementation. We have a lot of lovely laws, like the recent law, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition law. If this VAP law is implemented in states where they have been domesticated, my dear brother, violence will go. violence in workplaces, at home, private and public, will disappear. But they are not implemented. So even if the women are pushing for bills, it has to be bills that will, enhance the livelihood of the young people, the women, and everybody. Because a woman is, first of all, a mother. Even a small child has that motherhood heart. I don't know how God created it. And that's why I said all this borrowing that we are borrowing today is because both the president is a man, the vice is a man, advisor is a man, everybody around that man is a man. Go, let's start from charity. They say begins at home. That man that you see coming out to dish out this and that has a good wife that is bringing good ideas, being supportive, managing the few resources they have. And that's why you can see them in their few resources. They have built a house. They are training their children. They are managing. If they bring the same mind, the same whatever to the table, this country will be better. So whatever bill the women will be, I don't think they will have a joint bill. But of course, they must push for that gender equality to be implemented. And what is gender equality? It is not to go and start dragging position with men. It is to place everything, fairness, or equity as people want to call it. Equal opportunities, equal access to education. It's not when you come to a family and say, let the man go first. The woman can, after you marry, then you are sharing your property. You say after she will marry tomorrow, you give her everything to the man. So equal access to opportunity. Equal as if you are saying that the wife killed the man. When the man dies too, the wife dies too, say that the man. So let there be equality. That is what we are talking about. That is what is equality. Even feminism that people have misunderstood. Feminism does not mean that a woman is superior to a man. Nobody is superior. We are all equal before God. And that's why when I also look at some Christians, still naming people, this one is a man. This one, I cannot go to a church where a woman is a leader. I say, who told you that? God created man and woman equally, and gave two of them the same mandate to go and that's why he can release his Holy Spirit even on the woman, release it on the man. He does not say, when I want to release Holy Spirit, this man is a man, so don't be. So it's just all encompassing. Why I'm digressing and putting hands in all two diseases is so that we will know, because men are represented everywhere in the religious circle, because some religion too, the terrible, their mindset about women and where they should belong. I remember when I was contesting, I met one lady. I said, please, join me in this campaign. He said, no, my faith forbids politics. So what are you teaching them? Some of them don't come to vote, not to talk of participating.
I was even going to ask you about that, because when we look at the campaign rallies, soon the stadiums will be filled. Yeah. And you see that majority are women. And when it comes to being a woman and supporting women, we rarely see that number supporting women or female candidates as well.
It's just that same lack of understanding and mindset and the way they grew, because we grew up seeing men there. Seriously, we grew up seeing men in that space, in so many high spaces where money is made, decisions, policies are being framed and all of that. We see men there. So it's not that an average Nigerian woman or African woman is rising up to realize that, this thing shouldn't be gender-based. Why should I sit down and not? That's why even in the universities now, you now see women being departmental president for the first time, being SUG president for the first time, because all of these leadership roles have been assigned by both society and culture. I told you that this social construction, that leadership is just for men. Even at home, a woman will sit down, train the child. When the issue of marriage comes, where maybe the in-laws are coming to discuss how to marry, they will tell the woman, go inside.
They will tell the woman to go
yes,
inside.
Yes, now, that if I broke wine is not to be discussed with women. Go inside. So these things are we are so entrenched in it. But with time, I tell you, and with this kind of conversations we are having, people are listening and watching, I'm sure, and they will understand it from the point that we are not trying to come and overshadow them or dethrone them, but side by side in true equality.
All right. While you were speaking earlier on, you mentioned VAP, and that reminds me immediately that recently we've been seeing a rise in reports about domestic abuse, where mostly women abuse their househelps. Why do you think we're having this situation on high rise now?
Yes, I think is character issue.
Character issue?
Yeah, I think it's character issue because one day one of my girls was saying, "Mommy, you don't know how to do madam." You know, the way some people have been trained and raised, environments where some of them were raised in a very, very chaotic environment, into polygamous family where there's always struggle, beating. So they grow up, some are narcissists, they have character flaws, character problem, and they don't know. You know, this issue of narcissism, maybe people who are into that kind of that field will explain it better, but when you deal with a narcissist, you discover that everyone around that person will have a problem. The husband, the children, so it's now that we are beginning to understand that it's not about even gender, because you still see some men that abuse their house helps, whether it's a man that is living with them, but it's a character thing. So, and I think it's because our institutions have not started dealing with people who are perpetrators. So once the perpetrators are being dealt with according to the law, it will act as a deterrent to others. So now you are now seeing that a lot of people are even come because of advocacy some civil society organizations are making. Those, you know, people are becoming their boss keeper. That's why we now notice that a child is having bruises all over because he or she is living with somebody, and you can now report. So there's so much awareness now that's why you are seeing it. Somebody like me, my father died when we were very little, and we lived with people. We know what we suffered. I still have some mark. But who do we report to? We didn't report to anybody. And it was as a result of the kind of people you are living with, their mindset, their character. So feel that, because you are living with me, you are lesser. My own children should be well treated. So it's an attitude thing. It is a character thing. And I don't want to change your character if you don't want to change it. You're a narcissist, you're a sadist, you're a wicked person. Continue. But let our institutions begin to implement the laws. Like this VAP law, it prohibits against any form of violence, whether even emotional violence, verbal abuse. They are all contained in the VAP law. Verbal abuse. If you can reckon what somebody has told you that brought you, it doesn't mean that people can die out of what you said with your mouth to them. So these things are all captured in the VAP law. That verbal abuse, physical abuse, whatever, any form of abuse, whether in the private life or in the public life. So that is it. So let us begin to intentionally create courts, even if it's mobile courts, that will be trying these people sharp, they will go to prison. This whole thing will go.
All right, and that's very well explained. You know, I was asking this question, you know, where we are asking for more powers for women, and then we are seeing situations like this. You know, one begins to ask, how do we reconcile this with giving women more power? But the question should actually be, how do, you know, women leaders and those who see themselves at the corridors of authority, you know, what they do to see that such culture of maltreatment, you know, is stopped.
Yes, they should speak out against it. In addition to speaking out against it, you know, some people will say it's life. If, for instance, this country is even favorable to their citizens, to her citizens, who will give birth and go and give out a 3-year-old child to somebody to begin to take care of?
No, but barrister, sorry that I'm interjecting. You know, years back, this culture was sort of a leeway for people to help one another, where you see a family that is struggling, yes, you know, that way. But it seems not to be the case any longer.
Yes, and that, like I've said before, it's just that orientation, you know, that people have and their character. But the women leaders can as well push for bills for maybe more strict or stringent laws against such. But I don't think there's even anyone that should be more than the VAP law. So they should also speak out against it and do more of advocacy. Let's sensitize these women that these children that are living with you can be people who will support and help you tomorrow. Nobody knows tomorrow. So it's to plead to their conscience. It's the role of everybody. In the church, preach against it. In the mosque, preach against it. At home, those traditional rulers call meetings from time to time that anybody found. We went to one community in Enugu State here where there is a bylaw that contains a lot of things. If you maltreat your wife, this is what will be done to you. They can bring you out and flog you. You know, that kind of, you know. So, I mean, everybody should consciously and intentionally speak against such domestic violence meted against you, because these children have their rights enshrined in the Child's Rights Act, even in the Constitution, because they are first of all human beings before they became a child or children. So is to begin to implement these laws and see that these laws are implemented, speak against it, sensitize these women that somebody is living with you does not mean that person is less of a human being. Love the person the same way you love your children. Because this person you raised today, I know a young lady who traveled abroad and still lives abroad today through house help. Because of the way she was, taking care of these children, and the woman was taking good care of the woman. When they wanted to relocate, the children said, no, not without Auntie Ngozi. You can search it online. One Jaligwa, she's put it up in the Facebook, and unfortunately, the person is from my maternal home, so it's not a hearsay. So I know.
Correct.
As I speak with you today, this girl is living big, married, and with her children abroad through house help. So imagine if this woman had maltreated her. And today, the woman was giving, explaining how this lady took care when she could not have time for her children, that this lady was their second mother. So why would you maltreat someone who has come to help you? You call her a house help. So she's the one doing chores. She's the one taking care of. We sent one couple to prison the other time, a few years ago. What did they do? The woman, at around 12 midnight, you gave a child that I think that child was 10 years or so, gave her a small child to carry. And she was sleeping. As she was sleeping, the child fell off. And you now carry hot water, bikini, pour on her. That was one landed, and the man too did not do anything. So he was an accomplice. They're still in prison.
What very awful.
Innocent.
Yeah. Before I let you go, just quick ones. How is the foundation going? The Nena Nozie Foundation.
Thank you. That foundation is for women and youths, and right now, as I speak with you, yesterday we empowered some women, young women, very few of them because of our limited resources, to learn how to make slippers and sandals. It's ongoing now. It started yesterday. We are even supporting.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Enugu nscdc hands over suspected $5,000 foreign exchange fraudster to EFCC. Farmers in Taraba State demand immediate probe after 8,000 bags of federal fertilizer vanish. National Association of Nigerian Students condemn abduction of 5 students in Ogun hostel attack. Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo confirms private jet access road landing in Asaba as major security breach. Now the details of the news. Farmers in Taraba State are demanding an immediate independent investigation after 8,000 bags of fertilizer vanished from supply channels. The missing inputs were part of a 20,000 bag allocation under a presidential farm assistance initiative designed to cushion agricultural production costs and boost national food security. While agricultural associations successfully distributed their designated 12,000 bags share directly to verified local farmers, the remaining 8,000 bags entrusted to state officials failed to reach intended beneficiaries. State agricultural authorities have denied ever taking custody of the batch, prompting sharp criticism from grassroots farming cooperatives left without essential planting materials. Agricultural leaders have petitioned federal security agencies and the Taraba state government to track the supply chain and hold accountable those involved in accepting the consignment. In response, federal agricultural coordinators assured affected farming communities that investigation protocols have been activated alongside law enforcement agencies. The Sokoto state government has disbursed 15 million naira in financial assistance and delivered 2 truckloads of rice to aid more than 1,500 displaced persons in Bodinga local government area. The emergency intervention follows a violent assault by armed assailants that displaced residents across 6 rural communities in the council. During a formal presentation ceremony in Sifawa, state officials provided 500,000 alongside 3 bags of rice to each family of the 14 individuals killed in the attack. Injured survivors received 200,000 naira each, in addition to essential food packages to support their immediate medical and nutritional recovery. State government representatives reassured the displaced victims that joint security operations are currently underway to neutralize threats and restore lasting peace across Bodinga. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has condemned the abduction of 5 students from Gateway ICT Polytechnic in Ipararemo, Ogun State. Armed gunmen breached an off-campus residential facility, firing indiscriminately before driving the victims into adjacent forested terrain. The violent assault disrupted academic activities, forcing the Polytechnic management to postpone scheduled examinations as anxiety spread through student residential clusters. NAN's leadership called on the federal government and security agencies to mobilize all tactical assets necessary to secure the immediate unharmed release of the abducted students. Meanwhile, the Ogun State Police Command confirmed that a specialized anti-kidnapping squads and tactical operational teams have been deployed to comb nearby forests. Federal officials, governors, and regional stakeholders gathered in Umuahia, Abia State for the Southeast Regional Security Summit, highlighting regional stability as a core requirement for national economic recovery. The summit focused on developing integrated operational strategies to mitigate security challenges across the 5 eastern states. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, said that securing the Southeast remains a cornerstone of the federal government's democratic growth agenda. He underscored that sustainable economic investment depends heavily on restoring full confidence in the region's security architecture. Addressing the assembly, lawmakers and regional executives emphasized that curbing insecurity requires legislative backing, intelligence sharing, and economic opportunities for youth alongside military interventions. Stakeholders also called for enhanced community policing frameworks to tackle localized crime networks. Police operatives in Benue State have arrested a 20-year-old suspected arms vendor during a targeted stop and search operations alongside a transit route in Guma local government area. Officers intercepted a motorcycle carrying 2 male passengers early this week as part of heightened regional counter-insurgency patrols. Upon approaching the police checkpoint, the motorcycle passenger attempted to evade law enforcement by fleeing into surrounding bushes. However, police authorities successfully apprehended the suspect, identified as Joro Jakarta, following a brief pursuit. The Benue State Police Command confirmed that the suspect remains in custody as intelligence teams track the origin of the supply and pursue the fleeing accomplice. Security agencies continue to urge local residents to report suspicious movements to support intelligence-led operations. A fake bank transfer, a $5,000 foreign exchange transaction, and weeks of clandestine surveillance operatives of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps and nscdc in Enugu have arrested the suspected high-profile fraudster and handed him over to the EFCC. The suspect, Rahim Abiodun, was tracked down to the State Ministry of Finance after allegedly using fake payment alerts to defraud unsuspecting victims. Our correspondent has the details of the report.
The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, nscdc, has handed over a suspected high-profile fraudster to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, for further investigation and possible prosecution over alleged financial crimes committed in Enugu. The suspect, Rahim Abiodun, was handed over by the Enugu State Command following weeks of intelligence-led surveillance. Briefing journalist, the State Commandant of nscdc, Enugu State Command, Dr. Elijah Itimwili, whose handover note was delivered by Superintendent of Corps, Emmanuel Wato, said the suspect, a native of Kwara State, had been linked to several cases of obtaining money by false pretense and other fraudulent financial activities. According to the commandant, intelligence reports placed the suspect under surveillance before his eventual arrest.
The suspect, by name Rahim Abiodun, male from Kwara State, has been under surveillance by the nscdc Enugu State Command following reported cases of his fraudulent activities. And he was trailed by the nscdc operatives to the Ministry of Finance, where he was arrested.
The command said one of the suspects' alleged fraudulent operations occurred on July 6, 2026, when he reportedly received 5,000 United States dollars from a victim during a foreign exchange transaction and allegedly transmitted a fake bank transfer alert instead of paying the Naira equivalent. NSCDC said the suspect resurfaced on July 28 for another alleged fraudulent transaction and was tracked to the Enugu State Ministry of Finance, where operatives arrested him without incident. Investigators also alleged that the SIM card used during the first transaction was later removed from his primary phone and inserted into a Nokia handset, allegedly handed to his driver in an attempt to conceal the crime.
Some of the items recovered from the suspect are a Hilux van with registration number KTR 379AA, registered to Akwa Ibom. First Bank ATM card, Providus Bank ATM for Bright and Bright Construction Company, a Money Point ATM card, 2 bank transfer tokens, First Bank and Providus Bank, a digital NIN slip with the name Sunday Abiodun.
Recovered during the operation were a Toyota Hilux van, ATM cards from different banks, banking security tokens, deposit slips, mobile phones, a digital national identity number slip, complimentary cards, vehicle documents, a gold bangle, designer items and other exhibits believed to be relevant to the investigation. Following preliminary investigations, the NSCDC transferred the suspects and all recovered exhibits to the Enugu Zonal Directorate of the EFCC in line with the Commission's statutory mandates to investigate and prosecute economic and financial crimes. The handover was conducted by Deputy Commandant of Corps, Anthony Ayachebelu, who represented the state commandant, while Mohammed Bello Ndaji received the suspect on behalf of the EFCC.
We are handing the document for the handover. So you people are going to continue from here. We are sisters in the job. You continue from here. You let us know, give us information at the end of the day.
The NSCDC reaffirmed its commitment to sustain collaboration with sister security agencies to combat financial crimes and warned that Enugu State will not be allowed to become a safe haven for fraudsters and other criminal elements, while urging residents to remain vigilant and promptly report suspicious financial activities to law enforcement authorities. In Enugu, I am Sharon Uchi, Aneke TV.
The Anambra State government has established an institutional partnership with the Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority to upgrade radiation safety protocols across public and private health facilities. State health administrators met with senior regulatory executives in Awka to streamline oversight of diagnosis and therapeutic radiation equipment. The joint initiative establishes strict supervisory protocols covering the importation, installation, and clinical operation of radioactive devices in hospitals across Anambra State. The Universal Basic Education Commission, UBEC, has launched a state-level climate change education training initiative in Umuahia, Abia State, developed in collaboration with the African Center for Environment, Agriculture, and Rural Development. The workshop aims to embed climate literacy into basic education structures. The capacity building exercise equips local education secretaries, school heads, and instructional supervisors with skills to create environmentally resilient learning spaces. UBEC representatives stated that the initiative directly advances national basic education reforms priorities and aligns with international environmental sustainability frameworks.
The management of Enugu State University of Science and Technology ESUT has announced a 500,000 naira fine for any student caught driving recklessly on or around campus during post-examination celebrations. The university administration issued the directive to curb recurring vehicle accidents and preserve lives during graduation periods. Announcing the measure in Enugu, ESUT Registrar Mr. Ambrose Ugu explained that wild and unrestrained driving by final year students following their final papers had caused repeated injuries on campus grounds. He instructed all graduating students to depart university premises calmly upon completing their academic obligations. The registrar confirmed that the enforcement policy takes immediate effect from July 31st, 2026, operating under the former resolution of the Enugu State House of Assembly. The directive also aligns with explicit safety directives previously issued by the Enugu State Ministry of Education to tertiary institution heads. ESUT security officers and law enforcement agents have been directed to impound non-compliant vehicles and enforce strict compliance across all university campuses. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Civil defense operatives in Enugu have transferred a suspected fraudster to Economic and Financial Crimes Commission over an alleged $5,000 foreign exchange scam. In Taraba State, agricultural groups are demanding an immediate government intervention after 8,000 bags of federally allocated fertilizer disappeared without a trace. National Association of Nigerian Students has condemned the violent abduction of 5 polytechnic students from their off-campus hostel in Ogun State. Coming up shortly, Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo has confirmed that a private jet landing on an access road outside the Asaba Airport perimeter constituted a critical security breach. More report after this timeout. We'll be right back shortly. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Festus Keyamo, has confirmed that an unauthorized touchdown by a private jet outside the designated runway at Asaba International Airport represents a severe aviation security breach. The incident prompted an immediate investigation by regulatory authorities and state security apparatus. Official flight logs show air traffic controllers cleared the charter aircraft for a standard approach onto the main runway in Asaba Delta State. However, the pilot executed a touchdown on an adjoining concrete access road outside the secured airport perimeter wall before taxiing back. Rather than remaining at the site for mandatory safety inspection by civil aviation investigators, the crew conducted an unauthorized takeoff toward Lagos. Aviation security units and Department of State Services personnel intercepted the aircraft and its crew immediately upon landing in Lagos. The minister affirmed that the flight crew remains under interrogation to determine the technical or human factors that caused the critical navigation error. Regulatory bodies maintain that non-compliance with standard air traffic protocols will draw severe regulatory sanctions. The Nigerian Ports Authority, NPA, has completed the reconstruction of 6 deep water beds at the River Port Complex in Port Harcourt to optimize operational throughput and accommodate higher tonnage vessels. Navigational channels along the maritime corridor are being deepened to expand overall cargo handling capacity. Speaking during an inspection tour in Port Harcourt, Port Executive leadership dismissed allegations of regional dock neglect, pointing to ongoing structural interventions across eastern maritime terminals. The infrastructure upgrades are designed to lower freight tariffs by enabling direct maritime access to southeastern and south-southern markets. In a related maritime development, the federal government has initiated the disbursement of counterpart funding required to release a £746 million British export credit facility. The funding line with finance structural rehabilitation work at Apapa and Tinkan Island ports in Lagos State. Nigerian commercial banks have placed over 13,000 bank verification numbers (BVNs) on the Central Financial Fraud Watch List, representing a 38% surge in restricted individual accounts. Official data released in the Central Bank of Nigeria Annual Performance Report attributes the sharp rise to enhanced automated risk tracking across the banking sector. Concurrently, elevated benchmark interest rates led to a historic contraction in consumer borrowing, marking the first recorded drop in 6 years. Total outstanding consumer credit declined by nearly 20% to 3.78 trillion naira, despite the contraction in retail lending. General financial inclusion metrics recorded measurable gains toward nationwide attributes. Total active individual bank accounts grew to nearly 340 million, driven by aggressive digital onboarding and expanding agent banking networks in rural communities. Now in sports, world record holder Tobi Amusan revealed that a lingering training injury hampered her performance in the women's 100-meter hurdles final at the ongoing Commonwealth Games. The Nigerian track icon claimed the bronze medal after crossing the line in 12.60 seconds. Devney Charlton of the Bahamas secured the gold medal with a time of 12.33 seconds, while Megan Tapper of Jamaica finished second to claim silver. Amusan, who won gold at both the 2018 Gold Coast and 2022 Birmingham Games, had been favored to retain her continental crown. Speaking after the final, Amusan explained that a severe fall during pre-tournament preparations left her managing a knee problem throughout the preliminary rounds. Despite physical limitations, the world record holder expressed gratitude for securing a podium spot for Team Nigeria. Now in entertainment, Grammy-winning South African artist Tyla has removed Lagos from her upcoming global concert tour scheduled following digital boycott campaigns and public friction linked to xenophobic attacks targeting Nigerians in South Africa. The revised tour schedule omits the previously scheduled December show in Nigeria. The artist management team updated public performance schedules, retaining planned tour dates across Europe, North America, and South Africa. The decision follows weeks of heated debate across digital platforms regarding diplomatic tensions and public safety concerns. Social activist Very Dark Man had previously advocated for a public boycott of the concert, citing unaddressed hostility toward Nigerian nationals in South Africa. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. Operatives of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps in Enugu State have transferred suspect Rahim Abiodun to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission over an alleged $5,000 foreign exchange fraud scheme. In Taraba State, local agricultural cooperatives are demanding a comprehensive federal investigation following the mysterious disappearance of 8,000 bags of government-allocated fertilizer intended to boost regional food security. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Festus Keyamo, has confirmed that an unauthorized touchdown by a private charter jet on a public access road near Asaba International Airport constituted a critical security breach, now under investigation by the Department of State Services. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidimma and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chuguma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria, and good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? It is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. We're juggling the Friday, the weekend. We are heading straight to the weekend. And welcome to the best of best entertainment show live on Aneke TV. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, aka Red Pepper, all kinds of spicy pepper. Today I came with my legalian attire. You get me? And today it happens to be we're heading towards the weekend, and you know, weekend has to do with a lot of chilling, a lot of fun, a lot of cozy things, and it's actually led me to my first gist. My first gist for today, and it's about the singer Adekunle Gold. He said, he has just been, telling us before that he makes a U-turn about his money, they bring happiness. Now he says, don't let me whine you. Without money, there is no fun. Yeah. The singer has just, told you guys that without money, there is no fun. So, wherever you are, make money. It's very important that you make this money because the weekend has to be cozy, cool, and fun and chilly, to enjoy the weekend, you know what I mean? But enjoy it in a positive and a right way, because if you do the wrong thing, you end up behind the bars, and nobody be saying you go there. And moving over to my second gist, it's about Stella and his legal wedded wife, Jarvis. They are officially married, but there are a lot of gist that has come out, a controversial gist. When you watch the short clip, it was one time on a streaming day with Jarvis and some other people, where she made a comment that if she have a court wedding, she can get half of her husband's property. And that video actually sufficed after their court marriage, and people were just trying to say, Stella, you have to be careful. Stella, you have to just, try to protect yourself. What I mean, protect yourself against Jarvis, because the lady is after your money. So a lot of controversial statements has erupted from their wedding. Yeah, they are planning their bigger wedding on August 1st. But before that, people are just trying to tell him he should be aware about the legal consequences of having a court marriage. But what people don't understand, whether you have court marriage, church marriage, all of them are still the same thing. So everybody just needs to be mindful. And some people are saying that he should go ahead and to make sure he signs a prenup and a postnup, to protect himself. And he has just made a controversial statement that actually even if he's going to will his property, he's going to will his property to his unborn kids or his kids, not his mother or his siblings or his wife. The property will go straight to his children, who are his heir apparent and next of kin. That's what we're talking about. Smart move. And then moving over to my third gist, is about the popular content creator Maharaji. She said, as an introvert, I tell him, the reason why I made my wedding an indoor kind of wedding was because I do not want public paparazzi. And we see that she has, emerged with that statement. But of course, she is a content creator. She's an online personality. When she says she's an introvert, I don't understand. It doesn't go hand in hand. You're an introvert, you're an online personality, and still it's a personal choice. But I think she's saying that she is an introvert. It's making me question that a lot, because some people have questioned that her introvertedness. She keeps reminding the public, I'm an introvert. And people are just trying to say, you don't need to remind them that you are definitely an introvert. They have to see it with your character. Questioning to the fact that you are a content creator, for goodness sake. You are here to entertain us and not to tell us that you're an introvert, that you don't want your marriage public or anything relating to public paparazzi. It's personal choice. It doesn't have to be with an innate character choice. So moving over to my fourth gist is about the Zimbabwe Tanzanian singer Diamond Plateau. You have seen that the singer Diamond Plateau and his wife, I would like to say ex-wife Zuchu, are expecting their first child weeks after announcing their separation. Their separation. I don't know what women want, because at this point I'm getting confused. Why would this lady come out to tell us that actually she's divorcing her husband? And at the point now, like weeks after, she's coming to tell us also that she's expecting her first child with a singer. Which one should we believe? That they are together or they're not together? Growing, she made a statement. She said, growing love, eating for two. Please be a chubby baby. Then Diamond Plateau will respond, new heartbeats in the family. Two confused couples. But anyway, the Tanzanian couples, if they want, they should divorce or not, but they should just always come out to give us the premium entertainment, which we what signed in for, and that's on it, period. And I'm moving over to my next gist. It's about to go down. And then, you know, some people are just trying to avoid lawsuits. You know, they're trying to be careful on this. That's why sometimes you just have to be careful. So this is about the actor Femi Adebayo's ex-wife. The boss claim that Tony Ibrahim was responsible for her marriage clash. You know, I see this statement trying to play safe. And you know, I know Tony, she doesn't take nonsense. Auntie Tony does not. She will give it to you was woes. When I mean was woes, she doesn't take any, you know, any means to, you know, give it back to you. If you give her one, she returns 10/4 of the one you give her. So that's Auntie Tony Ibrahim for you. So I think the actor Femi Adebayo's ex-wife, the Bronx claim of Tony Ibrahim being responsible for their marriage claim is just a way of she trying to play safe and at the same time insinuating some things through her actions. So which one should you believe? Her actions or her words, her statements? But anyway, the entertainment world is for everybody to watch and see the drama unfold. Let's watch if Auntie Tony Ibrahim will be, you know, will she have mercy or will she just overlook due to the public apology and clarification that she wasn't actually pointing fingers at her? But anyway, moving on to my next gist is about Tyler. This thing, this Tyler gist has, you know, gotten so many people. So many people said nobody is angry that Tyler is coming to Nigeria, but if you didn't speak up when the foreigners were being attacked and the properties taken, make sure they come country, not a good time. And this is just something that we should not overlook because there are so many controversial statements about this Tyler, and we see the Sowore trying to say that it's not about Tyler, it's about the thing we should direct our anger to the real enemies. No one should hold Tyler liable for a xenophobia. Sowore defends the South African singer ahead of her Lagos show. And so many, another person said, the tune who tells Nigeria, if you go for Tyler's show, then you are a bastard. I won't call the name, but you already know what I mean. Oh my God! He said the is trying to tell you that yeah, she can actually host a show, but if you're in Nigeria with conscience, with conscience, you should not be seen around the venue of that show. If not, you are a betrayer to the country. Yeah, actually, you are a betrayer. And then I'll tell you one thing. Suddenly, after I told you guys 2 days ago that the popular star musician Arya Star has released her first movie Buster, and now she's trying to come online to tweet that she has a major surgery and she will be left to recover from this surgery, and you know she's currently recovering. Then I'm just trying to contemplate when did she actually shoot this movie Buster that will soon be on the cinema. But anyway, she's just going to give us, like, we wish her safe recovering from whatever ailment she's suffering from, because she is our shining star. You know, this is star girl for us, the Gen Z body, the main Gen Z body. When we talk about Gen Z body, we were talking about Arya Star. And then let's move over to baby. Will I call her baby mama or now, or will I call her wife? Because at this point I'm talking about the musician, the legend, Two-Face ex baby mama, who has 4 kids for him, has come to say after 18 years of investing, I can now finally afford myself a very personal driver for herself. And she is referring to her son, Nino. That's, I'm talking about the actress Sombe Adeoye, who happens to be the the wife or baby mama to the legend Two-Face Idibia. So she sees her son Nino, who actually is driving her in her exotic classic car. And she is a proud mom, and she's trying to say after 18 years of investing, and she can finally have her own personal driver, and that's a good win-win for us. And let's not forget the fact that these two big brothers, two twin brothers, are still fighting over what we call language, cause, like what we're talking about P Square and his brother Peter Okoye and Paul Okoye, who have seen themselves backlashing each other on social media. They are no longer together because one is called Rude Boy currently now, and the other is called Mr. P. And Mr. P is trying to say that the reason for the controversial statement was because Mr. P allegedly said that he doesn't care about the Igbo language, and then his twin, who happens to be Rude Boy, came to say that he still represents and will forever be grateful for being an Igbo man, and he's fully giving his culture, which is Igbo language, 100% honor for because the language is very unique, and he's proud to be an Igbo man. And this has always said, and then his brother, his twin brother, has come to generate some controversial statements to say that he has just been keeping quiet, but since his brother has been throwing subtle shade at him, he said he is always throwing shade at me at every given opportunity. Peter Okoye calls out his twin brother, who actually has been throwing subtle shade at him, and he brought out receipt. And let's not forget to tell you that Davido has gotten himself a new mansion in Atlanta, Georgia. This guy has just been buying house. He has just been buying house back to back, and this is something that we should just be other artists are buying. We see the likes of Burna Boy buying cars, exotic cars, and we see the likes of Davido investing in houses. I can actually not count how many houses he has acquired now, because he has almost acquired houses in different countries, and it's a big one for a big star like him, my 001. And one thing I want to say is that whether you choose to invest in making buying house, buying cars, all of them are your money, so you are free and have the liberty to decide what you use your money to do. For me, red pepper, I will use my money to the peppers of people at this point. But let's leave it to the next gist. And it's still about the video in this line. The video says that the worst thing he has experienced as a human being when it comes to shame and him getting him off guard was the fact that the day a lady posted me sleeping in Ghana, and he felt like he should jump off the balcony, and that is the first negative experience with fame he had. He's just trying to tell us the first negative experience with fame he had. And then moving over to my next gist is about the popular content creator, we call him Gege. After his last marriage rumors, he has come online to say it was a stunt. How will an Yoruba man get married wearing a Yoruba attire and his family wearing their? Gege denies getting married. Well, at this point, we are just confused because Gege is just confusing everybody. I don't know if we should believe him or we should just keep doubting what he's saying, because I'm confused. How would Gege will say something today and next tomorrow he's saying a total different thing? Gege, please tell us the truth. We, your students, your online students, await your truth. Because some people are saying that he's going to release a Boston movie for people, and so he's trying to create and generate traffic for the movie So he's not actually married. Some people are saying he's actually married. Some people will come online to share the comment. They were at the venue. Everything was real. So who would you believe at this point? I don't know if we should believe the witness, the physical eyewitness, or should we believe Gege himself? And I'm moving over to my next gist about the actress Ola Daniels, who she happens to, get criticized about the fact that instead of getting older, she's getting younger. And, she has been seen to be involved in getting a facelift, and people have just been criticizing her that she went to do a cosmetic surgery after knowing that her age is not favorable to her. She said, please, you should leave me alone. It's just a facelift. Please let me be. Some people have been blaming her for going under the knife, for looking younger. But it's something. And for me, it's something of choice. It's not something that you people should just keep attacking the young lady. She's living her life. She's looking so. I don't mean. Yeah, when you're getting older and you want to look young, you go under the knife. Yeah, it's your. I'm not the one taking the pain. It's you. So definitely, if you want to go under the knife, you can go. But the lady in question, who is actress Ola Daniel, she's looking super hot and cute. She doesn't look her age. She's not looking close to 50s, her late 50s, someone that is in her late 50s. She's looking, like telling me that Kate Henshaw, she's giving us, I'm in my early 30s, that vibe. I don't know all these our Gen Z mothers, what they're up to, because I don't know if they are like this. What will our Gen Z, our main Gen Z baddies, what would they do now? Like, while I do. But I will anticipate the future, because the future holds itself and we don't know what will happen. But when it happens, we just, come, spill, and gossip. What do we do here? The best of best entertainment gist. And then moving over to my next gist is about Burna Boy, who says he's not in the city. He's not doing that thing with fans now of trying to select between Messi or Ronaldo. That JJ Okocha still remains his best player of all time. So he's not doing any of this stuff with anybody who between Messi or Ronaldo, who is the biggest of biggest. But he's actually telling you that he is in for a big ride, that JJ Okocha, he's supporting his own home-based baller anytime, any day, all his life. So let's move over to people are trying to criticize Pella for his statement. When he was asked, why is that you don't have bachelor's night with your friends, he says that all of them are poor, all his groomsmen, they are poor, so he won't be having a bachelor's night because his groomsmen are seen to be poor. Pella has bad mouth. This boy, someone who just need to squeeze his small mouth. But anyway, Pella has a way, like, I don't know, Pella just have a way of trying to make people understand that the world revolves around him. But anyway, we wish him, success in his marriage and everything, family. But he should just find a way of not calling people or derating people down or putting people down, because nobody knows tomorrow. Those people you call poor today might be rich tomorrow. So just know how to moderate your words when you are around people, when you want to say things to people, because you don't know who and who. There are some people that don't have easy or forgiving spirit, because you might say it today and just feel like, hey, I'm Pella, I'm catching cruise. You don't knowing that you have just acquired a very stringent enemy for yourself. But moving over to my next, this is about Fina. Fina has just been trending, and Fina has just been saying a lot of things. She said, and she has just been having a band up with this streamer, Davrel. He said he needs, Fina has been begging me. He said people have been begging me to introduce her to my dad because she's going through things. And, Fina has come to deny the fact that he's not even interested in it. I can't be with your dad. I don't know if he has HIV or AIDS. Fina's named streamer Davrel for accusing her of trying to ask him to meet her dad. And this is just to tell you that this social media is not for the weak. Oh. If you are weak, don't just go there. And just like Whiskey's partner Jada Slim's fellow, who asked if her kids ever go to school, and she gave a water reply. You know, Jada, who happens to be baby mama to Whiskey and the mother of 3 kids to Whiskey, has just come to reply a follower, a fan, who said if her children actually goes to school, but you know, she doesn't take it like when you come after her children. But let me give you guys my hot gossip. Our mama has come again. Rita Edoche has come to say, before you go snatching someone else's husband, please check the quality of what you are snatching first. And you know, you guys know who they are trying to shade now, because I'm not going to be the one to spill it out. Yeah, I'm not going to be the one to spill it out. But anyway, she's trying to shade someone and say, before you go snatching someone else's husband, just check the quality. Can someone just clear truth? So I have some movies you guys can always go and watch and, you know, find yourself chilling, relax, cozy, and watch this movie. And my first on the list is Sib, who has these actors casted in the movie. We have the likes of Bimbo, we have the likes of Ozarikwe, we have the likes of Uche Montana, we have the likes of Demi, and then we have another one, Flowers for Zirachi. We have so many actors here, and we're seeing that this movie is going to be very, very, very fun. And then we have the third is Homebreaker, the name. And then we're seeing the likes of Frederick Lunard, who is the film lord. He's popularly called the film lord, who is being on the cast of this movie. This movie is going Homebreaker. And then the last but not the least is Long Way Home. Long Way Home. We need to watch this movie. I think this is gonna be, I'm seeing the likes of Uche Montana and Nigeria Buhari. This is gonna be Maurice Sam. It's gonna be a very quality movie because the cast is so beautiful. And then we just need to relax and, you know, chill for the week. And then my last gist is coming from Fino. You know, people have accused him of using AI to produce his last movie music visuals, and he said, everybody go just there, all right, last. You know, Fino na OG for the game, but AI videos for a hardcore rap, I don't know how to feel, man. And he actually replied there, how to feel. You go there, all right, last. Everybody go there, all right, last. And that's all we have for you on today's episode of the best entertainment show live on Aneke TV. You guys always send in your comments. Go on all our socials at Aneke TV on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, X, and every social media platform. Go and watch Aneke TV, and we'll do this next time, same station. We love you. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience,
while its shaped sides represent focus. This is why many nations, including Nigerian, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you. Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment.
There are certain things you hope you never really have to tell your aides about. And one of them is not to put me to speak after Dr. Okonjo-Iweala. Thank you very much indeed for such a wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you. Your Excellencies, our global ambassador, the first female Director General of the World Trade Organization, the first African of the World Director General of the World Trade Organization, and of course, the great representation of the Nigeria Can movement on the global stage. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. The Chief Executive of the Emerging Markets Forum, Mr. Harinder Kohli. And I really want to thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kohli, for giving us the opportunity to host you here in Nigeria. And I want to say this with all sense of seriousness, because I do know that sometimes there's a tendency very pleased to join you today. 7 distinct leaders who are shaping Africa's economic future. Who are shaping Africa's economic future. I am particularly delighted that the Central Bank of Nigeria is co-organizing this year's forum. This demonstrates the strong partnership and shared commitment we have to building a more resilient and prosperous Africa. The theme of this year's forum, Building Africa's Resilience in a Changing Global Economic Order, is very timely. The global system that has long shaped relations amongst nations is changing before our eyes. Although the extent to which it is changing, we have been duly educated today. Trade is becoming more uneven. Capital is becoming more selective and impatient, and the long-standing rules-based international system is being stretched and tested. For Africa and other emerging markets, the question is no longer whether the global order is changing, but how we turn that change from a source of vulnerability into a source of growth and shared prosperity. And we heard some of the answers to that earlier today. Let me highlight, however, three major shifts that about 16% shape Africa's opportunities in this changing global environment. First, and trade. Trade is fragmenting. Geo-economic considerations are causing countries to look inward and to reorganize trade and critical supply chains around trusted partners and neighboring markets through nearshoring and friendshoring. For Africa, this change is both a warning and an opportunity. With intra-African trade still accounting for only about 16% of our total trade, we must build stronger regional value chains, produce more of what we consume, and trade more with one another. The African Continental Free Trade Area provides the platform and opportunity to turn this global shift to an African advantage. But we must go beyond the agreements and remove the practical barriers to trade by improving transport networks, harmonizing customs standards, and making cross-border payments faster and more affordable. Second, capital has become selective and impatient. Investors must be able to trust our policies, understand our rules, and plan beyond the next political or economic cycle. So credibility is not only a central bank concern, it is a national economic asset. Third, artificial intelligence is reshaping economic activity. It is changing how goods are produced, how services are delivered, and the skills required to compete. It is disrupting established industries while creating entirely new business models and forms of work. And of course, thank you very much to Mr. Gale Indemit for delivering such a lovely presentation earlier this morning on this particular topic. Africa must move beyond being consumers of technology. We must become creators, developing African solutions to African challenges, and building business capable of taking the world. To achieve this, Africa must invest in the foundations of an AI-enabled economy, including reliable electricity, affordable connectivity, digital infrastructure, and above all, a generation of AI-savvy young Africans.
Welcome to our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, southeast of Nigeria. Today on this program, we are going to discuss an issue of national importance to Nigeria, an issue of selection of leadership, an issue that has to do with the prospect of this country between now and any future time, that is national elections. And the topic of the day is, can INEC give Nigerians a free, fair, and credible elections? Just as INEC has made promises while they are completing, or while they are completing the last process of voter registration, they have promised to give Nigerians an election where the votes of Nigerians will count. And this is one of the major promises of the INEC Independent Electoral Commission's chairman, Josh Amopitan. He said that the votes of Nigerians will count after their registration, or in this last registration of voters. They registered over 6 million people, adding to what Nigerians, or what Nigeria used to have in the registration portal. Can INEC give Nigeria a free, fair polls result? Nigerians have been skeptical about the independence of INEC. They have thought INEC may be tied to the apron strings of the executives that are in leadership, present leadership, and as such may want to do their biddings, or want to be, to carry them along and do whatever thing that pleases the incumbent administration. And that is the skepticism most Nigerians share. But apart from this skepticism, the man in charge had promised Nigerians that he will organize a free, fair, and credible election. But that will be dependent on if all the indices associated with the process of election are said to be good, correct, and of course promising enough. These conditions include the independence of INEC. It also includes voter registration, equal opportunity to candidates, and security and order, transport during voting, and the rest other things associated with organizing a free, fair, and credible election. And with me in the studio to lend voice to this topic is a gentleman, a comrade in the media industry. I am talking about Comrade Chukwumerije Aja, journalist and public affairs commentator. Aja, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
You heard my intro, and the topic is, can INEC give Nigerians a free, fair, and credible election? A free, fair result in the polls. There are conditions necessary for a free, fair election in any given organized society. Will INEC actually conform to some of these conditions as it affects them directly, and also help in educating the people on the other conditions that do not refer to them directly?
Well, thank you for that question, and it's only children in kindergarten, in nursery, and maybe primary 1 or maybe primary 2 that will believe INEC when they say they will give a credible election. No other Nigerian from primary 3 to adulthood will believe them, because, like I've always said, I've been in this country for a very long time. I didn't come back from America where I would say, let us try and see. It is not going to work. It has never worked. The only election that has been conducted in Nigeria that I would say is free and fair and credible is the one conducted by Humphrey Nwosu, 1993, if I'm not mistaken. That's the only election you can call credible, because he was given everything to make sure the election was credible, and he did it, and they saw the outcome of the election and annulled it, because the person maybe they expected to win the election did not win. Another candidate emerged, and they annulled that election. So, not to talk of Amupiton, that people are always saying that he's a card-carrying member of APC. So how can we expect a free and fair election?
It's an allegation.
It's an allegation. That's why I say people are saying it's an allegation. But there's no smoke without fire. If you investigate properly, he may be a card-carrying member of APC.
Yes, he may be. He may not.
He may be. There's 70% chances of he being a member of APC. 70% chances.
And
or
the
30%,
30%, and even if it is 90, there is still a remaining 10% that he may not be a card-carrying member.
Yes, but let's allow the masses to judge that. So I will take what he has said with a pinch of salt. Just a pinch of salt. I don't want to believe him.
Okay. Okay. You said everybody from primary 3 to the last person believes INEC will not give.
I want to believe that. Why I say primary 3? Because somebody from primary 3 would have maybe started going to school on his own. Nobody will take him to school again. So the person is beginning to understand the concept of things happening around him or her and what is happening around Nigeria.
Yeah, I get what you said.
Yes.
But I want to ask, if you say somebody from primary 3 should know, somebody from primary 3, you tend to exclude those who are in the ruling party and who believe or who are believed to be associated, possibly are having INEC to themselves. You tend to exclude them from believing that INEC will not give a free, fair, and credible. Because whatever INEC gives, certainly favoring them, will become a free, fair, and credible election. So you do not exclude them. They are involved, they are Nigerians.
Only people from APC will believe that INEC, only members of APC, the All Progressives Congress, will believe, only their members will believe what INEC have said, that they are going to give Nigerians a free and fair election. It's only members of APC because they believe that it's working for them.
So if the unexpected happens, because during
let me just say something now. Let me say something.
Okay.
If Amufeto, this present INEC, the way I see them, if they give Nigeria a free and fair election, I may commit suicide because it will be strange to me. Something that's never happened in Nigeria before. I mean, just out of excitement, go and kill myself.
No, you can't commit. You can't. No.
Out of joy.
But let me ask again, because we had the 2023 elections, and of course, members of other political parties won seats and governorship seats in various states. I am aware, and those people did not say INEC did not organize free, fair, credible election. Ireland, the allegations were, or the belief is that INEC said there was a glitch in the presidential election. But in all the other elections, people from various parties won elections, those who worked hard to win. Yes. So I wonder why you said it has never happened. Labour Party won election, NNPP won election, PDP won election, and other parties, they won election, even won election at various positions. Governorship, National Assembly, House of Representatives, and even the State Assembly elections.
Yes, if you had asked me now, if by 2027 election, will people from other party, are there chances of people from other party winning an election? I will tell you yes. But you ask about free and fair election. The 2023 election, people from other party having won election, does that mean is it free and fair? What do you mean by free and fair election? In your own understanding, what is a free and fair election? A free and fair election is where nobody is harassed. People are allowed to vote. Nobody will say, if you are not from A,
party,
or if you are residing in our town and you don't vote for our party, we will burn down your shop. That is not a free and fair election. A free and fair election is where people from the same family will belong to different parties and nobody will be antagonistic against each other, where people will come out freely. You will vote for your own candidate, I will vote for my own candidate in a secret ballot system that we are practicing. You vote for your own candidate, I will vote for my own candidate, and nobody will go to burn down anybody's shop, nobody is going to snatch the box and probably run away with it, because they say that power is not served on the dining table, so for you to have power, you have to snatch it and run away with it. So that is where we talk about free and fair election, where I can come out, the materials will arrive in time, where INEC will be very sincere and open in whatever they are doing. If you logistics, everything, when you say that materials, electoral materials will be arriving by 8, everything will be there by 8. Accreditation will take place, accreditation and what is it called, the processes that involve election, check your name on the list and everything, and you go and vote and go away freely. The police will be there, law enforcement agencies will be there, nobody will be harassed. Not the situation where some people will be there, police will see people carrying gun that they are not policemen, they'll be shooting, even police will be hiding. Even police will be running to safety. Because some hoodlums, a non-state actor, just brandish one weapon, shoots in the air. Everybody dies under the table. They cut away the ballot. Is there a free and fair election?
This is not.
Election that was, we were talking about 2023 election. When was it? When was the result announced? When you and I were asleep. We were asleep. And they announced the result. What were they afraid of? Were they afraid that if they had announced the result earlier than that, people might revote? This is the question you have to ask yourself. Is it a free and fair election? Announcing result by 3 a.m., 2 a.m.
You may say free and fair to an extent.
To a group of people. That election is free and fair.
Because the instance you gave about a family, even here in Enugu State, I know of a member of APC and a member of PDP, born by the same parents, mom and dad, live in the same compound, and they're all in different parties doing their things, and there was no fracas.
Yes, you just mentioned it's 1 out of a million. Only 1 out of a million, where maybe the family is the understanding. Maybe it's not a polygamous family. If they're from a polygamous family, there will be crisis. I want to believe that there may be some atom of crisis there, but maybe it's a homogeneous situation and not heterogeneous.
Okay, so in effect, you said no election has been free in Nigeria.
I said that the only election,
the only one, yes,
that have been in this country that is free and fair,
was that conducted by
Professor Humphrey of
the blessed
memory. Yes.
Okay, and now Joash Amupitan is in charge, and you wanted to say you were out of excitement if a free election comes, you commit suicide. No, we want to debunk that. You will not commit suicide. Our expectation, the expectation of Nigerians, is that the unexpected should happen, where a free, fair, and credible election will come out in 2027 elections. Now, Amupitan, the Independent National Electoral Commission, is said to be independent. So what is the level of independence that will give us such an election that we are yearning for? What kind of independence? What level of independence?
You see, in Nigeria, let me start by saying that in Nigeria today, our institutions are very weak. The only strong institution we have is the presidency. That's the only strong institution we have in this country now. In my opinion, it's the only presidency. No other institution is independent. Even the National Assembly, they are dependent on the presidency. Judiciary, dependent. Even though all these arms are supposed to be independent arms of government, but they're all dependent on judiciary. You can see them saying, on your mandate we shall stand. How can you be standing, an independent body standing on another person's mandate? The judiciary is meant to be alone. They have functions. So if we want to have an inec that can give the people what they want, do you know that people prefer to play football on the street on the day of election? People that are 18 and above, who are supposed to have registered, who are not, but last year they are not 18, but by this year, or maybe last year and this year, they already turned 18. They prefer to go and play on the street, play football on the election day, than going to vote. It's because of lack of trust in the system. And that is why we keep electing the bad eggs to rule over us. Because sometimes we shy away from what we are supposed to do because the people don't believe in the system. So if we want to believe, if we want to make people believe in the system, we have to start it somewhere. You have to start from somewhere. A new Nigeria is possible.
And how is it possible?
It's possible.
How do we begin to believe?
We begin to change something. It cannot be automatic. You don't expect it to be automatic. It's not automatic. It's a gradual process. And it is only when our leaders, people who call themselves our leaders, begin to change. The change is going to start within me and you. If you know what is right, do what is right. Don't wait until you are looking at somebody. I'm doing this because maybe the governor is looking at me. The governor is around here. Let me do what is right because the governor is looking at me. Or Mr. President is around looking at my direction. You only do what is right even when nobody is watching you. So if we want to have a free and credible election in Nigeria, we need to begin to make some appointments independently. The president should not be appointing INEC chairman. We can give it to an independent body.
Like
CSOs, maybe just any independent body. Or Nigerians can come out. We throw up 4 candidates or 5 candidates. Just in like an election. The Nigerians, these are the people who want to make INEC chairman. Vote. And that vote should be credible vote. You don't snatch and run away. Let the Nigerians, you can even make it option A4. Come to Opera Square or National, what is it called in Abuja again? Ego Square. Come to Ego Square. Come and queue behind the person. We count them. Not the type of APC counting, where they count 1, 2, 3, 4, 20, 25, 1 million. Count them properly.
How?
You see how?
How could you count? Did you
not see the videos? APC, where they are doing their Congress, they count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 100, 1 billion. It's there. The videos are all over the place. You have one in your phone. You have some in your phone. I want to believe. So forget about the fact that you are the anchor here. But I know you have some of those videos in your phone. So if you want to do, we'll do option A4. That option A4 that Babangida brought.
Which Humphrey was used?
It worked out very well. Option A4. Some people came to their community and they are not known.
So, but at that time, when the issue of option A4 was there, has corruption actually permeated into our national life as much as it has done now?
Corruption in Nigeria is something that it has stages. There were times they were stealing millions, going away with millions. But it's no longer the way now, because millions now like a chicken change. So now trillions, 210 trillion missing from NNPC. Nobody is saying anything. It's no longer millions. If you steal million now, even the policemen that are sent to go and arrest you, they will be beating you because nothing will be there for them to get their own. They won't get anything. They will slap you. They will treat you very badly. But when you say you have 30 trillion, they are hopeful that before the trillion finishes, some will trickle down to them.
And they will not beat you.
And they will not beat you. That they will ask you, you never write a statement. Don't worry, we'll tell you what to write.
Jesus Christ.
That is how the Nigeria is today.
So, which eventually implies that when we were using option A4, corruption has not permeated into our system. And consequently, that is exactly why some people were counting 1 to 20 and then 100, from 100 to 500, from 500 to 1 million, and so on, because corruption had not been there. So, will option A4 work in a corruption-ridden environment where most of the people, over 90% of the population, are of course part of that corrupt tendencies?
You see, when Buhari came to power as a civilian president, people were looking at him. Everybody was afraid. They watched him. After some time, they said, it's business as usual. Nothing happened. Because they were expecting him, what they expected of him, they didn't see it. So they said, Babangana, that is normal, back to business. Everybody started doing the same business.
Unlike when he was military
head of state. Even when he was military head of state, at a point in time, he relaxed and, some of his, he may not be corrupt himself, but he has closed his eye to some certain things that his aides are doing. He closed his eyes to some certain things that his aides were doing. And who do they attribute it to? They only attribute it to the man in power. You say Buhari's administration, Tinubu's administration. It is the administration. So we are hoping that one day somebody will come and begin to, make our institutions become strong. Make our let people be afraid of some certain things. You'll be afraid. There are some certain things you will see the president not do. You'll be afraid. During the time of Idiabo,
that is
Operation Idiabo, can somebody throw, after eating up, throw the leaf out of the window of any car? Don't try that. Even when Idiabo is not you'll be afraid. If you come to anywhere, you queue up one by one for line. First come, first serve. That's how it is done. Nobody was whipping anybody into line. If you come, you join the queue. Because they are looking at Idiabo. It was Idiabo that was in charge, not Buhari. Idiabo was in charge on that government. Buhari was not in charge. It was Idiabo's government. Even when they were overthrown, he said, who the fuck is that? He came back. They asked him not to come back. He came back.
We are not using the word fuck in a television. And we withdraw that from your statement. When Idiabo Buhari were in charge, there was a war against indiscipline. And that discipline continued until such a time when it started fizzling out. People started going back to their wrong ways. This were the submission of my guest on this program, Comrade Chukwumerije Aja. We are going to pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue with our topic. Can INEC actually give Nigerians free, fair poll results? Stay tuned. Don't go away.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back, viewer. We're still on our program, Arena on Aneke TV, Southeast Nigeria. And our topic is, can INEC give Nigerians a free, fair polls? And our guest is Comrade Chukwumerije Aja. And he rightly pointed out a few things that has to be done for us to get a free poll in Nigeria come 2027. Well, let me ask you, Comrade Aja, we have this security problem in Nigeria. And security is very important in any system. Without security, nothing will work out well. Without security, nothing works. And we're expecting to go into 2027 election. Now, I ask, are we going to get the elections free, fair, with security problems?
Well, if I will go back to what the Senate President said, Senate President said that the insecurity that's happening now is because of election. Well, if going by his words, maybe after the election, the insecurity may go away, or maybe die down, or be reduced. Because Akpabio said that whatever is happening now is because of election. I'm quoting Akpabio now. He said that whatever is happening now is because of election. So we want to be, if I will believe his words, as soon as the elections are over, the kidnappings, other forms of insecurity will go away.
Which means there will be insecurity during elections.
Probably, for sure.
And if a process is not good, the outcome will eventually not be good. So, the implication is that as far as there is insecurity in Nigeria, and that thing persists during elections, there may not be a credible election. Now, is that your position?
I always try to see how I can balance issues. There are places in Nigeria where the situation is calm. You can say in these places election can go on. But can you say of that in some areas, like in the northeast, northwest, southwest, some areas in southwest, except for those in the city centers or in most developed town. But some of them that are in the suburb, rural areas, community, villages, local governments, they may not be able to vote. Because once they see them come out in crowd, the businessmen can come. I call them businessmen.
So the implication is that INEC must be able to ensure that government improves security and keeps security at a very beautiful stage so that the people can come out freely and vote. And it is only when people come out freely, because you already pointed at it, as how to say that election is free, is where there'll be no molestation, there's no banditry, there's no ballot box snatching, there's no intimidation, there is no harassment. Yes. That is exactly so. And in the course of what we are saying, it means that security and order must be achieved before a credible election can be assured.
You know that security agents that are in the polling centers or polling units, they are not there with arms. They don't go there with arms. They're only there just to guide and prevent some necessary forms of crime. So, but if they can maybe ask those of them in the more remote areas where insurgency is at its peak to come to the city center, carry their polling units, their polling, however it is called, polling the walls, bring their wall, forget about that they should go to their ward and vote. If that place is not secured, ask them to bring their wall, bring them to the city center where you can have security. Let them come there and vote and go back. And after voting, let the vote. INEC, as it is now, like I said before, what is free and fair election? They can give free and fair election by ignoring what whoever has appointed them is telling them and doing what is right. They vote, people will vote, votes will count. You don't go and reprint election result sheets, duplicate them. After writing this one, you go into one room and go and change them, write another one, and come out with it. We need to advance this country to a place where people begin to believe in what we say or what we do. If you are traveling out of this country as a Nigerian, the type of embarrassment and humiliation you face in some airports, man, you'll be asking yourself, why am I a Nigerian? Why is it like that? Why can't we change? Does that same thing happen to Ghanaians? Does it happen to South Africans, Ethiopians? It's only Nigerians. Once you say I'm a Nigerian, people begin to look at you, as if you're coming from another world. We should be ashamed of that and try to see how we can, change this country for the betterment of the unborn generation.
Okay, we talk about legal framework. Do you think we have enough legal framework without encumbrances and lacunas that will guarantee an election that is free in Nigeria? For instance, we had the amendment of the 2022 electoral law, which was amended in 2026 this year, and people, even after the amendment, started crying foul as a result of some of the provisions of that electoral act. Do you think we have a good legal framework that will guarantee that we'll have a good election come 2027? Or do you think the electoral framework is flawed and which may not guarantee the much desired election, free election?
We have laws of the Federation of Nigeria. We have electoral laws, and like you said, it was amended. Those people that amended those laws amended it for a reason, not because the laws needed to be amended. They were amending it because they didn't want some people to emerge, or they wanted to see how they can, you know, make some people not to be on the ballot. And by the time they finished amending the electoral laws and went for primaries, the thing choked some of them. So some of the people that made that law, the thing choked them. The thing choked them. So they are now crying foul, shouting blue mother. But they are the people that passed the law. So what was the reason of passing that law? What was wrong with the former electoral act?
They actually, anyway, the committees at the community level were actually, for instance, the transmission of results, the area, section 60, I think, it says real-time transmission of results.
Yes.
So, which gives that immediately vote has been counted and then entered into from EC8A and, you know, signed by party representatives and the security, that it has to be timely immediately transmitted to the IREF portal.
But they said where there's no network. What of that place, that portion, they say if there's no network, how would they know that there won't be network there? Just say real transmission. Once after voting, you snap, you put on IREF and post. Even if there's no network, just post it first.
Post it.
Post it.
When network
comes, it will drop. It's just like when somebody sends you a message on WhatsApp.
So why did they? So which means the addition of that clause may be made for certain reasons.
Yes, so that it can.
Because in 2023 they say there's a network glitch.
Yes.
In uploading the presidential result to the IREF, and at the end of the day, the Supreme Court said there was no law. It's not backed by law. The IREF transmission is not backed by law. Now it is backed by law. Yet something has been done, a clause, bypassing the IREF as the most authentic source of result, isn't it? Yes. That is exactly what I'm asking. Because of that clause, it means that if it does not get to IREF, that may not be the most. You will now rely
on manual. So that relying on manual is also.
And manual sometimes are doctored during collation.
That's why they put it there, so that if it doesn't work out this way for me, it will work out this way. If I'm going to be caught here, I won't be caught here.
Okay. We want to get to another main issue that has to do with elections. We have a situation where people are not given a voice. People are cut short from expressing their views. Freedom of expression, freedom of assembly. You know, we have Freedom of Information Act, but fundamentally, in the fundamental human rights law as enshrined in the 1999 Constitution as amended, you know, provides the freedom of expression and that of assembly. But a situation like that of the election coming, some people are actually saying no because they are stopped from expressing their views. They are stopped from giving their opinion. They are stopped from even coming together, assembling together to discuss what commonly enrich their affairs and them. So, freedom of expression and assembly is a guaranteed something in the Constitution. And they say any law, because they are making some other small law, they said they make laws pertaining to hate speech and all that. These laws are made to limit your ability to express yourself. And to the extent of such inconsistency with the constitutional provision, and why has people been caged with such laws to express themselves with special reference to elections? Then another one. Some states in Nigeria, have said that before you campaign, you must pay 200 million for presidential campaign, 150 million for governorship, and so on and so forth, Senate, House of Representatives, and of course, House of Assembly. Before you campaign, you have 200 million, 100 million governorship, 50 million Senate, 20 million House of Reps, 10 million House of Assembly before you campaign in some states. So, is it not yet another difficulty in trying to make people not to participate in the elections or to limit them from actually canvassing for their votes?
Well, if I will start from the last question you asked, I will say that who are they making the law for?
Nigerians.
It's not Nigerians. It's not Nigerians. Like in Enugu State now.
Politicians.
Like in Enugu State, I heard that the governor told all the local government chairmen that they should not allow any opposition to come and campaign. That's what I heard. And I believe that you had it too.
It is still a rumor.
I don't want to believe it's a rumor.
Because I do believe that...
And in Anambra State, Governor Soludo said, opposition who wants to come and campaign in the state will pay 50 million. You see, all these things are just ways to frustrate the opponent or your opposition. They are making these laws now. What goes around will come around. One day, they may find themselves wanting to campaign. A governor today, after being governor, one day he may be in need to vie for one other position. He will come, want to campaign. Maybe the governor or present then may say, you pay 2 billion or 20 billion if you want to campaign. If you cannot pay 20 billion, go away. You see, the problem we have in Nigeria is that we play our politics as if we own this world, as if we are God, playing mini-God. An opposition wants to use stadium, you go and block stadium. Opposition wants to go and use inec football field because you have blocked stadium. You call the rector. If you allow these people to use that place, I will remove you as rector or VC. They want to go and use hotel. You call the owners of the hotel. If you allow these people to use their hotel, I will shut down that hotel. That's not politics. That's not politics. If you are doing politics, somebody wants to come and campaign in government house. I'll come and campaign here.
Okay, so in all of this, what we do finally to make sure our election comes good, 2027?
What you have to do for election to come good 2027 is to be free, fair, no harassment, no bamboozling. Allow people to come and vote, allow their votes to count. It's not after some people, after voting, they're still not trying to play. Police or security agents will begin to chase them away. Go home, go home. Allow them to be there. They're protecting their vote. They want to see how the thing will end. We allow them. Then INEC, on their own part, will try to be fair. Try to put yourself in the shoes of Nigerians. Try to give your name credibility.
Yes,
so that tomorrow when you leave as INEC chairman, people will hail you.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the much we can take. INEC should give themselves credibility by allowing for a very free, fair, and credible election. That what makes them independent and credible too. And that is the contribution and the submission of our guest, Comrade Chukwumerije Aja. Thank you for coming.
It's my pleasure.
That's the much we can take. And for you, if you are join us next time on Aneke TV for yet another edition of Arena. Thank you and God bless you.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
There are certain things you hope you never really have to tell your aides about. And one of them is not to put me to speak after Dr. Okonjo-Iweala. Thank you very much indeed for such a wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you. Your Excellencies, our global ambassador, the first female Director General of the World Trade Organization, the first African of the World Director General of the World Trade Organization, and of course, the great representation of the Nigeria Can movement on the global stage. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. The Chief Executive of the Emerging Markets Forum, Mr. Harinder Kohli, and I really want to thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kohli, for giving us the opportunity to host you here in Nigeria. And I want to say this with all sense of seriousness, because I do know that sometimes there's a tendency very pleased to join you today. 7 distinct leaders who are shaping Africa's economic future. Who are shaping Africa's economic future. I am particularly delighted that the Central Bank of Nigeria is co-organizing this year's forum. This demonstrates the strong partnership and shared commitment we have to building a more resilient and prosperous Africa. The theme of this year's forum, Building Africa's Resilience in a Changing Global Economic Order, is very timely. The global system that has long shaped relations amongst nations is changing before our eyes. Although the extent to which it is changing, we have been duly educated today. Trade is becoming more uneven. Capital is becoming more selective and impatient, and the long-standing rules-based international system is being stretched and tested. For Africa and other emerging markets, the question is no longer whether the global order is changing, but how we turn that change from a source of vulnerability into a source of growth and shared prosperity. And we heard some of the answers to that earlier today. Let me highlight, however, three major shifts that about 16% shape Africa's opportunities in this changing global environment. First, and trade. Trade is fragmenting. Geo-economic considerations are causing countries to look inward and to reorganize trade and critical supply chains around trusted partners and neighboring markets through nearshoring and friendshoring. For Africa, this change is both a warning and an opportunity. With intra-African trade still accounting for only about 16% of our total trade, we must build stronger regional value chains, produce more of what we consume, and trade more with one another. The African Continental Free Trade Area provides the platform and opportunity to turn this global shift to an African advantage. But we must go beyond the agreements and remove the practical barriers to trade by improving transport networks, harmonizing customs standards, and making cross-border payments faster and more affordable. Second, capital has become selective and impatient. Investors must be able to trust our policies, understand our rules, and plan beyond the next political or economic cycle. So credibility is not only a central bank concern, it is a national economic asset. Third, artificial intelligence is reshaping economic activity. It is changing how goods are produced, how services are delivered, and the skills required to compete. It is disrupting established industries while creating entirely new business models and forms of work. And of course, thank you very much to Mr. Gill in the midst for delivering such a lovely presentation earlier this morning on this particular topic. Africa must move beyond being consumers of technology. We must become creators, developing African solutions to African challenges, and building business capable of taking the world. To achieve this, Africa must invest in the foundations of an AI-enabled economy, including reliable electricity, affordable connectivity, digital infrastructure, and above all, a generation of AI-savvy young Africans ready to build solutions for the continent and to compete globally. Nigeria's recent experience demonstrates how an emerging market economy can respond to these shifts. Over the past 3 years, we made difficult but necessary policy decisions to restore stability, rebuild confidence, and strengthen the economy's capacity to withstand shocks. The Central Bank of Nigeria will return firmly to our core mandate. Ended monetary financing of fiscal deficits and rebuilt the foreign exchange market around transparency and settlement integrity. We tightened monetary policy when necessary, communicated our decision, including when the message was difficult. Today, the results of those sacrifices are evident. Inflation has moderated from high levels despite the energy shock. External buffers have strengthened, and the financial system is safer and better capitalized to support the economy. We have learned one lesson. Credibility is built intentionally, one right decision after another, and strengthened through consistent action. That same lesson holds at the continental level. If Africa is to benefit from these global shifts, rather than become a victim of them, we must convert our potential into tangible gains. That transformation will rest on 4 foundations. 1, the first is macroeconomic stability, no surprises. No nation has industrialized under persistently high inflation and an unstable exchange rate. Stability gives households and businesses the confidence to consume and invest, and gives investors the certainty to commit capital for the long term. Second is continental scale. The African Continental Free Trade Area gives Africa a solid platform, but we must build the market. Third is patient capital that creates productive capacity. We must mobilize Africa's pensions, insurance assets, domestic savings, and diaspora wealth. We must also seek foreign investment that creates jobs, transfers technology, develops local suppliers, and strengthens African businesses, not investment that simply extracts value and leaves. The fourth and most important is our people. We must prepare young Africans for an AI-enabled economy and unlock the full economic participation of women, because Africa cannot fly with one wing. Our goal must be an Africa in which young entrepreneurs can build, scale, and compete without having to leave the continent to realize their potential elsewhere. the Japa syndrome. Let me close with a simple thought. The anxiety surrounding the changing global economic order is real, and we've heard it. But disruption also creates opportunity. We've heard that also. As established rules are rewritten, emerging markets have an move from being rule takers to becoming rule setters. Africa now has an opportunity to help shape the emerging order, but that opportunity will not be realized by potential alone. It will require strategic collaboration, credible institutions, and the courage to act together. There is much more to discuss, and I am confident that my conversation with our global ambassador, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, will take us deeper into important dimensions of these questions that I have briefly touched on. The world is changing. Let us seize this moment for Africa. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. To call this an era of geoeconomic uncertainty feels like a polite understatement. The global order created in the wake of World War II to foster stability, predictability, peace, and prosperity is experiencing the most severe disruptions of its 80-year existence. So much that shaped the world we know is being called into question. From the role of the United Nations and other multilateral organizations like the World Bank, the IMF, and the WTO, my organization, to even the very notion of a system based on rules rather than naked power. In a famous speech earlier this year in Davos by Mark Carney, and I was sitting right under his nose in Davos when he gave this speech, the Canadian Prime Minister, he declared that the global order to be in the midst of and I quote, a rupture, not a transition. He's right that major structural shifts are shaking both domestic politics and the wider world. But I differ slightly in interpretation, because I do not believe that these shifts are leading to a less interdependent world. What we are seeing is not the end of globalization, but its transformation from cooperative to competitive interdependence. States compete vigorously, but within a global economic system they cannot afford to abandon. They seek to outpace rivals, but without sacrificing the benefits of economic integration. The hope that global economic integration will produce geopolitical harmony may have faded, at least for now. But this emerging era of competitive interdependence only makes the case for a rules-based system stronger, not weaker. In the first segment of my remarks today, I will look at how geopolitical and other shifts are contributing to rising uncertainty. I'll then focus on why geopolitical rivalry and uncertainty has so far not translated into declining global trade and major fragmentation, despite numerous predictions to the contrary. Finally, I will look at the genuinely exciting opportunities that exist even amid today's uncertainties for countries to use global trade to drive growth, job creation, development, and economic resilience. And this is a conversation the governor and I were having before coming into this room, and I think we'll have during our chat together. Now, starting with the structural sources of today's uncertainty, let's look at 5. First, the balance of global economic power has changed dramatically within the space of a generation. In 1995, advanced economies accounted for about 60% of global economic output in purchasing power parity terms, and developing countries only 40%. Now, these shares have flipped, thanks to 3 decades of faster growth in the developing world, growth that open global trade helped to make possible. Although not all regions have been part of this rebalancing, Africa's share of global GDP remains stubbornly low. The shift has already sufficed to spawn anxiety and even resentment within many rich countries, stoking geopolitical tensions and affecting attitudes to trade and aid. Second, economic inequality within many countries has shifted upwards, with those at the upper end of the scale getting an increasing share of national income and wealth. Widespread perceptions that the rich are getting richer while others lag behind are fueling angry politics and unstable policy. According to the report to the G20 by a committee of independent experts on global inequality, led by Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz, over 2/3 of the global population live in countries where the top 1% have increased their share of income since 2000. With respect to wealth, the dynamics are even more pronounced. The top 1% increased their share in countries home to nearly 3/4 of the global population. Third, a series of technological shifts from computers and the internet to AI, which you heard about this morning, I think from Gill, have transformed the ways we communicate, produce, and trade. But some workers have been disempowered and even thrown out of jobs by automation, particularly within advanced economies. Fears of large-scale AI-induced job losses are intensifying. And history reminds us that waves of new technologies are often accompanied by economic anxiety and social unrest, even when sometimes they are not threatened. Fourth, our changing climate is imposing unequal burdens across countries and within them. Europe's struggles with heat waves this summer are only part of the story. The World Meteorological Organization estimates that African countries on average are losing 2 to 5% of GDP annually due to climate change, with many diverting as much as 9% of their budgets to responding to the consequences of extreme weather. And fifth, a demographic shift, with aging populations and falling birth rates across much of the developed world and some emerging markets, sharpened anxieties around immigration and labor market shortages. Meanwhile, Africa is emerging as the world's future workforce and market. If truth be told, national governments and international institutions have struggled to respond to these shifts. These struggles have created fertile ground for anti-system narratives, as many people in rich and poor countries feel that the established order is not helping them cope with the changes reshaping their lives. Trade in particular has been blamed for job losses, for inequality, for empowering geopolitical rivals, and more. To be fair, much of what is currently being laid at the door of trade and the trading system, in fact, owes more to other forces. More jobs were lost to automation than to import competition. To help people and places adapt, governments need to put in place strong, active labor market policies and social safety nets. Not all of them could do this in a good way. Inequality has more to do with domestic tax and labor policies, which is why countries similarly exposed to trade have such different outcomes. Large trade imbalances are strongly correlated with protectionist pressures, but they are primarily driven by macroeconomic factors like domestic savings and investment rates and capital flows, not by trade policies. Both the World Bank and IMF research, as well as WTO, have been clear about this. To deal with today's imbalances, China needs to consume more domestically and rely less on export-led growth, since it is difficult for the rest of the world to absorb its large export surpluses, whilst the US has to save more and get its fiscal house in order. But this is not to say that there are no real problems in the way both global trade and the World Trade Organization are operating, and that is part of what has brought us to the current juncture. Unless we also acknowledge the problems with global trade rules and policies, we shall be doing a disservice to everyone who is dissatisfied with the present global economic conditions. In recent years, it has become clear that the world economy is marked by some troubling over-dependencies. That's my word. For example, over-dependence on China for critical minerals, batteries, and some key supplies, on Chinese Taipei, that's what we call Taiwan at the World Bank, for cutting-edge semiconductors, and on the US for digital services as well as final market demand. In a global trading system designed to foster interdependence, the weaponization of some of these over-dependencies is fueling resentment, anxiety, and political tension. Within the WTO, although members rich and poor have for years raised legitimate concerns about a wide range of issues, ranging from inadequate policy transparency to unfair trade practices, level playing field issues, and policy space to support industrialization, members have collectively failed to respond by amending and updating the WTO rulebook. Although this has finally started to change and reform discussions are underway at the WTO, the conversations we needed didn't happen for far too long. And the result is that trade rules have not kept up with the times. The smart response to problems of overdependence and overconcentration is to enhance resilience by diversifying and deconcentrating trade and investment relationships to bring in currently marginalized countries and communities. Such re-globalization, as we call it at the WTO, would help shift from overdependence to a healthier interdependence that is less vulnerable to shocks and bilateral pressure. Some of this diversification is beginning to happen as many countries strike new bilateral and regional trade deals. I'll come back to this point later. But unfortunately, we are still getting a large increase in trade policy uncertainty as important trading partners or blocs continue the shifts of trade policies and measures. Businesses that do not know what trade barriers they'll face tomorrow will think twice, probably more than twice, before investing, especially in new locations. This illustrates the danger of negative feedback loops of geoeconomic uncertainty, in which responses to the structural causes of uncertainty end up making uncertainty worse instead of better. Having spent the past several minutes talking about challenges, structural shifts, fragmentation, geopolitical tensions, and so forth, let me switch to the good news. Everything I said thus far is accurate, and yet things have not fallen apart. Far from it. The value of global goods and services trade was at a record $34.65 trillion in 2025, up 7% on the previous year. In volume terms, world merchandise trade grew by 4.6% as surging demand for AI-related goods offset weaknesses linked to tariff increases. And trade policy uncertainty. Services trade grew by 5.3%, again in volume terms, and within that, trade in digitally delivered services grew even faster, at almost 6%. Most countries continue to trade on rules-based WTO terms. Around 72% of global goods trade continues to flow on core WTO most favored nation tariff terms. And people are often surprised when I mention this number. I was telling the governor that when I said 72% of world trade still goes on WTO terms, everybody started quarreling with it. Some people said, no, the US has destroyed the place with these measures. Everybody was, they wanted it to look really bad. So I said, okay, to my staff, publish the methodology, which they did. And I said, anyone who has a better methodological approach to calculating the trade that goes on WTO MFN terms, they can bring it and we'll change. And we put it out there and no one has come forward. So I'm very confident in telling you, we didn't change the way we calculate. 72% of the world's trade still goes on WTO terms. And an additional 16% flows on terms within the wider WTO framework, mostly tariff preferences arising from bilateral and regional trade agreements that are built on WTO foundations. Some of this is reflected in the trade diversification I mentioned earlier. That is why we are supportive of bilateral and regional trade agreements that seek to build trade channels, because a large number of them are built on the bedrock, on the foundation of WTO rules. We should also remember that the WTO's role goes well beyond tariffs. Our rules for health and safety standards, technical regulations, customs valuation, and intellectual property function as the plumbing of global trade. And I always joke everywhere that, like plumbing, you don't really remember the plumbing in your house. You don't think about it until a pipe breaks and floods your sitting room or wherever, the house, isn't it? You take it for granted. People take the WTO for granted because we are the plumbing of trade, and they don't think about it until something goes wrong. And we're very happy to be the plumbing. Anchored by this stable and broadly open core, global trade has bounced back from a series of shocks. COVID-19 and related supply disruptions, the war in Ukraine, which affected energy and food markets, US tariffs and related measures, and problems in key transport corridors like the Suez and Panama canals. Global goods trade volumes in 2025 were over 12% higher than in 2019, the year before the pandemic, while services trade volumes were 31% higher. Countries are responding to the Strait of Hormuz crisis with more trade facilitating than trade restrictive measures, lifting trade restrictions, facilitating trade in oil and gas products, finding alternative routes to get oil and fertilizer out of the region. While these measures have not been enough to compensate for the closure of the strait, which has hit the world, and especially vulnerable African countries with higher energy, fertilizer, and food prices, they have helped build resilience and prevented a situation that could have been considerably worse for the global economy. On the whole, while heightened strategic competition is affecting some sensitive products and bilateral relationships, the revealed preference of most countries seems to be for continued interdependence, albeit within concentric circles of relatively closer or looser integration. The Global South offers a case in point. The share of South-South trade in the global total has increased from under 1/10 in 1995 to about a quarter today, and they're keeping their trade diplomats busy. Of the 384 existing regional trade agreements that have been formally notified to the WTO, 49% are among developing countries. Among the 80-odd additional agreements that have not been notified, the South-South share appears to be even higher. And 22 economies still outside the 166-strong WTO are working hard to accede to it. There are good reasons for this, for all of this. Open and predictable trade does not just enable export-led growth and the productivity gains that come with increased specialization and scale. Open and predictable trade can be a powerful force for macroeconomic stability, and I think the central bank is interested in that. Research by the IMF's newly appointed chief economist, LSE Professor Silvana Tenrero, has demonstrated that trade serves as a cushion against domestic economic shocks and helps reduce GDP volatility by allowing countries to diversify sources of demand and supply. A drop in domestic demand can be cushioned if exporters can sell abroad. Domestic supply shocks similarly can be better managed if firms can source from foreign suppliers. Exposure to more markets, not fewer, enhances the stabilizing effects of trade. In sum, while integration and win-win interdependence entail vulnerabilities, fragmenting trade or trying to go it alone would likely be even worse. This brings me to the final segment of my speech. Although as we have seen, global trade and the trading system are resilient, rebounding from successive crises, they are not robust. And with the ongoing erosion of long-standing trade rules and norms, we have to wonder about the limits of this resilience next time we're hit with a major shock. One way to enhance the system's robustness and future resilience is strengthening and updating the global trade rulebook. That is why the renewed efforts on WTO reform now underway in Geneva, following our 14th Ministerial Conference in Cameroon, are so important. Under the leadership of our General Council Chair, Ambassador Claire Kelly of New Zealand, negotiators are engaged in intensive work on the full spectrum of reform issues, including relooking at foundational principles such as MFM, Most Favored Nation, and transparency, the decision-making system, not to do away with consensus, which is the way we make decisions, but to see how it can be made more agile and flexible so that consensus as unanimity does not get in the way of making decisions. Looking at the use of subsidies and other level playing field concerns, and at how WTO can better support development to integrate developing countries better into the trading system. In addition, as the world increasingly digitizes and moves rapidly on AI, members will look at gaps in our rulebook to provide a shared base for this rapid transformation. The goal is to lay the groundwork for outcomes between now and our next 15th Ministerial Conference in 2028. As I see it, the reform process offers a path for members to strengthen what is still working well at the WTO, because a lot is. But even more importantly, it's an opportunity to repair what is not working well, and better still, to begin to fill gaps in global trade rulebook that will help countries take advantage of emerging commercial opportunities in areas like services, digital trade, and green trade. A silver lining of the present disruptions in global trade is that they have convinced all members that far-reaching institutional reform is necessary. The challenge now is to get there. None of that will be easy. With little trust among my members, it will be more like pushing a boulder uphill. But push we must. For that, we still need consistent political attention and a willingness to search for solutions. You all can help by advocating for WTO reform with your respective organizations and capitals. A second way to make the trading system more robust and resilient is by ensuring more countries and regions become substantial sources of global supply and demand. This is linked to the reglobalization I mentioned earlier. With more companies and countries looking to supply diversification, whether to reduce exposure to geopolitical or other risks, places outside established production networks, especially places in Africa, Latin America, and Central Asia, have an opportunity to attract value chain investment. One high potential sector is critical minerals, where the green transition is driving demand for lithium, bauxite, cobalt, and other elements necessary to manufacture EV batteries and other low carbon goods. Africa holds an estimated 30% of the world's known mineral reserves, and estimates for Latin America are similar. For Africa in particular, instead of the extract and export model that has been the source of so much volatility, economic underperformance, and let me be blunt, corruption, conflict, and banditry, the goal should be higher value, higher productivity growth, driven by the development of sub-regional value chains and integration into potential supply networks. Quite frankly, the time to seize this opportunity is now. As geopolitics exerts some demand pressure for critical mineral supply chain diversification, if we miss this opportunity, I'm afraid we would have missed a lot. Fortunately, Africa's leaders seem to be moving in the right direction, with Morocco using its phosphate resources to produce electric vehicle components for international markets, particularly Chinese automakers. In Zambia, DRC, Mozambique, and Angola, and here also in Nigeria, moves are afoot to see how to add value to critical minerals. But these efforts need more systematization and harmonization, including a look at sub-regional approaches so that countries are not picked off one by one in suboptimal bilateral agreements. The continent can seize green comparative advantages by harnessing abundant renewable energy potential to power minerals processing. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by noting that these two paths to global trade resilience, reforming the multilateral trading system and broadening the global economic base, are deeply complementary. To attract the kind of investments we've been talking about, developing countries will need to improve their business climate, upgrade hard and soft infrastructure, and provide a stable macroeconomic environment. In this regard, I want to commend the Central Bank Governor of Nigeria, Governor Cardoso, on the work that he and his team have done on currency and monetary policy stabilization. Nigeria needs to continue. Yes, you can clap for him. Nigeria needs to continue the work on overall macroeconomic reforms with a careful approach to fiscal issues, contracting of debt, and debt management. Above all, Nigeria needs to focus on creating jobs and economic opportunities for a young and hungry population. Nigerians have to feel the dividends of reform in the real economy. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, instead of negative feedback loops of uncertainty, fragmentation, and slower growth, we have an opportunity to build positive feedback loops of reformed rules, greater certainty, and improved economic prospects for people and businesses everywhere. As we work together to find bridges across the many fault lines dividing our world, let us draw inspiration from Dr. Martin Luther King's reminder that, and I quote, all mankind are tied together. All mankind, is tied together. All life is interrelated, and we are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality. Whatever affects one directly affects all of us indirectly. Thank you for listening.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts,
where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria's march towards the 2027 general elections is more than a routine democratic cycle. It is shaping up to be a defining test of institutional maturity, political culture, and national cohesion. Elections in Nigeria have historically served as mirrors reflecting both progress and persistent fault lines. As political actors reposition and citizens recalibrate expectations, the stakes are unmistakably high. The 2027 will not simply be about leadership transition, it will be about whether Africa's most populous nation can consolidate democratic credibility, deepen governance accountability, and manage intensifying socio-economic pressures without destabilizing its fragile political equilibrium. Public expectations heading into 2027 are likely to be unusually elevated, driven less by campaign rhetoric and more by lived realities. Chief among these is the demand for economic stability and opportunity. Inflationary pressures, currency volatility, unemployment, and cost of living anxieties have reshaped political consciousness. Voters increasingly assess governments not by ideological narratives, but by tangible economic outcomes, jobs, purchasing power, infrastructure, and social mobility. There is also a growing insistence on governance effectiveness. Citizens are showing declining tolerance for symbolic politics. Competence, policy cohesion, and measurable results across security, healthcare, education, and public services now weigh heavily in electoral judgment. Electoral integrity, too, has become central. After reforms introduced by the Electoral Act 2022 and the deployment of technologies such as beavers, Nigerians expect elections that are transparent, technologically reliable, and free from manipulation. The bar has been raised, and any regression could provoke significant public backlash. Equally important is the demand for accountability and trust restoration. The widening gap between political elites and ordinary citizens continues to fuel skepticism. Consequently, the 2027 elections will be judged not only on who wins, but on whether democratic processes are widely perceived as fair, inclusive, and credible. Several issues are poised to shape the contest. Economic performance will dominate political discourse, with debates likely to revolve around fiscal management, debt sustainability, industrialization, youth employment, and diversification beyond oil dependency. Security will remain an existential concern. Persistent challenges ranging from insurgency to criminal violence have placed state authority under strain, compelling voters to scrutinize strategies for restoring stability and strengthening institutional capacity. Nigeria's demographic realities further complicate the landscape. The youth population, increasingly digitally connected and potentially and politically expressive, is defining electoral engagement. Political parties that fail to adapt to issue-driven, technology-mediated mobilization risks strategic disadvantage. Questions surrounding federalism, restructuring, and resource governance will also continue to animate debate, reflecting enduring tensions within Nigeria's political architecture. Underlining these dynamics are structural challenges. Despite technological improvements, skepticism regarding result collection, judicial outcomes, and political interference persists. Perception gaps can be as destabilizing as actual irregularities. The influence of money in politics remains deeply corrosive, while identity-based polarization continues to shape electoral alignments, sometimes transforming competition into conflict. Technology itself presents a paradox. While enhancing transparency, it introduces vulnerabilities, system failures, cybersecurity threats, and the rapid spread of misinformation. Meanwhile, the increasing judicialization of elections, though constitutionally grounded, can erode public confidence if perceived as inconsistent or politicized. Voter apathy, driven by cynicism and distrust, poses an additional threat to participatory legitimacy. Strengthening democratic resilience requires a multi-layered response. Electoral credibility depends fundamentally on institutional dependence, transparency, and operational reliability. Campaign finance enforcement must become more robust to curb undue influence. Electoral technologies require continuous auditing and safeguards to sustain trust. Equally vital is the cultivation of an issue-based political culture, supported by civil society, media, and academia. Ultimately, democratic stability rests heavily on elite behavior. Commitment to peaceful competition, respect for institutional rules, and restraints in rhetoric are indispensable. Elections alone do not validate democracy. Credibility of processes, integrity of institutions, and confidence of citizens do. Nigeria's 2027 elections will unfold within a complex interplay of economic pressures, demographic shifts, technological transitions, and political recalibration. They will test whether reforms translate into trust, whether competition strengthens rather than fractures national unity, and whether governance outcomes reshape political legitimacy. As Nigeria advances towards 2027, the defining question is no longer whether elections will hold. It is whether they will deepen democratic resilience, reinforce national stability, and align political leadership more closely with citizen aspirations. The answer will shape not just an electoral outcome, but the country's democratic trajectory.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Here are the headlines. Over 200 senior students at Government Girls Secondary School in Kano narrowly escaped disaster when their classroom staircase suddenly collapsed during lessons. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has issued an urgent August 10th deadline for a total nationwide strike over unpaid salary arrears and poor working conditions. The federal government has approved import duty and value-added tax exemptions for compressed natural gas, liquefied petroleum gas and pure electric vehicles. Now the news in details. Over 300 senior students at Government Girls Secondary School, Jambulo, in Kano State, narrowly escaped harm on Thursday when the primary staircase leading to their upstairs classrooms suddenly collapsed during lessons. Panic erupted across the compound as students found themselves stranded on the upper floor, prompting staff members to stage a rapid emergency responses. Teachers scrambled to position a ladder against the one-story building, successfully evacuating every trapped student without a single casualty or injury recorded. School authorities praised the swift action of the teaching staff, acknowledging that quick thinking prevented what could have been a catastrophic event. The incident highlights a severe infrastructure deficit at the 16-year-old facility, which was already struggling with extreme classroom congestion. With 4 of its 8 classrooms now rendered unusable, remaining spaces are forcing up to 130 students into single rooms, creating an unsustainable learning environment. School administration has alerted the Kano State Secondary Schools Management Board, calling on state authorities to carry out urgent structural repairs before the start of the next academic term in September to avoid disrupting the students' education. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has issued an August 10th ultimatum to the federal government, threatening a total and comprehensive nationwide strike if long-standing welfare and labor issues remain unaddressed. Following its National Executive Council meeting in Gombe State, the association declared that members across public hospitals will put down tools by 8 a.m. on Monday, August 10th, unless key financial and operational demands are met. Core grievances include unpaid salary arrears, outstanding professional allowances, delay in house officer payments, and omissions in the disbursement of the 2026 Medical Residency Training Fund. The association also highlighted persistent workplace harassment, urging the government to establish a national healthcare workers' assault prevention and response protocol to criminalize attacks on medical personnel without calling for immediate workplace safety measures across federal medical institutions. While acknowledging ongoing dialogue and commending partial disbursement of training funds, doctor representatives emphasized that healthcare survival and medical worker welfare are non-negotiable. The association urged the Ministry of Health to resolve institutional bottlenecks, address excessive workload concerns, and boost public health infrastructure before the August deadline to avert a complete collapse of hospital services. The Enugu State government has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening the fight against HIV/AIDS through strong strategic partnerships, inclusive policies, and evidence-based interventions. The Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, said this on Friday when he received executive members of the Network of People Living with HIV and AIDS in Nigeria, NEFWEN, Enugu State Chapter, on a courtesy visit to his office. Ugu noted that the administration of Governor Petermbah places high premium on the health and well-being of every resident, adding, no one will be left behind in accessing essential healthcare services. The Commissioner highlighted the government's ongoing efforts to strengthen the health sector, including the building of Type 2 primary healthcare centers in every ward, and expansion of access to quality health services. The government has improved disease surveillance systems, healthcare workforce development, and collaboration with development partners to enhance HIV testing, treatment, prevention of mother-to-child transmission, and viral load monitoring. This, he said. He added that the government had been intensifying public health education and community engagement to reduce new HIV infections, while tackling stigma and discrimination against people living with HIV. Ugu assured NEF1 of the ministry's continued support and called for sustained collaboration between government, civil society organizations, development partners, and affected communities to accelerate progress toward ending HIV as a public health threat. As it stands, collective action, mutual trust, and shared responsibility remain critical to achieving healthier communities and improving the quality of life for people living with HIV across the state, he said. Earlier, the state coordinator of NEF1, Mrs. Lillian Abo, sought to deepen collaboration with the ministry in combating HIV and mitigating its impact across the state. Abo commended the ministry for its sustained efforts in improving access to HIV prevention, treatment, care, and support services. She calls for stronger collaboration with the ministry in advancing community-based interventions, reducing stigma and discrimination, promoting awareness. We are here to appeal and ensure that people living with HIV continue to receive quality health care and social support. This, she said. The federal government has launched plans to establish a dedicated Armed Forces College of Medicine and Health Services, ending the military's long-standing reliance on civilian universities. Education Minister Dr. Olatunji Alausa inaugurated a technical working group in Abuja to fast-track implementation, with the first intake of military medical cadets targeted for the 2026 academic session. The project addresses an acute 93% personnel deficit within the military's healthcare system. Based at the Nigerian Army Reference Hospital in Kaduna and modeled after the U.S. Uniformed Services University, the college will offer integrated academic and military instruction in critical areas such as battlefield medicine, tactical combat casualty care, and trauma rehabilitation. This specialized initiative aligns with broader national reforms that have doubled annual admissions into medicine and dentistry programs nationwide. Working alongside the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board and the National Universities Commission, the technical team will streamline accreditation and entry requirements to ensure the institution opens as scheduled. Medical practitioners in Bayelsa State have called for urgent investment in specialized healthcare, critical care facilities, and emergency medical services to improve patient outcomes across the state. Speaking at the 30th Annual General Meeting of the Nigerian Medical Association in Yanagoa, NMA Chairman Dr. Wilcox Izibeya emphasized that while recent government infrastructure efforts are commendable, significant gaps remain in specialized recruitment, diagnostic tools, and emergency response capabilities. Representing Governor Doye Diri, Deputy Governor Dr. Peter Abe assured doctors of the administration's continued commitment to healthcare funding and infrastructure expansion, highlighting recent achievements, including the completion of the 500-bed Bayelsa Medical University Teaching Hospital, expanded health insurance coverage, and drone-based medical deliveries to remote areas in partnership with Zipline. Abe acknowledged ongoing challenges in retaining skilled workers and reaching riverine communities. State Health Commissioner Professor Seiyifa Brisibe disclosed newly approved welfare packages for healthcare workers aimed at bolstering staff retention while appealing to striking doctors at the Federal Medical Center in Yenagoa to return to work. Meanwhile, healthcare stakeholders at the conference advocated for strategic innovations, including the integration of artificial intelligence and enhanced emergency communication networks, to strengthen clinical capacity and ensure equitable medical access statewide. Neglected Akwa Ibom residents stage riverbank protest over collapsed bridge. Uyenge youth demand permanent jobs and infrastructure repairs from oil firms. Heavy truck damage sparks mass protest in Akwa Ibom host community. Frustrated residents of the Uyenge community in Akwa Ibom State staged a peaceful riverbank demonstration on Thursday to protest decades of systemic neglect and marginalization by local oil firms. Community members threatened to occupy operational bases until companies address severe infrastructural decay, environmental degradation, and long-standing employment disparities. Tensions escalated following the collapse of a key community bridge last October, which gave way under the weight of an oil company's heavily loaded equipment truck. The structural failure paralyzed local economic activities, including the area's vital timber industry, forcing operators to bypass the damaged bridge, while leaving residents stranded. Community leaders and youth groups expressed outrage over 17 years of unfulfilled promises, citing a total absence of motorable access roads, clean water supply, and functional healthcare facilities. Demonstrators also condemned ongoing gas flaring and oil pollution, demanding immediate permanent employment opportunities for local youth and urgent reconstruction of the collapsed bridge. Efforts to reach corporate representatives for comment were unsuccessful as phone calls and messages went unanswered. Meanwhile, protesters remained stationed along the riverbank, vowing to maintain their blockade until firm commitments and structural repairs are guaranteed. Benue State Governor Hyacinth Alia has commended President Bola Tinubu following the approval to establish the Nigerian Army's 5th Division headquarters in Makurdi. Describing the decision as a timely intervention, Alia highlighted that the new command would significantly enhance regional security, streamline operations, and accelerate response times to security threats across Benue, Nasarawa, and Kogi states. The creation of the Makurdi headquarters comes as part of a nationwide restructuring that expands the Nigerian Army's command structure from 8 to 12 divisions. Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu has already approved the deployment of general officers commanding for the newly formed units to reinforce counterinsurgency and anti-crime measures. Governor Ali emphasized that the new military formation will complete state-level efforts to protect agricultural communities, restore peace, and safeguard lives and property. He also lauded federal initiatives approving the recruitment of 28,000 additional army personnel, alongside continued investments in modern equipment and troop welfare. The Edo State Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has arrested 49 suspected drug traffickers and seized over 2,500 kilograms of illicit substances during operations conducted throughout July. Highlighting an unusual demographic shift, Command Chief Michelle Ofoyeju disclosed that females accounted for 29 of the 49 arrests, attributing the trend to growing socio-economic vulnerabilities and changing dynamics in drug syndicates. During the monthly operations, agents uncovered 3 drug warehouses in Benin City and Ilushi, impounded 2 transport vehicles, and destroyed a massive cannabis farm in the Egbisi forest, measuring over 0.6 hectares. The total seizures included over 2,500 kilograms of cannabis, alongside psychotropic substances, cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, codeine syrup, and nitrous oxide canisters, while securing convictions in 4 major cases. Alongside the operational roundup, the command decorated 73 newly promoted personnel at its Benin headquarters. Afoyeji commended the officers for their diligence, loyalty, and performance in the ongoing anti-narcotics campaign, reminding them that higher rank comes with increased responsibility, public scrutiny, and greater expectations on the front lines. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on our social media pages, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Over 300 senior students at Government Girls Secondary School in Kano narrowly escaped disaster when their classroom staircase suddenly collapsed during lessons. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has issued an August 10th deadline for a total nationwide strike over unpaid salary arrears and poor working conditions. Coming up shortly, the federal government has approved import duty and value-added tax exemptions for compressed natural gas, liquefied petroleum gas, and pure electric vehicles. Stay with us.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site na ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site na omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
Welcome back. The federal government has approved import duty and value-added tax exemptions for compressed natural gas, liquefied petroleum gas, and pure electric vehicles. Issued through the Ministry of Finance and implemented by the Nigeria Customs Service under the Presidential Gas for Growth Initiative. The fiscal incentives aim to accelerate clean energy adoption, reduce transport costs, and support sustainable infrastructure. Eligible categories include fully CNG and PLG vehicles, pure electric vehicles, certified conversion kits, gas-powered tricycles, and specialized semi-trailers for gas distribution. Importers must secure an import duty exemption certificate to benefit from the waivers. However, hybrid vehicles, dual-fuel models, luxury cars valued over $100,000, overseas converted units, and standard spare parts remain fully taxable under existing tariff rates. The Nigeria Customs Service emphasized its commitment to enforcing the operational guidelines transparently under Controller General Dr. Bashir Adeni. Stakeholders and licensed custom agents have been advised to adhere strictly to certification rules to facilitate seamless clearance and advance the nation's energy security agenda. The Pharmacy Council of Nigeria has sealed 383 pharmaceutical premises across Ogun State following a 4-day enforcement exercise targeting non-compliant drug distribution outlets. Head of Enforcement, Dr. Suleiman Shiroma, announced a crackdown on Friday in Abeokuta, revealing that inspectors evaluated 738 premises across 11 local government areas to curb illegal operations that threaten public health and national security. During the sweep, officials inspected 277 pharmacies, 288 patent and proprietary medicine vendor stores, and 173 completely unregistered facilities. The team shut down 123 pharmacies, 84 patent medicine stores, and all 173 illegal outlets. Out of all facilities evaluated, only 58% of pharmacies and 70% of patent medicine vendors achieved full compliance with national standards. Inspectors uncovered severe infractions during operating, including operating without valid licenses, improper drug storage, illegal apprentice training, unauthorized access to controlled substances, and cooking within premises. Shiroma warned that dispensing medication through untrained personnel directly drives treatment failures and antimicrobial resistance, while the diversion of controlled drugs into illicit networks presents serious security risks. The regulatory agency urged members of the public to purchase medications exclusively from licensed facilities displaying valid PCN certificates. Emphasizing its legal mandate under the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria Establishment Act of 2022, the Council vowed to maintain continuous enforcement nationwide to protect the integrity of the country's drug supply chain. And on to sports news. Super Eagles head coach Eric Shell praised the Flying Eagles' performance after Nigeria secured a 3-0 win over Togo at the Wafu B Under-20 Championship in Yamoussoukro. Following a goalless first half, Abdul Maikaba's squad took control after the break, securing their semi-final spot through a double from Abdulmuiz Adeleke and a late goal from substitute Adedola Agbelole. Shell commended the team's tactical turnaround, high pressing and clinical finishing ahead of their final group stage clash against Burkina Faso. And on entertainment news, Burna Boy has surpassed Wizkid to become the highest-selling African artist of the modern streaming era. According to global music monitoring platform Chartmasters, the Grammy-winning artist has reached over 14.43 million equivalent album sales, narrowly edging out Wizkid's 14.4 million units. Burna Boy also became the first African artist to top 800 million monthly listeners on YouTube Music, while Algerian icon Cheb Khalid continues to hold the record for overall career sales with an estimated 81 million traditional physical units. Burna Boy's latest streaming milestone solidifies his commercial impact across international markets. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. Over 300 senior students at Government Girls Secondary School in Kano narrowly escaped disaster when their classroom staircase suddenly collapsed during lessons. Teachers staged a rapid emergency response using ladders to evacuate every trapped student safely without any recorded injuries. In the meantime, the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has issued an August 10th deadline for a total nationwide strike over unpaid salary arrears and poor working conditions. Medical professionals warn that failure to resolve these long-standing labor issues will lead to a complete shutdown of public hospital operations. Meanwhile, the federal government has approved import duty and value-added tax exemptions for compressed natural gas, liquefied petroleum gas, and pure electric vehicles. Implemented by the Nigeria Customs Service, the fiscal incentives aim to lower transportation costs and accelerate sustainable energy adoption. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Good afternoon.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Our esteemed special guest of honor, His Excellency Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Senator Abdulaziz Musa Yaradua, Chairman, Senate Committee on Army. Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, CFR, Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives. Our chief host, His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, OFR, Executive Governor of Abia State. Representatives of the Executive Governors of Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo States. Our distinguished members of the National Assembly here present. Our amiable convener, the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, retired OFR. The Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohamed Idris, FNIPR. Representative of the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. Oh, the Minister is here. Representative of the National Security Advisor. The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Kelvin Aneke. Our keynote speaker, Lieutenant General O.A. Hejirika, retired CFR. Our highly respected moderators and panelists of the summit, elder statesmen and senior veterans here present, officials of the state governments of the Southeast here present, very senior officers serving and retired, distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Emmanuel Unuakbo, the Director of Protocol, National Defense College, and one of the Masters of Ceremonies of this epochal occasion. May I, on behalf of the convener, the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, retired OFR, warmly welcome Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to the Southeast Regional Security Summit 2026. The theme of this summit is collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Southeast geopolitical zone of Nigeria has historically been a vibrant hub of commerce and industry. However, it currently faces evolving security challenges ranging from violent non-state actors, separatist agitations, and rural banditry. This has strained local economies, disrupted social cohesion, and challenged traditional law enforcement frameworks. Overcoming these threats requires moving beyond isolated kinetic military responses towards a unified civilian medium. Grounded in the principles of structural functionalism, national security is a wheel where every institution, state governments, and community leadership structures act as a vital spoke. And if one spoke fails, the wheel wobbles. It is against this backdrop that the Southeast Security Summit 2026 is conceived as a critical platform to to synchronize regional state actors, federal defense apparatuses, and community stakeholders. By fostering information superiority, intelligence sharing, and socio-economic resilience, the Southeast region can transit from reactive containment to proactive deterrence. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and privilege to invite with profound respect our convener, the Honorable Minister of Defense, General C.G. Musa, retired OFR, to deliver his opening remarks. Please join me with a most resounding round of applause as I invite our amiable convener, the Honorable Minister of Defense. Don't worry.
Thank you very much, the MC. Our esteemed special guest of honor, His Excellency Senator Goswell Akpabio, GCON, President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Senator Abdulaziz Musa Yar'Adua, Chairman Senate Committee on Army. Our chief host, His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, OFR, the Executive Governor of Abia State, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representative, the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Representative of Honorable Ministers of Innovation and Technology, Representative of the National Security Advisor, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of Air Staff, Representative of the Service Chiefs, the Keynote Speaker, Lieutenant General A.O. Hejrika, retired CFR, our highly respected moderators and panelists, elder statesmen and senior veterans. I want to mention General Nwachukwu that is here with us, and all the other ones that are here. We appreciate you. Officials of the state governments of the Southeast here present, very senior officers serving and retired, distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I must confess, since yesterday that I started wearing this outfit, a lot of people will just pass by me and don't know that I was the one. And they say I look very different. I really highly privileged and honored to wearing this. I'm really very grateful to be here this morning. It actually feels very good. It is indeed with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this historic occasion, the Southeast Regional Security Summit 2026. I sincerely commend the government and people of Abia State for hosting this landmark event and appreciate the invaluable collaboration of the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement Southeast, whose partnership has made this summit possible. Today's summit marks the beginning of a new chapter in our collective efforts to promote peace, security, and development in the Southeast. As the maiden edition, it reflects our shared resolve to move beyond isolated interventions towards a more coordinated, inclusive, and sustainable approach to addressing the security challenges confronting the region. The theme of this summit, collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability, is both timely and profound. It recognizes that the security challenges of our time have become increasingly complex, dynamic, and interconnected. Consequently, no single institution, security agency, or level of government can effectively address these challenges in isolation. Lasting security can only be achieved through collaboration, mutual trust, information sharing, strategic partnership, and the active participation of communities. In a short form, what we need is, we want to hear from you, what are the issues on ground? what is required, what challenges, what do we need to do. It is not that we sit down somewhere and decide for the region. We want the region to speak for itself. And we feel that will get us more input into what is supposed to be done. So we appreciate all of you that are here today. And we assure you that whatever is discussed here will be taken very seriously, because the president really wants peace, because without peace there cannot be development. The choice of the theme also reinforces an important truth, that security is not solely the responsibility of the armed forces, the police, or other security agencies. It is a shared responsibility that requires the collective commitment of government, traditional institutions, religious leaders, community organizations, the private sector, the media, civil society, youth and women groups, as well as every patriotic citizen. When communities actively support security efforts by providing credible information, promoting dialogue, rejecting violence, and fostering peaceful coexistence, they become indispensable partners in safeguarding our nation. The Southeast remains one of the most vibrant regions, renowned for its entrepreneurial spirit, innovation, commerce, and human capacity. Are we talking of sports, creativity, innovation? All exist here. However, the persistent challenges of violent criminality, kidnapping, attacks on security personnel, and public infrastructure, the proliferation of illicit arms, youth restiveness, and misinformation continue to undermine public confidence, economic growth, and social cohesion. Addressing these challenges demands more than security operations. It requires a comprehensive approach that tackles both the immediate threats and their underlying causes. This summit, therefore, provides an important platform for honest conversations, strategic thinking, and collective action. It brings together government officials, security agencies, traditional rulers, religious leaders, academics, and community representatives, development partners, and other stakeholders to exchange ideas, identify practical solutions, and develop a common framework for strengthening regional security. The federal government, under the leadership of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, remains steadfast in its commitment to protecting the lives and property of all Nigerians. Significant investments continue to be made in enhancing the operational capabilities of the armed forces of Nigeria and other security agencies through improved training, acquisition of modern equipment, enhanced intelligence gathering, and strong interagency coordination. These efforts are producing measurable gains across various theaters of operation. Nevertheless, enduring peace can only be sustained when communities themselves become active stakeholders in the security architecture. Communities must feel they are being led properly, they are being cared for, and their concerns are being addressed. This summit should therefore serve as a platform for building stronger partnership between government and the people. It should strengthen confidence, encourage community ownership of security initiatives, and reinforce the bonds of unity that have always defined our nation. We must reject narratives that seek to divide our people and instead embrace dialogue, mutual respect, and cooperation as the foundation for lasting peace. As we deliberate over the course of this summit, I encourage every participant to contribute constructively and without reservation. Let our discussions produce practical recommendations that will strengthen existing security mechanisms, deepen regional cooperation, and enhance the capacity of our institutions to respond effectively to emerging threats. I'm very happy that the representative of the IGP is also here, who will also give us some inputs as to issues on ground. It is my sincere expectation that this maiden summit will become an enduring annual platform for strategic engagement, continuous dialogue, and coordinated action among all stakeholders. But most importantly, the regions must work and think alike. They must come together, removing any personality clash or individual differences for the good of the region. And with that, the region will continue to fly very high. I hope it will reaffirm our collective commitment to building a peaceful, secure, and prosperous Southeast that contributes meaningfully to the unity, stability, and development of our great nation. So at the end of it is for us to answer these questions. How far so far? What are the challenges? What are the solutions? What do we need to do as individuals? What do we request from our government? What is our responsibility as citizens to our nation? I think these are critical questions that each and every one of us should be able to answer on his own, and to find out whether you are contributing to the peace and security of the region. On this note, it is my singular honor and privilege to formally declare the Southeast Regional Security Summit open. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
I think we can do better by applauding the Honorable Minister of Defense. Gentlemen, I'd like to again welcome all of us to Umuahia, the capital of Abia State. Today we have a convergence of governors of the Southeast states. We have from the National Assembly, the minister, and of course senior officials of the Federal Ministry of Defense, heads of security agencies, top government officials, religious leaders, and of course not forgetting the traditional rulers, captains of industry, and members of the civil society organization, and of course distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today it all borders on collaboration of the different Southeast states in ensuring a nation that of course is indeed secure for its citizenry. And of course, when we look at the need of having the Southeast states come together in synergy for a summit of this nature, you would also understand that going by the community borders that interrelates the various states of Nigeria, this summit is indeed apt. Today in this room, I'd like to recognize and welcome the representative of the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Godswill Oborababio, GCON. And of course we have seated His Excellency, our security-friendly Governor of Abia State, a man who will stop at nothing in ensuring that the security architecture of this great state is indeed tight, and of course would give criminals a chase for their activities. I would like to welcome Dr. Alex Oti, OFR. Let me also appreciate his brother governors from the Southeast states of Nigeria. And today in this room, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, Senator Hope Uzodimma, is here represented by his deputy, Her Excellency Lady Chinyere Ihuoma Ekumaro, PhD. I want to also inform us that His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, CFR, is here represented by his deputy, Dr. Onyekachukwu Ibezim. You're welcome. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ebonyi State, Right Honorable Francis Ogbonnawifuru, is here represented by the Speaker of the Ebonyi State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Moses E.J. Odunwa. You're welcome. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Enugu State, is here represented. Dr. Peter Ndubisimba is also here represented by no less a personality than his deputy, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai. I'd like to also appreciate the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie-Kalu, CFR, PhD. You're welcome. Let me also appreciate the Honorable Convener of this summit, the first of its kind in the Southeast, Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, OFR. Sir, thank you for this gathering. Honorable Minister of Information, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, FNIPR, you're highly welcome. I'd like to also recognize the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, here represented by Engineer Dr. Ibiam. Let me also appreciate our dear Deputy Governor of Abia State, His Excellency Engineer Ikechukwu Emeto, fellow Nigeria Society of Engineers, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement for the Southeast. You're highly welcome. I've also been notified that the very distinguished senator representing the good people of Abia Central Senatorial District, Honorable Austin, Senator Austin Akobondo, sir, you're highly welcome. Let me appreciate the Honorable Justice of the Supreme Court, retired, Honorable Justice Mary Odele, CFR, ma'am, you're welcome. I'd like to also appreciate the Speaker of the Abia State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Emmanuel Ihioma Emerowa. Join me also as I recognize an elder statesman of note and of course a pride, Tundi Igbo, a former military governor of the old Imo State, a very distinguished senator of note, General Ike Omasanda Nwachukwu, CFR, you're welcome. Let me appreciate also the service chiefs in attendance. We have the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Kelvin Aneke, you're welcome. We have also the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral I. Abbas, represented by the Rear Admiral S.D. Ibrahim. We have also the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhuri Badu, represented by Major General Hilary Mabuku, you're highly welcome. GOC 82 Division, Major General O.F. Adairo, you're highly welcome, sir. Let me also appreciate the Chairman of the Abia State Security Advisory Council and a former Chief of Army Staff, another great son of Abia and the Southeast, General Azubike Onyabo Ihejirika, CFR, and his team. I'd like to also welcome other former service chiefs in attendance, with particular mention of a former Chief of Naval Staff, the Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala. Service commanders from the Southeast Geopolitical Zone, we recognize all of you. Chairman of the Abia State Security Trust Fund and his team, we recognize you all. I'd like to appreciate also Chairman of the Abia State Homeland Security Service, Colonel Chidi Okoha, retired, and his team. Chairman of the Labour Party, and indeed Chairman of the different political parties in this room this afternoon, Secretary to the State Government, Dr. Emmanuel Meribole, Chief of Staff to His Excellency the Governor, Pastor Caleb Ajaba, Ambassador Oke Emuche, MFR, former Ambassador to South Africa, Honorable Commissioners from the different states in the Southeast here seated, we recognize all of you. Special aids to His Excellency the Governor, and indeed to other governors of the Southeast. Permit me to use the Special Advisor to the Governor on Security, Navy Commander MacDonald Oba, retired, to reach out to all of you. Executive mayors of the 17 LGAs in Abia State, using the Algon Mayor, Honorable Chinedum Ekeke, we appreciate all of you. Southeast Veterans Welfare Association, you're highly recognized. Presidents General of different unions here present, the traditional rulers, we appreciate your roles in the various local communities. I want to use the second chairman of Ndlea Abia State, His Royal Majesty Eze F. Onwosu, to reach out to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, what we are here gathered is what every right-thinking government would always bring people from all walks of life to achieve. Bringing together better brains, those who understand how security plays. And of course, in Abia State, we're playing host to a whole lot of critical key stakeholders who have the interest of our dear nation at heart. Permit me, therefore, a lot has been said by my partner on the microphone, and I would like to very warmly at this point invite the chief host of this great event, a man who would stop at nothing in collaborating with his brother governors of the Southeast in ensuring that the Southeast region of Nigeria is safe. Join me, therefore, as I invite His Excellency the Governor, who has gone ahead to launch a multi-agency security outfit known as Operation Crush, and of course will stop at nothing in establishing the Abia State Security Trust Fund and every other thing he has done to ensure the safety of Abia and the Southeast and Nigerian nation. His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, OFR, please come and give us your remarks this very day. Please, a round of applause for the chief host. A round of applause. Continue clapping, please, until he makes his way. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you, Adeze. You've made the job easier for me. All I would say will be Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and I will stand on the very well established protocol. I want to welcome all of you to Abia State and thank you for making it to God's own state. For some of you who are coming for the first time, I would like to plead that you shouldn't live in a hurry. I already told my friend, the Honorable Minister for Information, that he will be here for at least 4 days. But with better negotiation, maybe I'll give you 3 days and cut off 1, but nothing less. My short address is titled Security and Freedom. Security is the foundation of prosperity, the pillar upon which all outlines of progress rest. The framers of our Constitution understood the central place of security in our development aspirations. So they made it clear in a language that is sufficiently simple that security, together with the welfare of the people, shall be the primary purpose of government. It ultimately follows that until the citizens are made sufficiently secure, free from the threats of criminals and those who profit from chaos, no real development can happen, because everything rests on the guarantee that anyone within the territorial boundaries of our land is free to go about the pursuit of their legitimate endeavors without fear of harassment or death from the purveyors of violence. Therefore, our duty as leaders is to evolve initiatives that make it impossible for the merchants of anarchy to operate freely within our country. We have gathered this morning as leaders of the Southeast region and stakeholders of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in furtherance of our collective mission of keeping our people safe and free from the designs of criminals. On this note, I would like to specially welcome my brother governors and their representatives from the states in our region. The President of the Senate here represented, the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, OFR, federal legislators, honorable ministers, leaders and representatives of the Nigerian people who have joined us in Umuahia for this important summit. Thank you for prioritizing this event and for gracing it with your esteemed presence. The message of this summit is that we are entirely committed to the peace and security of the region. while not disputing the fact that there are still pockets of disturbances in a few communities, it is also not in doubt that a new sense of order is returning to the region. The more interesting development is that even amidst the gains, we are still, as this summit demonstrates, not resting on our oars, for we cannot afford to surrender this great land and its people to the forces of anarchy sailing on the wind of cynicism. The theme of this summit, collaborative approaches to strengthen security and regional stability, is brilliant for the reason that it speaks to the next frontier of efforts at consolidating the gains made recently with respect to intelligence sharing, resource mobilization, and a common commitment to the prosperity of the region. For one, we have established that more often than not, crime is driven by economic considerations. So what we have simply done is to make it too costly for any intelligent mind to consider. By incentivizing security agents, investing in surveillance technology, and public enlightenment, we have simply made crime and criminality unprofitable in most parts of this region. Again, I acknowledge that we have not hit the bull's eye, but with sincerity of efforts and in keeping with our constitutional role as leaders, we are effectively retaking control of our neighborhoods, highways, markets, centers of worship, forests, farmlands, and wherever people gather for social and economic events. Interestingly, we achieve this without scapegoating anyone. Our resolve is that whoever threatens the peace and security of the region, whatever their motivation, ethnic or religious background, is an enemy of the people and must be dealt with as the law demands. Never again will our hardworking men and women live under the tyranny of criminals. You commit a crime here, you pay the price. The essence of this summit is, however, not to praise ourselves for past gains, but to map the future and stay ahead of the criminals. Thankfully, we have right here in this auditorium the intellect, experience, and foresight to drive the joint objectives of regional security and long-term social stability. All we are required to do is to put on our thinking caps, ask questions, and extract ideas that will enable the consolidation of the gains made so far. For our victory to be total, it will help to connect certain activities, such as the consumption and distribution of illicit drugs, to all forms of crimes, from kidnapping and armed robbery to rape and burglary. Therefore, while we deal decisively with the individuals who carry arms to rob and kill, the same measure of effort should be devoted to tracking those who supply drugs, the ones who keep arms, and others who harbor and shelter them. Progress on this front requires our collective vigilance, the realization that kidnappers, robbers, and drug dealers do not care about human lives, so it is best to expose them as soon as you become conscious of their activities. They are simply criminals and not your brothers or relatives. Report them to the authorities before they harm more people, and that could include you. Beyond dealing frontally with those who threaten the freedom of our people, a foundational step in the war against insecurity is to begin to expand the front lines of economic opportunities, invest in education, create jobs, and expose our young people to more dignified ways of earning. The bottom line, however, is that there is no legitimate reason to commit crime, but oftentimes people are pushed by desperation to do things they would not have ordinarily done if they had better options. Henceforth, a commitment must be made to create opportunities for people to engage their hands and intellect in ventures that increase the economic output of our communities. To this end, let me also express my delight with the progress made in the areas of infrastructure and manpower development across the region over the last few years. Our road networks are getting better, our schools are receiving more attention, and in several urban and rural communities, massive government investments in infrastructure, agriculture, education are driving job opportunities and entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to take a moment to appreciate the Federal Ministry of Defense and the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, Southeast, for choosing Umuahia as the host city for this summit. We are happy that this event is happening in our state, just as we are grateful for all the support availed us over the weeks of preparations. In Abia, we understand the importance of collaboration, especially on matters of security. Working closely with sister states and brother governors, we are foundational to the restoration of peace and normalcy in several communities that were hitherto under the control of criminal elements a few years ago. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to appreciate the leadership and members of different security agencies in the state for their unrelenting effort to keep Abia safe. This summit is coming at the right time, considering the electioneering season is upon us. I'm therefore optimistic that our interactions will be directed at efforts at curtailing political violence, creating the right atmosphere for the exchange of democratic ideas, while guaranteeing that no one is harmed for their political choices. Beyond the exchange of ideas that will happen over the duration of this event, it will be more rewarding for our individual states and the entire region that quality ideas shared here are carefully implemented to insulate our communities from the menace of crime and criminals. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me once again thank you for listening. Thank you for coming to Abia State. And I pray that by the time we are done, that you will get back to your destination safely. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Abia State and the Security Governor of our time, Dr. Alex Oti, OFR. Thank you so much. We'll be moving in now to the next item, which is calling for a few goodwill messages, and I would like to thank you. Thank you. Let me hand the microphone to my partner for the next item. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Adaeze. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the goodwill messages, an important segment of this summit, where our esteemed guests will share their perspectives, reaffirm their commitment to collaborative efforts towards strengthening security and regional stability in the Southeast. To get started with this, it is my singular honor and privilege to invite the representative of the Executive Governor of Anambra State, the Deputy Governor, Dr. Onyekachukwu Ibezim. Let's welcome him with a resounding round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think I want to beg that I stand on very well established protocol here. But I'm not without recognizing the executive governor of Abia State. It's been long I came to Umuahia, but Umuahia is a new place now. Thank you, sir, for the great job. And then the deputy speaker, your own place. And then the minister. You look very awesome in this attire. Others that are here present, the service chiefs, both past and present, my colleagues that are here. Ours from Anambra is very simple. From my principal, who would have loved to be here, but for some exigencies of duty. Ours is to thank Mr. President for the milestone so far achieved in security. And also especially thank him for sustaining it. Because in the past, we achieve, we don't sustain. There is progress in the security of the nation at large. And now thank the governor for hosting this regional security summit, because we need to drill it down. If at the center we are getting it right, and then at the regions we are not collaborating, I think it will amount to nothing. So this is apt, just like the governor said, that is coming at the right time, especially in the soon-to-come elections. Ours in Anambra, we've done it, and we've shown that as a people, we can unite and decide to choose a leader. We are looking at others to follow suit. So it's coming at the right time. And also, to say that when we are here, what we need to hear from the people that are here, especially to us in Anambra, is constructive ideas that will help us strengthen what we have so far. The service chiefs, we can only say, may God continue to strengthen you, to bless you. And then the other sister agencies, even to our own local outfits. All the states in the southeast have come up with their own regional security outfits, with their own state security outfits, their local outfits. For us in Anambra is the Agone Chamber, who collaborates with the uniform structure to sustain this security milestone that have been achieved. So ours is simple from Anambra, that this summit will bring something different to the table. Yes, it's said that in the past, so much summits have been held. At the end of the day, people will say, where is the result? But we hope that with the present leadership, especially in the country, and the cohesion that has come with the present governors of the Southeast, that this will bring something different. We look forward to a very successful deliberation, and we pray that at the end of this, we are going to put all in use so that we develop the Southeast as a region, as a one-city region that we so dream. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Hello, good evening Enugu, good evening 042, good evening Nigeria. How are we all doing today? It's a wonderful evening where I'm bringing your way free kick. Now, what is free kick? Free kick is a sporting event or sporting show that we normally have here on Aneke TV that is all about football. This is all about football, and the theme is free kick, while the tagline is it's all about football. Well, what we do here tonight and this evening, wherever you are tuned in from, or maybe this morning, this afternoon for some people, is that we are x-raying what's happening in the world of football. We're bringing light to wherever there's darkness in the, in your thoughts, especially in what you have seen and you don't really understand. Well, it's all about football banter. It's all about football basketballs. It's all about the gist and the gist. I will not be doing this with any other person than myself, the good Hope Juguma, the sports oracle, and I welcome you to this wonderful edition of Free Kick. I know you missed us. You have missed us for a while, but I'm here down here to bring you what's happening and how it has been going in the world of football. You know, since Spain won that World Cup, the world has actually had peace. I'm serious. The world and everything in it has had peace. Because imagine Argentina won that World Cup with all their fouls and all their assumed ojoro. It would have been something else. It would really have been something else. But I am still saying that Spain, I'm not saying that Spain should have won the World Cup, but from every angle, they deserve to win. They played a good game from the start of the tournament to the finish. They were clinical. They only conceded one goal all through the tournament. Their goalkeeper, Unai Simon, had to make just 10 saves, 10 good saves out and across the competition. Right now, you're seeing someone come into the light and had to, unmasking, the GOAT. I would say I have to be very careful before Messi fans will catch me here. Meanwhile, I'm not saying Messi is not the GOAT. I'm not saying Messi is the GOAT. I'm just saying that football is what we enjoy, and we all need to, watch and have a wonderful time seeing the game as it is. Now, let's just delve right into this matter that has been trending. Talking about FIFA, how Gianni Infantino wants to sell the World Cup, FIFA World Cup rights, 20% of the FIFA World Cup rights to private enterprise, and this would constitute of a lot of issues. That would be that 20% of the holdings in the World Cup, the income and the rest of them would actually come from individuals, and these individuals, the right to be sold to individuals, and these individuals will have their stake. I am telling you right now that it is something that we have seen over time, but we never expected this kind of information to be coming from Infantino. Well, I have many things to say here, many things to say. First of all, if you're talking about that he wants to aim more, he wants to open up that the FIFA World Cup, because of the adjustment that is coming, so that they could have up to 64 teams participating in the FIFA World Cup, opening up for more teams and nations. Of course, it would be nice, very nice, but then it's weird, because when I say it's weird, this just concluded FIFA World Cup that was hosted by USA, United States of America, Canada, and Mexico. These three nations, over $20 billion was raised. Over $20 billion was raised. And the question is, where will all this money go to? Where is it going to go to? Now, he said, according to what we read on the reports, that he wants to expand the FIFA World Cup tournament and also bring in, open it to investors, for investors to come in. So it's going to be like a private public enterprise. While CONCACAF and the rest of the nations have rejected, some nations, including the English FA, has rejected and has decided no, that they're not going to be part of it. UEFA themselves too have said no, they're not going to be part of it. We're having Africa, CAF, Confederation of African Football, agreeing to this. FIFA is made up of 112 bodies. That's what makes up FIFA. And in those 112 bodies, you are having not the much percentage, I would say, but we are having the most powerful, those who make football work, because there are actually people who make this game work. There are people who make the game work. There are people who make football work, and they are everywhere. You could see them, you could see, France, England, Spain, Germany, UEFA generally have come out to say, no, that's not going to work, that they want football to be a sport and a game that people would enjoy. It's going to be an entity it's going to have an entity bias. Like, what it means, there's no entity that will own it. It's just going to be like the nations are contributing, like the nations are coming together, and it's going to make a lot of sense. That's actually what has been trending. And from the reports, it was said that Gianni Infantino had to talk. He had to call the leadership of all these groups, talking about those who are in charge of football in the continent, in several continents, from the CONCACAF, CAF, and the rest of them, CONMEBOL, and the rest of them. Now, he was actually in charge of, he was actually the one who called and was like, okay, you have till September to decide. And the question is not that they will really boycott. The question is that why will he not give them time? Now, someone else has said something. Someone else said or suggested or even had to, kind of put it as a thought. What if it's President Donald Trump that was kind of trying to, bring in all this? Because it's now looking like a business, which is not bad. But the problem is, why would there not be a time to express this or to deliberate on this? Why is there no time? So you have from now till September to make that decision and know whether you are in or out. It does not really come together, and that has raised a lot of questions, concerns, and all these things are the things that we are really seeing on this edition of Aneke TV's Free Kick. Well, I want you to know that here you are free to kick everything. You are free to kick the ball. You are free to kick the AC. You are free to kick anything, the light, whatever you can kick. Please don't kick the bucket. We don't kick buckets here. We kick everything but not the bucket. This is the wise words from Mr. Wisdom, the worldwide. Now, we just go right into what's happening in the world of transfer. I have to bring you that first because it's trending. But I am thinking right now, rather than telling you what's happening in the world of transfer, why don't I tell you that Chelsea are really in trouble? That's the caption. Chelsea is in trouble. Chelsea is in trouble. That team is in trouble. Why are they in trouble? That's the question. Just few days ago, the owners of Chelsea had to self-report themselves about an issue which they had to see. I mean, it's just like what happened when the former management was in charge, talking about Roman Abramovich, how they have been doing their transfers and transaction. And I want to let you know about this while while the picture is there, so that I can leave it to you of the kind of problem that Chelsea has seen themselves in. And it's an FA statement on Chelsea, and it's a financial sanction of £10 million, and a suspended 2-window registration ban have been imposed on Chelsea FC for breaches of the Football Association, the FA, football agent regulations on working with intermediaries and third-party investments in player regulations. The FA charged Chelsea FC with 74 breaches of FA Rule E1.2 after its current ownership self-reported misconduct upon its purchase of the club. The FA is continuing to investigate individual misconduct arising out of this case. Chelsea FC admitted to the 74 breaches of FA Rule E1.2 prior to a hearing, and an independent regulatory commission imposed a 6-point deduction, which was to be suspended until 30th of June 2027, and a €10 million fine. Yes, sorry, it's euro, not pounds. 10 million euro fine. The club appealed against the suspended point deduction, and an independent appeal board allowed the appeal and set aside this sanction following a further hearing. In its place, the appeal board imposed a registration ban for 2 complete and consecutive transfer windows, which is suspended until June 30th. The 10 million euros fine imposed by the Regulatory Commission was not subject to appeal, and the full amount will be invested into grassroots football. Well, let me just explain what is going on here in case you don't understand. It's just that Chelsea actually has breached a rule that involves agents, that actually, work with the team. And let me just make it very clear. I mean, maybe many of us may still be confused. Now, it's just like when an agent wants to, a player wants to be sold from Chelsea. So the player would actually, or Chelsea would actually, pay or take money. The agents will pay players to Limelight, or they can talk to, to clubs about their players, which is not the rule and which is not the right thing. So it's in a scenario where Chelsea is receiving a lot of amount of money. For instance, since 2010 or about 11 down to 2008, down to 2022, till the time Abramovich had to depart from his role, talking about the war that escalated in Russia in Ukraine versus Russia. That's the Ukraine versus Russia war, which UK had to kind of impress Roman Abramovich to sell Chelsea, and sold it to the Americans, that's Todd. Now, looking at this scenario, it's just like someone paying you so that you can, give them updates on those who should be sold. That's what it means. So it means that at the end of the day, Chelsea is collecting money from agents. That's the rule. They were collecting money, not now. They were collecting money from agents so that their players could be marketed, so that their players could be sold. Now, Chelsea has been banned 3 times. Because of this, they have been banned 3 times. First of all, they were banned by, UEFA. UEFA had to deal with them. Now, English FA had to deal with them. Now, English FA is back to them. That does not mean they will not sign players or do their business. That actually means that they can still engage in their business, but that fine of £10 million must be paid, and it will be invested in grassroots football. So they violated that rule, and they're going to see, and they're going to pay for it. It's going to be amazing. I will say amazing, seeing that FA right now is not smiling with anybody. They are going out for anyone who defaults or goes against the rule. So it's very, very interesting to find such a thing. And Chelsea actually, from what I read to you, has 74 breaches of the FA rule, 74 times. And one thing that happened here is that they reported themselves. They said, oh, I'm sorry, look at, from the previous, managers, from the previous ownership, look at what we inherited. It's just like self-reporting, and I will really commend them for that. The current owners, of course, nobody would have, seen this. Nobody would have, discovered this from what we just saw. Nobody would have discovered this except FA, except Chelsea, Todd and his management reporting, and which they had done. So they are banned from the transfer window just from now till next year June. And we could see has this thing, because they were banned before and they appealed, and right now it's kind of turning around. But we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Still talking about that, still talking about, now it's all about discipline, because a lot of things are rising in football and people need to know their place. And it's good that these regulations come up so that it could be, people could be restricted and regulated towards their behavior, actions, activities in and off the pitch. Now, English FA also has come out to say that there will be a 10-match ban for anyone who goes ahead to discriminate a player. When a player talks against a player in an uncertain manner, when a player, speaks foul or talks against, talks about, let's just use the word racial abuse, sexual abuse, those things that has grave consequences, just trying to, talk down on people's life or the way people look, those things. So that's what English FA has come out to say, that they are giving 10-match ban. So that means that if anyone is caught talking down on anybody in English football, it's going to be something of grave consequences, and we're going to see more on that and how it's going to be. So it's interesting to see that these rules are coming up and it's making a lot of sense. I just want to let you know, before I just go touch a little bit of transfer, as I'm talking about free kick, I want to let you know that it's a sad news which is coming from Italy, where we have lost Franco Baresi, who passed away this morning at 66 years old. Now, you will see an absolute legend of the game with AC Milan and Italy, making an era of different generations. This is actually Franco Baresi. I remember when I was growing up, that's why this name had to stick with me. There was this man called Baresi around where when I was growing up, around the hood. So his name was actually Baresi. I'm sure he's still there now, and his name is still Baresi. So I grew up hearing Baresi. I didn't know he was a legend in AC Milan, you see. And of course, and so painful and so sad that he died at the age of 66 years just this morning. It's a sad news, and we pray for the peaceful repose of the soul, and we send our condolence to the Italian football team, and also the teams that he has played. That's talking about AC Milan, and it's going to be actually a moment of reflection, sober reflection, as the preseason takes place. Don't forget that tomorrow is Manchester United versus Atletico Madrid, and it's going to be a wonderful preseason showdown where Manchester United will face, Atletico Madrid in this edition of their preseason friendly in Stockholm. Yes, it's not going to just be a friendly, it's going to be a determinant to a lot of games to see the quality and the depth. Of course, many players are not yet back to Manchester United because of the break. The World Cup just finished a few weeks ago, and many players are still taking their time off to return to the to their various teams. And we have seen the likes of Yuri Tillemans, we've seen the likes of Sene Lamens, and few of them returning back to Carrington for training. But just this afternoon, Manchester United, they had to depart from Old Trafford to Stockholm, where they are going to play that game, and 23 people were part of the team that departed. Now, a news coming to us from Liverpool. That's the former Liverpool coach Arne Slot, who has said that he doesn't want to take over the Dutch team. Why? Because he wants to be active in European football. That may not be what we are going to see right now, because it doesn't really add up for me. It does not really add up. It doesn't add up. You don't have a job, and they're offering you a job, and you're saying you don't want to. Who do you want to take away from that job? They don't give you a job. Did they not give you Liverpool for you to take care of? Did you do what you should do and you are still where you are? No. Well, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Because of time, I'm going to bring you away talking about Marc-Andre ter Stegen, who will soon be revealed as Ajax player, seeing that he has really, done a lot just in that Barcelona team. And right now he is going to face a new competition. He's going to be in a new round of play in Ajax, and it's going to be just in moments of time from now. He will be announced as as an Ajax player. And also talking about the Paris Saint-Germain, we have Akliuche. Akliuche joins PSG, and that would make it up on a free transfer. Or that's talking about a transfer, but it's not free. I said free. I thought it was free, but nothing is free. Really, there's nothing that is free. Of course, there's 50 million euros attached to it. There's 50 million euros attached to it, according to Fabrice Hawkins. Akliuche will sign 5 years in Paris Saint-Germain. Now, the big guy, talking about the big team, I'm talking about Arsenal. They are about to, shake things up. Arsenal have reached an agreement in principle to sign Bruno Guimaraes from Newcastle for a fee of 90 million. Now, something very funny happened here. And I've been saying this because a lot of people want to doubt me. Arsenal Arsenal is just like, all these guys that promise you, everything, and they have it all, and they want you to bring down your own. And I don't know if I'm really giving this analogy very well. They're like, all these boyfriends, all these guys that live flashy life with people. Because tell me how you want to buy Bruno Guimaraes for 70 million. Oh, what's your problem? Like Bruno Guimaraes, and you people paid for your player. Like player we don't know about. You are paying more than 50 million pounds for that player. Like what's the thing now? It doesn't really add up. Now Bruno Guimaraes, who is a proven midfielder, CM, AM, you guys want to buy him for just 70 million? How much Mateus Fernandes that went, that had to go down relegation zone with West Ham? How much was he? Was he not 85 million? Do you think Mateus Fernandes? Of course, you're talking about age. We're talking about age and experience here, where we have somebody who is fit and can deliver. Well, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day, and I'm sure that is something that we must actually look at. For me, it's not going to be a problem. Arsenal, finally, they are buying for 90 million euros. Yes, how much do you think he worth? This guy even worth up to 100 million euros, but let me not bust Arsenal bubble before they will say, okay, it looks like I'm supporting anybody. But I'm not really. I'm just being a nice, I'm just being a nice sports oracle. Now, I want to show you Real Madrid. They are unplayable this season. They're going to be unplayable. Let's see the kind of players these guys have signed. They've signed Carlos SP. Now, they've signed Bernardo Silva, Marc Cucurella, Ibrahim Konate, Denzel Dumfries. Now, look at the kind of squad Real Madrid has. The guys, they just have welcomed about 5 players this season, and they're about to welcome Rodri. Hey, Real Madrid is not going to be playable this season. I don't know. Barcelona is just at the other end, doing like Arsenal. Barcelona is just at the other end doing like Arsenal, picking. Go and buy full bulk of rice, full bulk of beans. Barcelona will go and buy 1 cup, 2 cup. That's how Arsenal is doing. They'll just go and know something. They know that this value is 300 million. Okay, let me just naira or 1,000 naira. They will be pricing it 1 naira. Ha! Arsenal. That's the same thing Barca is doing. I posted something on my site, and someone like, oh, do you think Arsenal does not have money? I say Barca does not even have money. Arsenal is richer than Barca currently, and it's not a factual thing, but it's just on a banter note. And if we start to examine it on facts, it could be true. But who am I to give my verdict? Now, I will just want to show you that Casemiro has been presented as new Inter Miami player. Casemiro has been, shown as the new Inter Miami player. It's amazing seeing Casemiro as a new Inter Miami player who has signed to play at the Lionel Messi side, and it's so amazing having him to play. And yes, we're seeing what's going on. Rashford is back to Manchester United. And he has thanked the club Barcelona and all his teammates who he has played with, and all those who made his stay memorable. And I want to thank you for making my stay memorable, and I want to thank you for all the beautiful things that I will be seeing as you go to our YouTube and our Facebook to comment and to like and to share. Of course, share, and let's know what you think about the show, and also let's know what you think about the comments and the things I've said. For now, I am Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle. I will see you again same time on Monday, while we delve right into what's happening. Monday 5 p.m. Don't miss it. We'll be right back. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful weekend.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Please, and greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Ken Ochoma. It's a beautiful Friday morning. Welcome to Sunrise.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning to you, our global audience. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or even in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's a wonderful morning. Thank God it's Friday. I'm seeing everybody rocking the best outfits for the sunrise. I mean, is there any plan? Ochoma has really given us a hint earlier, but this Friday, I don't know if the plans are going to come together today, or there's a jollof rice somewhere where
maybe this is me telling the universe that it's probably time to eat rice.
Yeah, it's probably time to eat rice. And Mr. Uche is really, you know, he's just in the too much.
He's looking like a chieftain.
A chieftain, someone that, you know, just go by the side and bring his staff of authority and give to him.
But he has often said it that he's working towards, you know, getting a chieftain to title. So I think this is just,
I'm not working towards it.
It's
something that is natural.
Yeah, that will come
at the appointed time. It will come.
All
at some point, we'll go to continue to preserve the tradition of our fathers.
I mean, it's not wrong to call you chief.
No, I'm not a chief. I'm not a chief. I come from the lineage of heroes. Men who fought battles in the past.
So hero.
The kingmaker doesn't turn a chief, or you don't see a king and then
call him a chief. No.
Okay, but the apparel today, are we going out or?
Is there a?
Is there a day we don't go out? We'll go out. We'll hunt for the news. All right. Yes.
But thank God it's Friday.
We always thank God it's Friday.
Yeah.
Yes.
The week has really been easy.
You're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I've been really, because I have.
The truth is coming out.
I've really been looking forward to this Friday. Of course, all around Nigeria, it's the last Friday and the last day of the month. We're going into August, and we're having August break coming. I don't know if this August break is going to shake.
Let me ask that question. When people talk about August break, because I heard that
it's mostly for lawyers.
Lawyers.
Yeah, because the whole of August, almost all the lawyers, because they call it the vacation. So the vacation starts today, way into third week of September. And then there are students on holiday.
Okay.
Parents are resting.
On holiday.
You know, sports is preparing for a new season. So August is usually
nothing to do with the rainy season.
There's a break during August. They call it August break.
That's what I'm asking. Is it that the rain will break forth, or the rain will cease a while?
It ceases for a while, and then comes in towards the end of August, and then into September.
But are we really into rainy season at all?
We are.
Or is it the climatic change that is affecting? Because I used to know that when you are in this part of the world, that rainy season, you need to see rain back to back, people with umbrella, raincoats and the likes of it, but I'm not seeing that kind of back-to-back rainfall.
I was going to make a joke that the situation of the country is enough
atmospheric condition of the place.
It's enough for rain.
I don't know the situation you're talking about. But
and then also we've had many weather adjustments.
The point I'm trying to make is that I can't separate the rainy season, you know, from being in southern part of Nigeria to compare to northern parts of Nigeria and states like Kaduna. So it seems to me that they are just basically the same thing.
Well, either way, we are seeing rain. If you're not seeing the rain, I'm seeing the cold.
Than compared to Enugu State.
If I'm not seeing the rain, I'm seeing the rain.
I'm seeing the rain. Like we're still going to have 7 days of rain, and it's something.
I mean, there was I think it was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago that we had 10 days of constant rain, and we had that, and we saw houses blown away. We saw people crying in the news that the federal government should come and rescue them.
Anyway,
so
maybe my expectations of rainy season are so high. I don't know.
All right, let's go over to our quotes of the day, the inspiration segment on this edition of Aneke TV's Sunrise, where we have a quote from Winston Churchill, which says, "The price of greatness is responsibility." It says, "The price of greatness is responsibility." And this is motivating me just at the neck of July, as July rounds up. If you have something you've not done well in July and in June and in the other past months, talking about the price of greatness, you need to pay more price. I mean, you need to go into your I would say cubicle. You need to go into your drawing board and make something out of this, because the price of greatness is responsibility. So more greatness, more responsibility. I have not seen a man who is doing well and he's said to go and rest. I have actually not seen a man who is doing his best and he will be told to go and get something that is not what he should get. Well, the price of greatness is responsibility, and we're having to motivate you this morning as the month comes to an end. More responsibility means you are getting better and you're growing and you are coming up to the level you should be.
Also adding to Churchill's quote, a similar quote says, "The reward of hard work is more work." So if you see yourself doing more things, if you see yourself taking more things and you're excelling at those things, that's a reward of the ones that you've done before and that you've excelled, and it's a greater push to do more, to do better. Once you've conquered one, it's important that you do not rest on those laurels. You should aspire to, these are steps, these are levels. If you've conquered one and you've secured that one in the bag, the greater responsibility is more responsibility. The prize for integrity is constantly building on things that are solid and that will stand the test of time. So the prize of greatness is responsibility, and the reward of more responsibility is greater responsibility.
Yeah, very well said. Nothing more to add to this, but Churchill is letting us know that greatness is not just a gift, that to attain greatness, you have to have a sense of duty. What have you done for the people? Remember today we keep talking about our heroes' past. When the echoes of the past comes to limelight, you talk about heroes, men who have walked through the paths of greatness. We keep talking about Zeke of Africa. We keep talking about Paolo as Nigerians. We keep talking about Shehu Shagari. We remember men, Abraham Adesanya, for one thing, that they bestrode this nation and walked the path of greatness because of what they did. In Southeast Nigeria, you can't but mention the likes of M.Y. Opara, you can't but mention the likes of Dr. Kanebian. You understand? These are men because they've done something worthwhile. So the prize of greatness is responsibility, and here is a call to duty. And I wish all of us, especially those at the helm of affairs, should note that what would leave their names in the annals of history is not just for the fact that they occupy leadership position, but they will be remembered for what they did, especially what they did for mankind.
We go on a short break. We'll be right back with the weather reports. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back, still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today, from The Nation, Daily Trust, Daily Sun, Vanguard and The Guardian newspapers.
And joining us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with deeper insight and in-depth analysis. Welcome, Res Aaron. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Despite the fact that people keep talking about the happenings in Nigeria, Ochoma would want to, want you to believe that the tides are sweeping, from all corners. But yet, he still managed to appear, like the young man, the likes that all these young maidens will leave good hope for and keep looking at men like you.
If you talk about me and maidens looking out, then it means you're making a mistake. Already, I am going down the other side of the century. So, people should be thinking about younger persons to live their lives with, not an old man.
Ochoma, what do you have to say? Because this generation, they seem to prefer them older.
Mr. X does not approve now, so let us...
No, but we're talking about the happenings, the trend. The younger generation are going for men...
Wiser old men.
Wiser
old men.
So is that the trend?
All the characteristics.
Wiser old men.
Well, unfortunately, even if I meet all the characteristics for such things, it won't happen.
Anyways, let's keep hoping that it doesn't happen, because when you say it's because of age, we know that age is a number these days. But it's a pleasure to have you here, Mr. Aris.
Thank you.
All right, on the Punch headline, we have Oyo abduction. Why we track arrested kidnappers' families. Tinubu. Now on the Vanguard, we have federal government, Labour clash over use of fuel subsidy removal savings. Now on the Guardian, we have high cost of hepatitis care stressed facilities exposed 20 million to liver damage. Now on the Daily Trust, we have victims' families await compensation 2 years after. On The Nation, we have how federal government deploying fuel subsidy savings by Oyedele. Daily Sun says INEC rejects military deployments for election. Let's take a look at the Daily Sun headline, which says INEC rejects military deployments for elections. INEC has reiterated that military deployment during elections should only be an exceptional measure. INEC chairman Professor Josh Mopitan said the Nigerian police force remains the constitutionally designated lead agency for election security under ICCES. The position clarifies the commission's stance on who should take charge of security in upcoming polls.
All right, Mr. Rice, let's dive in.
Yeah, well, based on the provision of the Constitution, the agency or the security agency department that's primarily vested with the responsibility of electoral security or election security is the police. Any other security agency that comes into electoral issues may be just seconded, based on the need for such secondment, where security situation may have overwhelmed the police on ground. But do we have enough policemen in Nigeria to take care of our general elections? It's not the off-cycle election where you deploy 40,000 policemen in one state. Now we're going to have election almost all the states of the federation, almost all. And the number of our police force is, of course, not much enough. You know, we have always analyzed that we have a police that is not enough to even police Nigerians, Nigerians of about 200 and some fraction million. So how do you now say it is only the police force? Well, the military may come in as a kind of intervention and help to ensure enough security, because Nigeria already is grappling with insecurity. And in a situation where they are grappling with insecurity, then you find out that the police will be worried. Of course, you still have the Civil Defense Corps. They do that kind of job that the police does, except that they don't take people to court to prosecute them, because they do not have constitutional empowerment to do so. So I think Josh is saying what is real, but the problem remains if Nigerian police has a number to take care of our security.
For me, I would say it's whatever needs to be done needs to be done. And if the INEC official says that the deployment of armed forces would be probably on extreme or at extreme cases where probably the police force may not be able to contain the situation, then the services of the armed forces might be employed. And it goes to show that, okay, everyone's hand is on deck to ensure that the elections, you know, are done successfully. And against all the military, you know, interventions and police interventions, it behoves on the citizens themselves and the political players to ensure that things are done rightly. We're talking about the vote buy, we're talking about ballot snatching. These are things that individuals themselves ought to do to ensure that, you know, election stays in the confines of elections and there are no exigencies as it applies. So
I would say, first of all, Nigeria is under-policed. That's the first fact we'll start with. Nigeria is under-policed. We have about 2,000 police stations all over Nigeria, which the Inspector General of Police has come out to say that there are plans in the reform to, you know, have more police stations and the rest. Also, coming down to the election, if we only stay with the constituted authority, I mean, the people, the force, the armed forces not being able to, you know, take care of or be around election places, electoral, you know, polling units, it's actually going to be important for the people who are voting, I mean, for the voters and for the electoral process to be without the fear of any threats. But secondly, I would like to also restate the fact that it is also part of security. If from the Constitution and from the what has been said and what is written, that police are the right people to be in the polling units, that is fine. But let us not forget that while we have these tactical units at the polling units, that's not the only place things will be happening. Or if something wants to happen, that's not the only place. There are other places in Nigeria where crime can start. And we are first of all talking about being under-policed. So it's one of the things we need to look into.
All right. Very well articulated. And then when we look at this situation, Mr. Ress, you know, I listened to why you were headlining this issue, and you raised a very key issue, the fact that we are under-policed. But if one goes into the conversation proper, you would see that the Nigerian Constitution in itself has made it in such a way that the military shouldn't be seen involving in internal security of any sort. But like Josh Amupitan did rightly observed, we are in exceptional situation, because in his job, he said the role of the armed forces, you know, is exceptional rather than routine when you talk about providing election security. And my view is that the Nigerian situation is already an exceptional one, where you need to make all contingency arrangements involving all hands on deck, like Ochoma did rightly submit. This situation we're in is such that you need to provide security, not just for the voters at the polling unit, but to ensure that there is this secure atmosphere given the current security challenge that Nigeria is witnessing. However, when we come into election proper, and you did mention quite well that the police can provide cover in staggered election, just like we're expecting the Osun election, we'll see the police, mobilizing all its men, even to the capacity of 40,000 policemen, to, secure the election in Osun State. That may work. But when we have a national election, how are we going to deploy the resources that is already overstretched into that? And that brings to mind the part of civil defense that you've mentioned. But beside that, a cue could be taken from the Anambra election, where we knew that there were security forces, even including the police, around the city, giving people the assurance that they can go in and vote without seeing, that presence, even the police presence, closer to the polling units. That in itself could work and should be advocated in Nigeria. That yes, even the military, because we are in an exceptional situation, the military, according to Nigerian law, has no business in internal security, but it's an exceptional situation. So they can provide cover along the streets to ensure that hoodlums will not take advantage. And if you may agree with me, that we are seeing ugly situation of violence rearing its head again. It's as if we have backtracked to 1999, the advent of our incursion or our re-entry into democratic process, where we saw election became a do or die affair. And you begin to see electoral rhetorics taking the cloak of violence when you dissect them properly. When somebody says that whoever must take power from him has to wrestle into a finish line, and when people tell you that it's a do or die affair, and if we can take a cue from what is happening in Osun State, therefore there's need to provide adequate security, irrespective of the nomenclature of the force. We saw what happened in 2023 in Lagos, where even a voter was, we saw heads broken, we saw people beaten because they were perceived to be of some ethnic stock, or because they were perceived to want to vote for a certain candidate. These are the issues where you need security. So there should be adequate security. We've seen situations where ballots are snatched. So we are already using the military in internal security. And my argument is that the terrain should be adequately policed, protected, and military presence without intimidating voters, but to ensure that they are safe, because election in itself is a civil affair. And Ochoma raised a pertinent issue, which is not being addressed, which is of greater security concern: vote buying. Because if I cannot muster the financial muscle to buy votes, I can muster the number of thugs to overwhelm those who are buying the vote, leading to greater crisis. So these are the issues, and I believe INEC, and in the words of Joshua Mepitan, should understand that it is an exceptional situation that Nigeria is in, and the voter in Nigeria needs to feel safe to embark on this civic responsibility.
Okay, moving on to the next story. This is from the Vanguard newspaper, and it reads: Federal government labor clash over use of fuel subsidy removal savings. Federal government and labor clash over use of fuel subsidy removal savings. The federal government and organized labor clashed over how savings from fuel subsidy removal have been used. The federal government said the funds went to finance ways and means, service foreign debts, increase federal workers' salary, and fund student loans. Labour dismissed the explanation as economical with the truth and challenged the finance minister to provide evidences.
Mr. S, we are back to the... This is your turf. This is your terrain. Subsidy removal. We were expecting a better lease of life. But amidst other misgivings, Labour is now, as if Labour is waking up and holding the federal government to account.
Yeah, I've always believed the organized labor in Nigeria has been sleeping, they've been in slumber. So that's why you use the word they're waking up, they're just waking up. So, yes, Nigerians have cried foul over the removal of subsidy, and there is nothing significant that's been seen in terms of the kind of life that Nigerians live, in terms of poverty. So they have, Labour now queried, interrogated what the subsidy removal, what the money has been used for. And the federal government is giving their own version of the story, that they are using it. You see, I've always talked about debt servicing. Why are we borrowing? Debt, when you talk about debt servicing, you talk about a whole lot of money, more than 70% or about 70% of revenue that is accrued to the federal government. Now you find out that if you are servicing debts, you are borrowing is at 24% now. That is the interest on borrowing. So it attracts so much money to be serviced. At 24% is very high. It used to be a single digit. Now it's a double digit, not just a double digit within 10, but a double digit over tens. And when you service those subjects, where are you going to now? Where do you get the money to now unleash infrastructure to the Nigerian people? How do you get the money to fund your projects? How do you get money to take care of the responsibilities of government, recurrent or otherwise? How do you get the money? So you find out that you are actually going to, get stiffed at a point. And that is why we borrow and borrow and borrow. I even go beyond our borrowing limit. So, and when you go beyond the borrowing limit, you are also, plunging back these monies to debts, which means it's like a bird standing on top of a hill and then moves down to the valley. That bird is still standing on the ground, whether on the hill or in the valley. You are still standing on the ground, which means you have not moved an inch forward outside standing on the ground. So the government has ended up saying we are giving student loans, we are doing debt servicing, and so on and so forth. These things are almost unrealistic. These things seems to be rhetoric. These things seems to be just a defense naturally that you speak in grammar, because it's not a defense that is realistic. Because what we need to do, even those things you're claiming that you're using them to do, should be seen to, in one way or the other, reflect in the living standard of Nigerians. When will the economy bounce back? You have said you have taken up policies that are going to, take care of the economy. About 3 years, you have reeled out policies and policies and policies, and at the end of the day, it has not resulted in one thing that, tends to give the Nigerian people a respite economically. So we have a serious problem with that. And that's why Labour said, no, we do not agree with your explanations. So we need concrete evidences. We need indices to show that there's a reflection of what you are saying in the economy in the economy of Nigeria?
It is something that the coordinating minister of the economy has come out to say. I have a few questions, and those questions I would say it's from a place of concern. Must there be such conversation before Nigerians see what the subsidy removal, what the fund was used? Must there be some conversations around this before Nigerians could be able to see what the fund was used? Now, talking about NEL fund and the other servicing of debts that the money was claimed to be used, I mean, the money that was taken away from fuel subsidy that we have been paying. Of course, it is what happens in such our economy where you are still, running budgets and still trying to, get on with the budget, the previous year budget into the next year budget, concurrent budget. But right now, we are having to see a conversation that does not really go down to the people that they said is going down to. Because from the funds, NEL fund and the other side of the debt, it's not coming together. Seeing the huge amount that is being taken yearly from the subsidy removal. Government, in their best form, we could see that they are taking, the other day it was calculated about 8.8 billion naira was what we saw that was realized from what we could see and what they could claim that was taken away from other places just to close up the let me just say the criminal side where the money is going to, all those places the money is going to. And it's raising a lot of questions. Must there be this kind of conversation before Nigerians would, or must Labour react before they react? That's the question.
Okay, I just had to get the actual figure. Now, for a year from subsidy removal, you're getting almost 10 billion naira annually. And I understand that the NEL fund or the allowances issued to students is up to 500,000 naira a session. And now, the federal government coming out to say that the monies recovered. This is almost 4 years of this administration, and let's say it's over 10 million naira for each year, along other things that where monies have been supposedly been deducted from and their locations in the appropriation bill for each year. And then you come out to say that this money has entered into servicing debt, but the same government has come out to tell us that they've borrowed. So it's just you catch yourself as someone who may not understand the economics, trying to understand who is feeding who is patching up the lies, who is not giving the complete truth. Because if you come out to tell us that you've exceeded your borrowing limit, and then you also come out to tell us that, oh, the money that you've recovered from fuel subsidy, you've put into servicing of loans, you like Good Hope you say, you now want to ask yourself, where is this money going to? What exactly have they used the money to do? So if the government, like the Labour has instructed, can provide evidence of this their debt servicing, this their NEL fund submission to students, then we can know where all these monies have entered.
All right. The Igbos have this saying, or is it Africans, that he who doesn't know where the rain starts to beat him is most likely not going to know where it stopped. The first point of question should be, how much was Nigeria spending on subsidy? We realized that the conversation around around subsidy removal was because Nigeria was spending an enormous amount, a substantial, huge amount into subsidy. And everyone agreed that it was time for subsidy to go. But beyond that, the expectation was that when we remove subsidy, like Mr. Harris rightly submitted, we will see the requisite impact on the economy. And we are being told 10 billion naira being saved annually from subsidy removal. Somebody should give me the figure of what subsidy was annually. And when we go into this conversation proper, you're talking about subsidy removal. What were we subsidizing? What is the consumption of petroleum in Nigeria that we were subsidizing. That will be where the intro into this conversation. But the truth remains, Labour, for me, Mr. Rest will disagree with me, that is waking up to ask questions that he should have asked over time. And for me, what I see in this situation, Mr. Goodhope was talking and then he mentioned the issue around budget. But what I see here is that we have weak institutions. None of our institutions are functional. Because where you have functional institutions, statistics will be available. And you'll be able to know that look at the consumption rate of Nigerians when it comes to petroleum. Do we even know the actual quantity of crude produced in our nation, shipped outside through sales, and those that were being processed even in Malta then brought back to us? So when you get into this issue, we may be uncoupling a web of deceit and lies across board, speaking to weak institution. And this weak institution has now generated a crisis of institutional trust, which is why we question everything. But I wish that the minister in question would supply Labour with these facts. You are spending this money on what? Salaries of Nigerian laborers, that their salaries is said not to be enough to even take them to bus stops, not to talk about getting home. And then NEL fund. Anyway, when I want to venture into these issues, I remember that there was a Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. Until today, we don't know how much that was expended on that project. We'll talk about school feeding and all that. Let's talk about other things. When Nigerians are ready to say the truth, we use the proverbial basket and cover our face and tell ourselves the truth.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we bring you more updates. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Now, let's take a look at the headline on the Punch newspaper. Oyo abduction, why we tricked arrested kidnappers' families. Tinubu, why we, tracked arrested, kidnappers' families. Tinubu defending his refusal to negotiate or pay ransom for the 39 pupils and 7 teachers abducted during a 56-day crisis in Oyo State. President Tinubu explained that security forces tracked and arrested the kidnappers' families to dismantle their support networks. These aggressive strategies successfully resolved the hostage situation and prompted sweeping security reforms, including expanding army divisions and approving 1,000 forest guards for the state.
During a visit of Rashid Badoja, the former governor of Oyo State, now the Olubada of Ibadan, Olubada of Ibadan, with other traditional rulers, visited His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu DCFR, at the Asarok. He actually told them what the federal government did to secure the release of children and teachers abducted in Oyo State at that time. Although there had been a lot of talks, wagging of mouth, for not securing the release of these children and their teachers for a period of 56 days, almost 2 months. The federal government said they did not pay a dime on their release as ransom, that they secured their release freely and systematically using intel and all that, and mapping, geographical mapping of the place. But beyond that, they tracked the relatives of those who are found to be kidnappers and terrorists, and then began to get them involved, arrest them and all that, and then the kidnappers gave in. And that was why they now blackmailed the kidnappers to give in to the release of those children and their teachers. And of course, Ladoja and his members or other persons that visited, they appreciated what, of course, that was primary, their mission to actually visit Aso Rock, and of course appreciate the president for what he has done in securing the release of those children and their teachers. But now one wonders, why the president had to wait until children were kidnapped before he began to take measures in terms of forest guard recruitment, take measures in terms of expanding the divisions of the National Army, because the security issue has been there all along. But most recently he had to step in with 4 more divisions out of the 8 divisions in the Nigerian Army, which he said is going to help to ensure that there's enough security. And with the divisions and the more 28,000 soldiers to be recruited, now he believes that Nigeria will be safe again in terms of both internal and external security problems. So Ladoja has appreciated President, and President asked them to keep on giving them the necessary information as traditional rulers. They have the capacity to also help the security agencies with intel, with security intel, so that when certain things begin to go wrong, there'll be response, an immediate response. So with the soldiers, with the forest guard, the president believes that Nigeria will be better for it.
Well, let's just say it's actually a success and an improvement towards the right direction. We used to say it in Igbo that it's emergency, the king, a great man. Mr. President, I would say a very big, that's amazing from what he has said, that there was no negotiation, there was no ransom paid, it was the family members that were tracked. It shows you how this intelligence worked. Also, we can see from this side that, the kids and the teachers, they have been released. And we could add it to the, portfolio of this government that in their time, there was no negotiation. There was no negotiation with terrorists. And I could say it's something that we should actually applaud Mr. President and his team for.
All right. Anyway, it depends on the divide where one is. But before we begin to send the applause, ransoms has been paid. Though nobody came out to say ransom was paid. We were told through non-kinetic means.
Yes.
So we can't categorically say that nothing was paid. However, the point remains that it is the primary responsibility of government to ensure the security of life and property in Nigeria. And before we begin to celebrate how they were released or not, which the details are not in the public space, we should know that we should first of all adhere to that constitutional responsibility of government, so that we do not become the terrorists ourselves. The state cannot degenerate to become, the terrorist itself, the very crime it wants to fight. And why am I saying this? We had to resort to arresting these families. They are friends. If the word friends and families are what is used and not enablers, then the Nigerian state could at one point be accused of becoming equally, of committing the same very crime that it's trying to fight. So we should do everything to see that we do not degenerate to this extent. But beyond the celebration and the congratulations and the wishes to Mr. President, one would expect that it is the federal government that would cheer the position and the path that the Oyo State government has taken in instituting a panel of a judicial panel of inquiry into what happened in Oyo State. And until that's the findings are made public, I may not celebrate yet, because people in Maiduguri are not celebrating at this moment. People in Katsina do not think they are all celebrating. People in Zafrade, people in Niger State, will they be celebrating as well? So until the nation, wears that festive celebratory mood, then one can begin to say that this administration, has tamed insecurity in Nigeria. So on that note, yes, we're happy that the kidnapped people of Oyo States are back. But as at this moment, Nigeria is still not yet safe.
All right, that's all we're taking on the news this morning. You can grab your physical copies or your e-copies of the newspapers and catch up on the full details, of the stories we've read out to you this morning. And then we'll just continue on some stories that are currently making the rounds in the news, in the past 24, 48 hours in Nigeria. And on the first story, this is in Abia State, where the Abia government slams 200 million 150 million signage fees on presidential governorship candidates. The Abia State Signage and Advertising Agency has introduced steep mandatory campaign permit fees for the 2027 elections, charging 200 million for presidential candidates, 150 million for governorship candidates, 100 million for senatorial, 50 for House of Rep, and 20 million for state houses of assembly. This controversy policy, which also applies scaled fees to lower legislative position, has sparked strong criticism from opposition parties who argues that it restricts open political participation.
You see, when you talk about strong criticism from opposition parties, not just opposition parties,
everybody.
It is everybody. What is that for? You are now trying to say that those who are knowledgeable but are not money bags, those who have integrity and do not have the money, cannot come into our political system and begin to take up leadership, to lead Nigerians to the desired Eldorado. That is the implication. You are now trying to stifle out poor people from politicking in Nigeria. You don't do any such thing like that. Nobody, in fact, some states, not just Abia, many other states have slammed the same kind of money on, politicking, the campaigns and politicking billboards and all of that, signages and all of that. No. You don't do any such thing like that. It is unconstitutional. It is of course impeding on the fundamental rights of Nigerians. I think such things, such laws, such state laws or state policies should be, interrogated in court. People should go to court to ask courts to, take away that such things. You don't do any such thing like that. Where on earth is it done? Which means you are trying to say that Nigerians should not participate in politics. That only those who have money will begin to, practice politics by those that owns a whole lot of money. It is not done. It is wrong. It is wrong from all its entirety, perspectives, from every perspective. And I don't know upon what premise or reasons that these governors arrive at such policies. Are you talking about revenue? No, it is not done. You are now asking Nigerians to stay away from politics so that only those that can afford to pay big sums of money will control the economy and control the people, you know, politically and otherwise.
No, we are looking at, I mean, it's the other state that you mentioned is Enugu State. We're looking at, because I'm not sure most persons are familiar with
Both
this.
Anambra.
Okay, now we're talking about when you hear signage fees for political party, it covers all advertisements. We're talking about visual promotions, rallies, banners, branded vehicles, T-shirts, carbs, handbills, hunting, street campaigns, anything that has to do with, you know, adverts that we see during elections, you have to pay a fee. And just like Mr. Rez asked, what about someone who, I mean, this is aside registration fees that they pay in political parties, right? To pick up a form, you need to pay, you need to apply, you need to buy a form with a price. Now, if I have finished getting my, you know, ticket from a party, and I have they've conducted primary elections, and I have emerged as a candidate or the candidatal aspirant for a position, and then the party is set to pay 150 million naira for a candidate. What if the party is young, probably is new, and is not able to afford that money? What happens to that candidate? The aspirations of such a candidate is you know, for a lack of a better word, dead on arrival. Because if let's say I've paid 10 million or 20 million to acquire the party candidature form, and then I win, and then I have to still contribute, because since I'm the governorship aspirant of a state, the onus falls on me more to pay such amount. So I'm battling paying 150 million. I'm also trying to raise money to do other things during the campaign. It just depends. And like Mr. Rex said, this money is just unfair. This is the first time I'm hearing that a signage fee is paid to limit people from campaigning properly during elections.
If you don't have money, should you go into politics? Do you go into politics?
Even at that, I mean,
if you don't have money, do you go into politics?
I mean, this just goes to say that politics
if you don't have money, if you don't have money, you shouldn't have
politics shouldn't really be about money.
It means that if you don't have money, you shouldn't have ambition. I mean,
come on.
You don't want to serve your people. You should have money to serve your people.
This at least.
But the question I'm asking, the question I'm asking is this. Is this just in Southeast Nigeria? Because we've had similar situation in Enugu State, Anambra State, and here we're talking about Abia State. I've not heard of similar thing now in Kano State. So is it peculiar to Southeast Nigeria?
I've not heard it about it in many others. We had elections. We had elections in Ondo State. We had staggered elections in Kanu and all the. I mean, I didn't hear any such payment before you actually go on campaigns and all of that. The parties must pay, which means we no longer have a space that is liberalized for political formations and practice in Nigeria.
You know, why I'm laughing about this situation. You know, the Igbos used to say that I don't know how to say it in English. I don't know who can interpret that. But be that as it may, you know why? Who are the opposition in Abia State?
APC.
They are the ruling party in some other state. Which is why I just gave those Igbo adage. You know, a number of times we keep talking about Nigeria not being a one-party state or not clamping down on opposition. But what I want those who are the helm of affairs to remember is that one day they could be at the receiving end though. If we're putting, because when you make argument, they will tell you that this is for environmental sanitation of the place, that people litter the environment and a whole lot of excuse. But they are forgetting the process upon which they get to where they are today. And like you rightly asked, election in Nigeria, occupying position in Nigeria should only be for those who have money. So it means that if you don't have money, you can't have ambition and you can't serve your people. That's what we're being told. However, there's a way out, and I can give that cheaply. The party can pay for their presidential candidate and lump the governorship aspirants and the other candidates in the same poster or in the same signage. You've beaten this thing.
I don't think that will fly. I don't think that will fly.
No, it will fly. But what I'm asking is, these people that are making the laws, I see their vehicles. Go to Abia State, for example. You must see some vehicles that are in wearing. You see the poster of either the governor on the vehicles moving about. So are they part of the question?
Maybe
or because where we ones. It leads to other questions. How are we able to separate the resources of the state from the handlers of that resources? Because when we talk about campaign funds and all that, in Nigeria, how do we check that this campaign fund is not state fund? Because I know in other climes, you declare every donation, every towards your campaign.
Yes.
You don't put your hand in the state coffers to run your campaign. So when we give these numbers, we should be careful to, not create a hostile environment. The whole process should be civil. Yes, I understand that there should be environmental consideration, but what is 200 what?
200 million.
200 million.
So what you're telling me is that by the time I want to run for a certain office, I will go to my village and sell their whole lands. Sell the village land there to able to pursue my agenda.
Tinubu will have to pay 200 billion
to Abia State.
That is, no, maybe by the time all the states will begin to adopt
the same
pattern, he will have to pay 200 million, 36 states and Abuja. You know what it means? And
no, maybe they will get waiver. Some states where APC is the party at the helm, they may get waiver there. So it now becomes a liability on the other opposition party.
Is Abia State not supporting Tinubu?
One should be questioning the intent behind the policy.
That is exactly what I'm saying. That policy has to be swept under the carpet by the courts. It should be declared dead on arrival by the courts. That policy does not support the generality, the feelings of the generality of Nigerians.
For me, this is stifling opposition.
Yes.
That's just the absolute.
That's what it is.
I'm sorry about it.
That's what it is.
Also, the story making rounds in the news, we have a story from the Osun election, which says, despite peace accord ahead of polls, ahead of the August 15, 2026 Osun governorship election, candidates from 14 political parties signed a peace accord amid escalating political tensions. While Governor Ademola Adeleke and the Accord Party accused authorities of arbitrary arrests and harassment claims defended by the police and APC as lawful investigations, he assured voters that external intimidation will not override their collective resolve.
Yeah, in Osun State, both the ruling party and the opposition, signed an accord that they will have to actually carry themselves with all forms of civility during the elections and during the process. But as it is presently, some problems are rearing their head up to such extent that the APC, the ruling APC in Nigeria, is being accused of using the law enforcement agencies to intimidate, to harangue and intimidate their own people, the people who are seen to be supporters of the Accord Party, the Adeleke-led Accord Party in that state. You see, and that is why Adeleke is crying foul. That is why he's saying that it is not good for them to be stifled, especially when the masses that he believes are behind them. You see, the secretary to the government of that state was just recently released. He was arrested, and then with a whole lot of other, criminal allegations against him, and so on. So that is what is happening in Osun State. So I think the government of the day should, work hard not to attract the ire of the Nigerian people against them if they actually want to make it for the second time. They should be civil. They should handle Nigerians with utmost care so that Nigerians will not rise against them?
We read that the contestants, the participants for the election, have come out to sign a peace accord that they are going to abide by rules of elections and and all of that. And yeah, yesterday we read the news that 5 SSGs were arrested. So Governor Adeleke coming out to say that he won't succumb to intimidation, he won't be intimidated. It just further goes to show that he's probably scared, or I don't know, he's just trying to show some macho, because this is elections and this is one that is quite determining for his career and his aspirations as a governor. So I just hope that come 15, all the measures that he's been putting or he's putting in place to, probably ensure his re-election, falls into his favor.
My question is, what is it about this Osun state? Because when you look and listen to the rhetoric coming out from there, it's as if the ruling party, the ruling party at the helm, wants to win at all costs. You see the rhetoric, the level of violence, and every, feelers coming out from that state. And for me, the governor telling that they won't be intimidated means that there's an attempt at intimidation. And what they will see is an attempt to resist it. And what happens? Violence. And already here we saw youths wielding machete even before the election.
Yeah.
So that's why I ask, what is it about this Osun elections? Must we win every state? Can't our leaders, our politicians, be civil in this matter? Must people be dragged in and meant to face some negative consequences as a result of your ambition? Election was conducted in Anambra State. Did we see this level of violence? But in some states, we must take them at all costs. At all costs. It becomes do or die. We will wrestle to a finish line, or to the finish. These are the issues that we need to check. Because I wonder who would accept the outcome of Osun State. Whoever emerges the loser will go to the court. Whoever emerges the winner will be in court. So at the end of the day, I think INEC has his job cut out for them. But given the feelers from these staggered elections that we have, where that was conducted just states and other states, if what we saw in those places are anything to go by, then INEC should rethink this process. And it is the responsibility of the leadership at the helm to ensure that we have a civil election. It's quite unfortunate that we're seeing this sort of rhetoric coming out from Osun State. But if one may ask, what is the sense of this peace accord that we keep signing prior to elections? Because nobody respects those peace accords. And the government is telling that they won't be intimidated. They will be willing to match you power for power because they feel they control the state. But at the end of the day, it should be the masses of Osun State that should decide the direction they want the leadership of the state to go.
All right, very quickly, let's look at the last story. Tinubu tells governors to stop building flyovers. President Bola Tinubu has advised state governors to halt the construction of unnecessary flyovers in low traffic areas and instead prioritize essential road construction. He noted that states are now receiving 4 to 5 times more than money from the Federation account, and as such should channel these enhanced revenues into critical networks that build public welfare and redirect the resources to ventures and amenities that would assist in tackling the prevailing insecurity in the country.
I wonder. Well, I'm happy that is coming from Tinubu. These governors are reckoning money, they're plunging these monies into ostentatious capital projects. When I say ostentatious, people are dying in hunger, you're building flyovers. What are you going to do with the flyovers? The ordinary roads, the rural roads from where the agro products will come to the areas where they're supposed to be sold and made to be profitable for the subsistence agriculturists in the villages. It's not done. And you're talking about flyovers. who is flying on the flyovers. It is like even going to invest in huge sums of money in planes and so on when people are dying. You know, you don't go to buy plane. How many people from Enugu State, for instance, or Akwa Ibom, for instance, that are into this airline business? How many people are flying through there? It does not affect the lives of the citizens. These things are ostentatious, as far as I'm concerned. We expect that governors should be using monies they get from the federation account to put into things that will, elevate the living standard of the people, so that they will feel good. They will feel the impact of governance at the localities. That is exactly where I expect money that comes from the federation account should be plugged into, both governors and local government chairmen, because a whole lot of money is coming into their coffers. But we have not seen the effect on the masses. They have always spoken to effects on the masses. Whatever thing you want to do, as somebody who is in government, as somebody who is controlling the resources of the people, should be, channeled towards making life meaningful for the people, making life.
How do you commission the impact on the life of the people? Can you, sew ashebi, cook jollof rice, cut red tape on the impact on the people? When we build these elephant projects, you see us, we'll go and with fanfare commission them. Spend another money to commission them.
You even called it elephant project. White elephant, that is the one that is nourished, white.
That is glamorous.
Well, it's glamorous. Just, if it is elephant project, it could be in other colors.
We want our governors to continue to commission projects here and there.
No, and we are not saying commissioning projects is bad. And we are saying that projects that should be commissioned should be projects that will impact on the lives of the people in a positive way.
So you want them to, instead of building flyovers in cities, they will go to my village and construct.
Of course, it's not just what I want.
Farmlands in my village.
Yeah, it's not about what I want. It's about what even Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, said they should stop building flyovers where it is unnecessary. Because building flyovers where it is unnecessary is a waste of funds, because these funds are meant to take care of the welfare of the people, primarily security, welfare. What is the primary responsibility of government? Security of lives, welfare of the people. And when you get these monies, it is not channeled towards security and welfare, then you have not done anything. It means no
movement smooth, so you can see the traffic jam.
No, it is ostentatious.
The sweet thing about this thing is that it's coming from Mr. President himself.
Yes.
He knows how much he's giving them.
And also,
I like
that he has said that no money has been given to them, and more money is being given to them. So it's just a...
We should be applauding the president for making this statement, because it's going to make some of them who are reasonable to speak up.
The Eagles say that
which is...
we will have coastal highway going on.
Anyway,
we don't know how much that was plunged in it. When the governors want to do their own flyovers, you are doing coastal highway.
If you consider
he is doing super highway, so they should do super high flyovers as well.
Well, whichever way, but the fact that he said it's about saying is one thing, doing is another. So do what I say, not as I do.
No, the point remains that is in bringing this thing home. At the end of the day, the Igbos used to say that Miri Nestenisi Gworuba. And unfortunately, one of the things I learned in some places I am is that when they speak in this other language, they leave you with the interpretation yourself. But unfortunately, when we talk about these issues, it's just like we're talking about subsidy removal and all that. I remember a time when governments, if they are giving resources to the subnational, they map some things these projects go into. But it's quite unfortunate what our situation is, that these projects don't make the requisite impact on the lives of the people. And like Mr. President has equally advised in the past, that they should wet the grass and make it greener. And I pray that these leaders at the subnational would listen to Mr. President, so that some of these things can get close to some of us at the lower end of the ladder, so that even the farmers in my village can have pot bellies and then celebrate some of these things.
All right, that's the much time we're taking this morning. Thank you for sitting with us through the sunrise, the breakfast show here on Aneke TV. Till we come your way same time on Monday. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a lovely weekend.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching.
Mr. S. Arab, it's always a pleasure having you here.
Thank you, Mr. Uche. And for you, viewer, continue to watch us on Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we say thank you for watching. And keep watching till we come your way same time on Monday. Bye-bye.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media, and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. There are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent, and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass, from Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea. Responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Aneke television. How agribo di egwu nkwazo na ahia mgboji ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na emela ogbe ya mela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emela ogbe ya mela amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna, ọ dị na social media, ọ dị na mgbagbu, ọ dị n'Enugu State.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.